Alright, I should be alive now. Alright. Okay, good. Good. Let's get started with this. Alright, let's get the background music on. Alright, and let's get loaded in. As well as my alt. Ooh, the bot thing responded immediately this time. Well, that one did anyway. Usually, expect a bit more of a delay. Okay. Let me get my alt loaded as well. Oh yeah, here we go. Okay, let me get the other thingy. Alright, there we go, I posted my things where I needed to go. Let's get this stuff started then. Oh yeah, I AFK'd here earlier today. Let's see. Oh, there's like 11 days of that left. Oh, time to buy all the fruits. Eventually I'll go hunting for all those fruits, I guess. I don't know. It is nice though that you can just AFK like all the thingies. What even is this one? Alright, hi Tara. Summer bonding summer camp, what? And then there's whatever that is. I actually don't know what these event things are. Wait, what? There's a Mia gift? Okay. Interesting. Oh shit, my alt has the old man. Yeah. A lot of times I'm a bit late. Shit happens, you know? Alright, I gotta find the old man. Oh, my alt has the old man. We gotta find the old man. Alright, I have to find the old man. Wait for it to load. Oh, where's Claudia? Oh, wait. Are you here, old man? Where is he? Oh shit. It sucks when it automatically tries to lock onto a target. Because then I can't do that. Oh, there he is. Found him already. Hi, Zedmeister. Welcome, welcome. Ooh, exoskeleton shards. Alright, let me go get there on my alt as well. Heading on over. Yeah, it's not, thankfully. Thankfully, it's not one of those. Alright. What else is here? Okay, I should kill this thing. Alright, let's go to the next one. And then I just go to the last one. Alright. I set it up. Because I don't stream on Friday. That's why. I haven't streamed on a Friday since I was doing those 24-hour streams for you guys to get drops. Or I usually don't end up doing Thursday, Friday. Alright. I haven't streamed on a Friday in a while. That's why. That's why I end up with that clickbait title. That's the surprise. I don't know, I couldn't think of anything else. Oh damn it. I was trying to get up that rock. Now I am on the rock. I'm on the floating rock here. That's here for like no reason. Alright, the pointless floating rock. Alright, there we go. Oh yeah, gotta love the Spider-Man relic. It is nice having it maxed out. It is nice to have it maxed out, but... I don't know where I was gonna go with that. It's just nice to have it maxed out. That's all. Oh yeah, I'm buying this stuff on my Artificial Islands shop on my alt. Before I forget. Then I have to do it on my main. Gotta get all those red vouchers. Really now? What? Let's go with the one that you pick. This is news to me. All I know is you guys have been filling up my my feed of videos to look at. You've been filling it up a lot. So there's a bunch of stuff to look at later. What is this thing you wanted on the 27th? What is on the 27th? Will I even be... I don't think I'll even be available on the 27th. I don't think I'll even be available on that day. I'm like, wait, what day is the 27th? Oh, it's a Friday. Let me go to my Artificial Island. I didn't check on my main account's Artificial Island if there was anything I wanted to grab. No, not workshop. Exchange store. Oh, did I already? No, I did not buy them. There we go. Gotta make sure I grab them. Alright, I got everything there. Let's warp on out. Load. Oh yeah, I should check the gold market. I wanted to see something there. Alright, let's give it a look. Alright. Load. I mean, like, I don't normally stream on Friday. I might not even stream tomorrow because of what's going on. I won't say why, but yeah. Random stat. What were the pricing before? Man, I should have bought it on the 3rd. Wait. Yeah, I should have bought it on Tuesday. Oh well. Honestly, that's still okay for a price there. What else is for sale? Oh, I already grabbed everything. I think that's as good as we'll get for the turtles. Sold. Did they ever fix the bug with the beast capture stuff? Oh, they reset the season. Alright, let's go do that. Once a month? I see. What even is the thing though? I have no idea what the hell you guys want. Like, what is it? Alright. I'll get the next one. On. But I see that there's like a bunch of videos just like put in my stuff to react to. We're gonna open those up in a bit. I see that the beast capture season reset though. So let's see. Let's just go fight a bunch. Alright, I gotta make sure I get this stuff done. What's today's join off? What even is the join off today? Let me see. Oh. It's the puppet singer one. Okay, we'll do the puppet singer join off in a bit. Hi Tayo. Welcome. Alright. Just doing the beast capture stuff now since the thing reset. Alright. Did the stuff like they get fixed that they were trying to do with the Discord server? Did it end up getting fixed? It was boring before, but I think just the season reset. I think they ended up just resetting the season. That? What is that? Did they even have a PC client? Oh, it's one of those. It's one of those. Okay. With massive numbers all over the place. Oh no, it's just the mods. My mods want me to play something. I'm like, what the hell is this? And then I see this. I guess I somehow need to get a thumbnail and everything for it. I guess. But yeah. Oh, welcome Raiders there. Welcome, welcome. Right. Welcome your Raiders on the YouTube side. Alright, welcome Acme Studios. Welcome, welcome. Doing all the beast capture stuff right now though. Oh, let me adjust the volume of that. Eventually though, I need to find time to like continue Trails Through Daybreak. I've been meaning to continue it, but we just haven't had the time for it. You're doing RPG Maker stuff, I see. Okay. Alright, let's get the next one. I don't know what it gave me. I saw there was a mail the other day. I don't know what the hell I got in the mail. I didn't check on what I got. I didn't look at whatever they gave me. I mean, I just do it to get enough points to get the random pet box. That's all I do it for. I get the random pet box and then move on. You know. Right, I go in, get the random pet box, and then that's that. Lynn is so OP, stuck at BR59, and then you blitz through 62, yeah. Yeah, I know, it's really strong. Now you're all the way up there. Yeah, cause like, you can also abuse, you literally also abuse standard free-to-play matrices with it. It's like some of the strongest things you can run on it. So it just makes it even easier to go through there. You're all the way through to there. Right. Yeah, I said it would be really, really strong. Right? It's exactly as I said it would be. Because that's just how strong it is. Right, where's Lynn? Oh yeah. Okay then. Let's see, anything else here? Do I even grab these or do I just get the vehicle parts? I feel like I should just buy all the vehicle parts. Yeah, I got the gears. A lot of power gears. Because I don't need all this other stuff. I don't exactly need them. Let's do more. Trapping. Alright, we have a couple more entries. Oh yeah, for sure. It can be a bit confusing when like they're all shared, but then sometimes they don't have them shared, it's just white. Oh, that is what it is. Yeah, it does get ridiculous at some point. That is true, man. It does get ridiculous. That is so true. That is so true. Alright, we're almost done with the Beast Brawl stuff. Yeah, corp item or more vehicle part, I know, right? I'm pretty sure at some point those excess materials though for thing won't be useful anymore. Hi Derico. Welcome, welcome. Alright, let me get the other thing loaded in. Yeah, I should reopen this. Because the thing keeps showing like outdated info. You don't know what I'm looking at though. Does vehicle maintenance have a cap? I believe it's your level cap. Vehicle maintenance is capped at your level, so it's 100. Currently it's level 100, that's the cap. Okay. Let's load on in. Oh, what's this in my mail? No, I just got the title. I got a title that is Borg, Talented Tamer, and then the Beast Coin. I don't think I got the compensation. I think I just got the season reward of the title. I think I only got the title. Right? I Bula Gamer. I guess I wasn't affected by it. The people who got hit by the thing. So I didn't get the compensation. They only gave it to people affected, I guess. So I guess I didn't get it. It didn't happen to me. I don't even know what the hell the bug was. But, like, I didn't get anything. I just got a title. Like, nothing happened to my pets. So, yeah. I didn't get anything. Alright, let's load back on in. But yeah. Nothing happened on my end. Alright, let me charge the battery up first. Oh yeah, I didn't delete mine. Mine didn't get deleted. People are talking about how, like, Lin S4 is just making funny comms. That makes no sense. How the hell they do more with Tion? The fuck? But yeah, like, I know the Lin buff is kinda insane. Right, almost fully charged. Oh no, it's only at 33%. Let's get this thing charged up first. Eventually I should do exploration on my alt so I can actually unlock the thingies here. I should, but I don't. Alright, come on. I really wish I had more module slots so I could charge this thing faster. Alright, gotta get the phone charged up. Oh yeah, I had that enabled. That way I could have Mia around. Yeah, well, I didn't have mine deleted. I still have the same combat Pokemon I made a year ago. I still have all the same ones I made a year ago. Mine didn't get deleted. I still have the same ones. Imagine though, like, if people got their imagine if Pokemon Company fucked up their Pokemon home and people got their Pokemon and they're deleted. So that would be crazy. That would be crazy. Because I probably won't be streaming tomorrow. I probably won't. That's why. Other than that, just vibing. I'm like, I probably won't be available tomorrow. So, you know, we'll be doing the vibing now. And we'll look at the stuff I have to react to later. Okay. Wait, let's head on over here. Yeah, that's why. Because I don't normally, like, unless it's the drop stuff that you guys can AFK, like, you know, I'm not really active on Friday. Oh yeah. Why go to McDonald's? The food is kind of overpriced for what you get. At least it is here in Canada. Like, it's not even good and it costs so much for what you get there. Like, it just costs way too much for what you get. You mean they've been putting filler soy protein in it? Yeah? I thought a lot of people knew about that. And it's not just McDonald's, man. You ever look at those frozen burger patties you can buy? A lot of them don't have, a lot of them are just filler soy protein. Not even beef. Like, when you go shopping and you go buy things, like, you look at the ingredients list, the only thing you should ever, like, see on there is just beef, and maybe if it's pre-seasoned, you'd have, like, the seasonings on the ingredients list or salt or something. But, like, that's not really the case with most of the things out there, unfortunately. You've grown accustomed to the trademark mystery meat taste. I personally don't really like the taste of it, because, like, the shit just ends up tasting like it's, like, burnt and, like, doesn't taste right. Like, the thing is, like, if I'm gonna go spend money on get a burger, right? I'm like, why am I gonna go get McDonald's? Especially where I live, because, like, I have better options if I wanted fast food burger that's closer to where I live. Like, for where I live, I can go to a Harvey's that's closer. I can go to an A&W and get a burger there, that's closer. If I wanted a chicken sandwich or whatever, there's a Popeyes nearby. Again, that's closer. So it's like, for me personally, it's like if I really wanted something, I would think they wouldn't even be first on the list. Oh, you mean they have like those Impossible Burger thingies? Those things are awful. They're not good for you. They also they don't really taste like what they should taste like. The freaking Impossible Burgers and crap like that. Don't. Like, actually don't. They also cost way too much for what they are, considering how cheap they are to actually produce. Which is just surprising. The hell's up with this mouse? Alright. Yeah, the other day also, this was like... I had to buy like a new like aux cable for my headphones. And I'm like, why the fuck is it so expensive now? It was like $17 for the cable. Because I needed a 6-foot long one so I can plug it at the back of my interface. And I also needed it to have the bigger, fatter connector, the 1/4 inch instead of the usual 3.5 millimeter. Because my headphones, like when they're wired, they use the 1/4 inch jack. But yeah, the search for the real meat. Where's the beef? What do you mean? Oh god, yeah, they look so sad. That's true, the freaking burgers look so sad, wait. They look so sad. Look at like the actual burgers. This is the marketing, and it is the actual burger. They just look super sad. These freaking burger patties look so sad. This is just so sad, just looking at them. The Big Mac and Grand Big Mac. What the fuck is a Grand Big Mac? The fuck is a Grand Big Mac? Why would anyone just go to McDonald's, man? Why go to McDonald's? What's $70? What is a Grand Big Mac? It definitely doesn't look grand to me. I don't see what's so grand about that Big Mac. Alright, I don't see what's so grand about it. It's a Big Mac. It's a sad Mac. That's what it is. Alright, it's a sad Mac. That ain't no Big Mac, that's a sad Mac. That's a sad Mac. Alright, let's go in here. I have a lot of vitality to just dump in here. I mean, like, Centuries, you haven't tasted a burger like, with, peanut porridge? Wait, what? With peanut porridge? What kind of sandwich is that? Or is it... What's next? People putting, peanut butter on their burgers? Not what I would think about usually when I think about a burger. Oh wait, no, you haven't tasted a burger. You just like peanut, a sandwich with peanut porridge. I just read that wrong. I see. Fair enough, you just rather have a regular sandwich. Understandable. Understandable. Oh damn, there's like another video I kind of want to like see after. I guess it like depends on where you get your stuff. Alright, I guess you don't have like Harvey's where you live. Well, I'm pretty sure Harvey's is like Canada only. Subway's like kind of declined over the years as well. Like the other day, right? My brother bought sandwiches from Subway. Right? He got me a steak and cheese, and it's like okay, but like it was kind of scuffed for what it was. Right. But like basically what like the burger place was talking about. Right, imagine if Subway like sold burgers. Right? Imagine if Subway did what you did to your sandwich at Subway with what you could do there, but instead you were buying burgers. That's basically what Harvey's is. It's basically just if Subway sold burgers. Mostly Carl Jr.'s. I don't know what Carl Jr.'s is. I don't know what that place is. They don't exist here. You've eaten a door handle so fake, a wooden door handle, the fuck? How do you eat a door handle? Fake beef tastes like ass. It's so bad. Like I've tried one of those like Impossible Burger things before. At my grocery store because they were like trying to sell the thing. It tasted so bad. It tasted like they freaking burnt a bunch of fried beans or something. And then they put like a fuck ton of salt on it to try to mask it. It was so bad. Like that's what it tasted like. Gotta love how easy join ops are. It's so nice when you can just clear join ops this quickly. Okay, there's like a bunch of videos where we're gonna look at in a bit. Carl Jr. and Hardee's are owned by the same people. Most Hardee's franchises are in Canada, with the exception of 1 to 2 are still in the US. They're all Carl Jr.'s. I don't think I've ever seen a Hardee's. I've never seen a Hardee's. I have never seen a Hardee's. I know Harvey's. I've never seen a Hardee's. Yeah, let the dog kill him. One of the best meat fillers you had was from a jackfruit. It's tasteless and soaks up the flavor. Ah, I see. So the meat still tastes like meat. Understandable. Like, I feel like if you're just gonna make filler on the things, put filler in them, like, at least just, you know what, like, at least own up to it and just go the whole way. And don't sell it as, like, try to pass it off as if it was just regular meat. You know? Like, if you're gonna be a bitch, be the whole bitch, no half bitch. Right? No half bitch allowed here. Be the whole bitch. Like, if you're gonna be a bitch, be the whole bitch. Alright. You have a good night, Zenmeister. It's crazy just how quickly I can get through that. That is crazy. Having this motorcycle to move around in though is so nice. We just cover so much ground so quickly. Alright. What the hell's up with freaking, World chat here. The fuck are they talking about? Jackfruit filler was for a dude who was told by a doctor to reduce meat consumption. I see. I see. Okay. How'd they get into a position where they needed to reduce meat consumption? That's crazy. That is actually kind of crazy if they somehow found their way in a position where they needed to reduce that. Well, if that's what their doctor tells them, then that's what their doctor tells them. Hi, Fanta. Welcome, welcome. Was there anything else I needed here? Or do I just do more exploration on my ult after? We can quickly, I guess, do snow break stuff, look at the reacts, and then do stuff on my ult again. Some exploration there, maybe? Oh, let's see. Yeah, I don't think there's, like, anything else I really needed here. I already did the Meroria stuff, right? And we already looked at the Joltville market as well. Wait, that's not Meroria. And I'm pretty sure I already unlocked the outfit as well. I have the event outfit, so I don't need to think or worry about that. Okay. But yeah, I had to like replace like my audio cable from my headphones. Cause like it was like kind of scuffed. Well, not scuffed. It was like the cable I've been using for my headphones. Like it eventually just got destroyed by wear and tear. But like, getting like a replacement cable wasn't cheap. Right, hi Kusanagi. Cause you'd think like a regular like just cable to plug your headphones into would be cheap, but it wasn't. It was like $17 just to get the 1/4 inch. It needed to have a 1/4 inch jack. Cause like I use that to plug into my audio interface, and then the other end also the headphones just also use a 1/4 inch jack. But yeah. You committed a sin, how so? How'd you commit a sin? What's the sin that you committed? You maxed out Jane Doe and dupes. Oh, you... How much did that cost you? With like Hoyo pricing. How much did that cost? How much did you swipe for that? I'm like, wait, this is Hoyo, that's a Hoyo game. How much did it cost you? I know it cost you a lot, like 2,000 or something? If you got the weapon done too? Maybe? But no, like, be a bit more than that. Like, assuming you had no spare resources. Oh, that's not as bad as I thought. I guess you got on the luckier end. Cause, if it was like, if my memory was correct. No, you had saved up, yeah. If you had nothing saved, that would have probably cost you 2,000. Cause like, that's just like the regular Hoyo pricing, man. If you had like... I'm gonna guess you also had Battle Pass and monthly card and stuff on top to help reduce that as well. You're probably forgetting that cost. If you had that earlier. Because technically if you save, that goes into it too. Right. But yeah, the cost is insane. Just for that, and you had to save too. Right, and you had to save up too. You're never doing that again. Yeah, no doubt. I don't think you'd ever want to do that again. Alright, let's go give Anka her gifts. Oh, I didn't even give her the HP stuff yet. Oh wait, no, that's why I needed the thing. Okay, never mind. I have more stats again. My stats go up even higher. Slightly higher. I have almost over 40k base attack. It'll get there eventually. Eventually I'll get there. Okay. I don't think we need anything here. Yeah, I don't know why we still have that picture open there. Of the sad burgers. Concord is dead. What? Why is there an elephant in the room? Oh, Gate actually released a NOLA video. Bit late though, right? There's only like 10 days left in the patch. Bit late for a NOLA video. That's a bit late. It's from the sleepy game, yeah, the sleepy one. The one where you go sleep. Yes. I'm pretty sure it's that one where you go sleep. What? They're re-releasing that shit again? How many times does this company just recycle and re-release the same game? Like, if you thought Skyrim was Pepega re-releases, man, you should see freaking Idea Factory re-releasing the same thing over and over and over again. Also, isn't this like 10 years late? For the PS4? For the PS4, they're re-releasing like 10-year-old games. Like, this shit was released on the Vita like 10 years ago. And then it was released on like on Steam like 6 or 7 years ago, I think it was. And then now they're re-releasing it again on the PS4. What the fuck? This late into it too. It's 2024 and they're re-releasing an old ass thing again on the PS4. But not when it would have been somewhat relevant. That is weird. Hi, Flagger. Oh yeah, welcome, welcome. Okay, let's quickly do the Snowbreak stuff first. Sky re-release how many times? Good point. No, I think it's more. How many times has Skyrim released? 7 times! 7 times it's been re-released. 7! Wait, no, 15 times! The total number is 15. If you're gonna count like each individual instance, it's 15. Can't wait for the Game of the Century edition in 2100. Reminds me of this comic. Did it work? Did the time machine work? What year is it? Anyone? What year? New release, Skyrim. What year is it? What year is it? Surprise! It's like you get another Skyrim. For the lazy, Skyrim PC, Skyrim Xbox 360, Skyrim PS3, Skyrim Nintendo Switch, Skyrim Special Edition, Skyrim Special Edition Xbox One, Special Edition PS4, Skyrim Anniversary Edition on PC, Skyrim Anniversary on Xbox One, Skyrim Anniversary on PS4, Skyrim Anniversary on Xbox Series X and S, Skyrim Anniversary Edition on PS5, Skyrim VR, Skyrim PC VR, there's PlayStation VR and PC VR, Skyrim Alexa, what? What the fuck? You can play games on Alexa? What the fuck? Alexa, play Skyrim. It's listed under very special edition. Okay. Alright, go to your Alexa device and tell it to play Skyrim. Alexa, play Skyrim. Right, Alexa, go play Skyrim. There's so many Skyrims. When will it stop? Who knows? It probably won't ever go on a PlayStation device, like, ever again, though. Because, what? Microsoft owns thing now. So they probably won't re-release it on a future PlayStation device. So there's that at least. You don't have to worry about Skyrim on a PS6, because it's probably not gonna happen. Right? It's probably not gonna happen. Skyrim Alexa? Yeah, I mean, why would Alexa play Skyrim? Right? Why would Alexa play Skyrim? Alright, what's the next thing we want? Oh yeah. We'll go Snowbreak real quick, and then we'll go back to ToF after. And do our reacts there. Re-releasing Super Mario Bros. A million times, I mean... To be fair... How many times has Nintendo re-released the same stuff in the past as well? To be fair... Right? We are talking about Nintendo, right? To be fair... Right, Nintendo has done things like that in the past. Right, how many times have they released Super Mario Bros? 2K series, what? Oh, what do we have in the mail? Sure, I got ranking rewards for something I don't remember. Oh, Chin Chin? Sure.
Are you observing me?
Thankfully we have a skip button. Gotta love the skip button. Nintendo can get away with it. Sure. Let's go grab the things here. Alright, let's see. Oh. Okay, so those are back. Oh yeah, this is the Agave one. We need Agave pieces.
Use it. Otherwise you might forget you have it.
I mean, there's more you're missing. Don't forget when they put them in Super Mario All-Stars. And like, there's how many versions of Super Mario All-Stars? Right, you have the original one, and then there's the Mario All-Stars mixed with Mario World on the SNES. There's the Mario All-Stars that was on the Wii as well. There was also the Mario All-Stars that was in the Wii Virtual Console. But then there was, you know... Because, like, those are separate. I know. But, like... Isn't Super Famicom and SNES not pin compatible? You could technically get an adapter or something, probably, but... They're not pin compatible, right? Not directly, anyways. And then they still had them, like, region locked and stuff, right? Right, I needed the... Yeah, the daily mission, we can do it one time. I can do this once. Come on. Oh, there we go. Come on. Cherno has the bonus. Okay.
準備できたよ。
Let me go gather.
お気に入りですね。すみません。
Time to start gathering. Oh, it's raining in here. Alright, we got that one. I don't want to forget that. It is nice being able to just easily pick up all of these. Oh, what the hell? That didn't rank up enough? Okay. The distance was too short earlier. I tried to hit both.
すみません。
Oh, they didn't even pick up everything. The hell? They don't even pick up what's, like, in front of them. Oh, it reset, that's why. Oh damn, I didn't like hit the other one.
すみません。 Easy, easy. You can do it.
Alright, let's go grab everything here. Alright, got the stone things there. Alright, buff exchange. Put that there. Alright, let's go grab these. Alright, let's keep going. Gotta get all the stones. Almost got all of it.
What should I do?
I mean, the revenue doesn't matter, man, like that. The revenue numbers that you look at, remember, they're like really scuffed. But like doing well is all, it depends on what the company size and everything is. But I'm pretty sure they've been doing really, really well. For what they are. Especially after I seen their compensation package that they sent me. They gave me a really, really good compensation package. Let's just say that. They're doing more than fine. They've been doing more than fine. Right. Oh, put the powder kegs there. Alright, they're doing more than fine. Oh, I should have grabbed that one.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
But yeah, from what I've seen them give me, they're doing fine. Right? Like the like the amount you need to, you know, keep yourself in a good spot. It depends on what you are. Right? It really just depends on your circumstances and everything. Right? Because, like, you could be making way more money in revenue, but, like, not be profitable. Right? But be, like, completely unprofitable. That's also possible.
What should I do?
The hell? Wait, why is that one bugged? That one wasn't getting destroyed, that stone. That is so weird. There was a stone that was bugged. Alright, let me get that stone.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
I don't think I need to, like, grab any stones anymore. We're good on stones. Let me man the turret. Wait, has that person just been AFK this entire time? No, they're not. They were just sitting there. Yeah, I'm taking the turret now.
What should I do?
Time to kill Hella. No one using the other turret. Yes, no one wants to use the other turret. Yeah, it's funny, like, the path these guys take. Like, it doesn't really make much sense. Oh. Out of ammo. Alright, time to do some sweeping.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Oh, it's done. Easy. Easy. Yeah, I didn't do much damage, but I got them all their buffs. I got them all the buffs. So I did something at least. Well, I didn't make it to level 20 because I didn't do it earlier on when this thing opened up. Maid outfit for Cirrus would have made sense with the trash mobs. True, they should have given her a maid outfit and then a broom. And then she could sweep them up or a mop. That would have been hilarious if they did that. They give her like that and then a mop and then she just sweeps them. If only, man. If only. Oh cool, battle pass done.
Use it. Otherwise you might forget you have it.
Oh, their friend list is full. Oh wait, did I do their trials? No, we gotta do their trials. We gotta use the Cherno trial and then the Anya trial. Ah yes, this one.
Don't come back to life. Reloading. Right away.
They're like not even doing all the things. Alright, let's do this one.
Don't worry. I'm objective complete, all according to plan. Like a bird in a cage.
Leave it to Big Sis.
Supplies are in place.
What kind of upgrade level is this one? Oh, it's the bigger one. Alright, cool. When they put a company revenue goal with them, otherwise they misuse it for the wrong reasons. Yeah, again, like, here's the other thing too. Keep in mind, when you look at those charts, right? Regional pricing is applied, as well as taxes are included in that number. But it does not include what the number is after the fees and stuff are taken. Right? Like that's like the thing is when you look at those numbers. Cause like, oh yeah, here's like another one, right? You ever wonder why? You know the actual main real reason why we go in here? This applies to every single one of these games. But do you wanna know why this stuff is priced this way? Do you wanna know why? Why they really want you to go over here, but they don't want you to get the lower ones, and they'll give more and more per dollar as you go up. You know why they do this? Because you know what happens when they sell you a thing for $1? Do you know what happens to that dollar? Do you know what happens to that dollar? So what will happen is, like, if the cut isn't high enough, what will happen, right? So let's say you have your thing sold on the iOS App Store. What will end up happening is, okay, so Google Play, iOS, or whatever the platform is, Nintendo Switch Online Store, PlayStation Store, Xbox Store, Steam, whatever, they'll take 30% of that, right? But then there's also like the actual like payment processor fee if you're not using a gift card, which can be up to another, I think, like 30 to 50 cents, right? That they'll actually pass it on to you for the lower ones on top of their actual fee that they take, because like it's low enough that they will take that transaction fee, right? But then also, like, if you let's say sold in Canada, your dollar is now $1.13, but at 13%, there that was added on top goes to, you know, taxes. So it still will count as revenue number, but they obviously wouldn't get that, right? And like in some regions where a tax may be higher, you know, there's that too. That's why, you know, to mitigate that like extra initial fee, they will want to walk you up the price ladder, right? So like, okay, some of them they'll translate just very basically right across, but with some they'll be a lot more aggressive. Right. Here what they do though is like, this is 6, that's 30, that's 198, 328, 98, 6480. A lot of these games, obviously, you'll have an extra 0 applied behind them, bigger number, but Snowbreak just removes that other 0. Because then you go here to go convert it over to DigiCash, or whatever. And if you know, they'll have the double top-up thing one time only. But, you know, they basically want to get into a situation where you're not just spamming the cheaper ones, and if you're spamming, they want you to be here. Because the actual fee they'll have to lose, the initial fee will be a much smaller portion. They'd rather you spend $100 once than $1 100 times. But realistically, what ends up happening is these cheaper ones will end up getting bought more too. That's why, like, that's also why those revenue numbers are kind of bogus and like just BS. This is not just gachas that will do this. This is not just gachas, it's just regular goods and services when you buy stuff. Like, you can apply this to other things too. Like, if you ever go shopping, you know, you look at the pricing on some computer parts, for example, right? You'll notice that some of the cheapest stuff you can buy is complete e-waste garbage. Because fixed costs that they still have to account for. But as you go up the price ladder, you'll find that the better deals are not at the low end. If anything, the lowest end of the market is just as expensive, if not more so, in some cases, than the most expensive product that they sell. Like the highest priced one in terms of value. A lot of them are just not good value because of fixed costs that have to be accounted for, that you just can't get rid of, right? It is still the same thing with digital goods and stuff as well, because payment processors will still take a fee. Yeah, it's not just mobile games with a ton of ads, it's just across the board. They generally want you to buy the more expensive product because, you know, in the end, it is actually more profitable if you buy the more expensive thing once than buy a cheaper thing the same amount of times to add up to the more expensive one. They would always rather you buy the more expensive one once. Actually, I don't know if you also experienced this too. It's the same thing with like when you go to like some restaurants and stuff. Like occasionally if you go to like a bunch of restaurants, sometimes if you pay them in cash, they'll give you a discount. Because the thing is, when you go, let's say, pay with your debit card, for example, they'd rather you pay with a debit card than a credit card as well. But let's say you pay with your Visa card or your MasterCard or whatever, right? Let's say you know, you had a meal with with your family at a nice place. Let's say you spent $100, right? From the $100, guess what happens to that $100? So a lot of them they'll be buying these like point of sale equipment, and unfortunately in the year that we live in, a lot of those point of sale equipment that they would use like so you can pay for, they charge a fee just so you can have the equipment there. Sometimes it's like I think I've heard up to like 30%, between 5 and 30% is what some of these like point of sale equipment things will charge sometimes. And then on top of that, they still have to pay the Visa and MasterCard fee, which can be up to 2.5% for the entire order, plus an initial 30 to 50 cents. Right? So that's why in some cases, like, you know, if you were like, instead, like your bill, if it was like $100 or something, right? We're not even talking about tip or anything before all this, right? They'll be like, you know, they'll charge you that. But if you go pay in cash Right? Your $100 might get reduced, your bill might get reduced to like 80, for example. Like $80, $90 before taxes. You know, because you would end up saving more money. That's why that happens. Because the cost of actually accepting the money. But like, the thing is, if you order a cheaper thing and pay with that, they'll end up they'll end up making less money. Because of the fixed fees that you can't get out of. Right. Because the fixed fees are still there. That's why, like, those numbers are also just kind of not very useful. Because it's just only whatever they see going in, but not whatever they see going out. It's not the most useful number to look at. Because it can mean all sorts of things. And at the same time, when you just have it fixed on, like, one specific storefront and not all of them, and then you're trying to use Prepega guessing to get it across, it's not going to be the same thing. Yeah, the fixed fee adds up a lot. That's why they would rather you buy the more expensive item always. That's why they'll try to incentivize you into spending more, buying the more expensive thing. They will always do that because the fixed fees for everything will always add up. They are less profitable generally across the board. That's just how things are. They don't want you to get the cheaper stuff, but they'll still put it on there because they'd still rather have your business than not have it at all. They would still rather have it than not at all. But like, that's just the reality of everything. Alright. That's just how things are. Right. That's also why it's like you can't even like look at those numbers correctly. Because yeah, those fixed everything will add up. But that's why as well at restaurants, if you just pay in cash, because they don't have to deal with the fixed fees, they'll give you a discount. So that's something to keep in mind, right? If you ever go out to eat, you know, pay in cash. If you can. Because, you know, you'll save some money.
Objective complete. Got the recording.
Let's see. I can
do it. I can keep this. Easy, easy. You can do it.
Alright, let's see. Restore 2 as energy each time a skill hits a target. You know what? Sure. Why not? Get my S energy back, I guess.
I can keep this. Easy, easy. You can do it.
Wait, how long does this field thing last for? Does it just last while the skill is active? Yeah, you pay in cash because you don't have foodstuffs that take card. Some places don't even have a digital cash register. And they would rather not because it costs a lot more money to deal with that. There's also other things you can do too. Right. Like technically speaking, you can get you know, but with cash, your transaction's also under the table, so to speak. Meaning, you know, it's a lot easier to hide that a transaction ever occurred if you got handed the money in cash. Because they're not, like, that stuff wouldn't be tracked. Right, like, how would they know? Right? How would they know you spent this much or whatever? You had this much income if you got it in cash. At least for smaller businesses, it's like, you know, depending on how the stuff is set up, easier to hide whatever happened in cash.
Phew, that was close.
When reporting income and everything. Because cash. But if, you know, if they get it as like, you know, they paid with card, well, all that information is known. Easy, because it's all tracked. Let's see. Sure, skill vulnerability, why not? Alright, let's go kill the stuff here.
Got the recording.
Alright, up here.
I'll try not to let you down. I can keep this.
Alright, we can't jump on this one.
I'll try not to let you down.
Oh, a boss is over here. Refresh. Why is it always? Why is this all individual buff? Whatever.
Easy, easy. You can do it. My turn?
Alright, what do we get here? 5% to replenish. Let's go. Alright, we'll go to this one. When you work at a nursery, there were orders total 14k seedlings to a customer and then paid in cash. Yeah, of course. Sometimes they just rather cover it up in whatever paying cash. Right. It is what it is. But generally, it's just better to accept it as cash. To accept cash than other forms of payment.
止められないなら私に任せて。近づくな。目標の排除を確認。弱点カンパ。役に立たない。お前にふさわしい場所はバルハラだ。
Let's see. Oh, wrong character.
すみません。
Let's go in here. Time to go in here.
来たよ。行こう。
Come on, spawn in. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
もう迷わない。すみません。止められないなら目標達成。指示を待つ。
Alright, let's see. Now refresh. When skill deals damage. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright, let's see. Will we get anything useful?
通してください。準備できたよ。
Oh, this is useless. Alright, in here.
分析員。 探す。私が代わる。終わらせる。また出るだろうからよく覚えておいて。お前にふさわしい場所はバルハラだ。
Oh, it triggers a reload. I mean, that doesn't work with her thing though. Here, I'll take attack based on shield.
Not to let you down.
Yeah, might as well see what they have in the shop.
すみません。準備できたよ。
Alright, let's see. What do you got here? Skill haste, big one. I'll take that spread one. Increases the size of the screen thing. Ooh. That'll be fun. Who do we got? Alright, let's go Gavin.
すみません。道を教えてよ、分析員。
How much bigger this is. Big screen. Big screen always fun. Alright, let's see. Ballistic hit. Sure, we'll take it. Next room is where?
通してください。
Oh, this way. Alright, let's go do this room.
道教えてよ、分析員。Easy, easy. You can do it. Phew, that was close.
Big damage there. Alright, what boss we got next? Alright, we'll do Bovar.
すみません。
And we got the bigger screen
準備できたよ。
for pushing around.
もう迷わない。もう迷わない。
Where'd he go? The fuck?
I'm not going to remember you.
Alright. He's dead. Let's see. Gain chain skill state? Sure. If we hit him with the skill, we get more damage. We'll go with that. Just stack up all the buffs.
準備できたよ。行こう。
Alright.
Easy, easy. You can do it. I can keep this. I can do it.
Those ones are dead. Oh, one more. Alright, let's see. A lone mark deals extra ballistic damage, sure. But I just need to hit them with the skill. Alright, now we go over here.
道教えてよ、分析員。Easy, easy. You can do it. I can do it.
Just destroying them with a big shield is crazy.
通してください。Phew, that was close.
Alright, let's see. 10% chance to inflict 5 instances of damage. You know what? Why not? Alright, let's see. What's over here?
準備できたよ。行こう。Easy, easy. You can do it.
Alright, we got Cerberus. Oh shit! It already went into its phase. That's unfortunate. How did I get stuck?
I can do it. I can keep this. もう迷わない。通してください。I'm not going to remember you.
Poor guy, they're not gonna get remembered. Alright, we'll go... Sure, we'll go there. I'll go to the regular Joseph. Because I don't want to deal with hardened one. This is just funny, just running into him like this. Right, this is how you fight bosses, right? You just run into them. Right, we're just running into him.
I'm not going to remember you.
Let's see. Another boss. Oh, we have 69 threat.
準備できたよ。行こう。
Our threat level is 69. A very nice threat level.
してください。もう迷わない。
Why is the freaking camera like working? I swear.
下がって。私が代わる。
It's like sometimes it likes to just Pepega itself. Yeah, it's dead no matter what.
I'll try not to let you down.
Alright, let's go to the shop.
すみません。
Time to get some more buffs.
準備できたよ。行こう。
Alright. Will Anderson is a snowbreak equivalent to the big boss?
どうしてくだ
I
さい。
don't know.
道教えてよ、分析員。
I don't know who Big Boss is, but sure.
Easy, easy. 下がって。
All I know is he dead.
慌てる必
He
要ない。
dead.
お前にふさわしい場所はバルハ
He very dead. There we go. Easy. Oh, I could technically upgrade something. Sure, I'll upgrade that for no reason. Other than because I can. Because I can. One day I'll make it all the way there and get the Shadow of Paradox. One day. Just not today. That day is not today. Right. I'm gonna turn on my fan. Alright. We can do some React stuff, I guess, now. We'll switch the category back. We'll do the React stuff now. We'll keep ToFLive and stop it from being dead right now. But we'll just go back there. I was sent a bunch of stuff. Alright, well, this one is like the first thing I saw here.
What?
Why this genre attacks an older audience? Because it's talking about MMOs.
Is a boomer. Why am I 27 years old, yet I still feel 16? Why do I continuously chase the proverbial MMORPG dragon like an absolute fiend who one time experienced the single most euphoric substance in the world, which is most definitely illegal? Why is everybody that still plays these games either my age or older than me? Why does the new generation of gamers seemingly have no interest or time to invest into the MMORPG genre? Do we just lack the necessary brain function and reaction time to be able to play the Fortnites of the world? Or are our attention spans still somehow retaining a modicum of longevity despite the fact that studies show that the majority of TikTok users are over the age of 25? Are we really just boomers who have become so negligent and lackadaisical that all we can do is grind for hours and hours in an MMORPG to show off our stats and our levels and achievements? Probably.
I don't want to do the grind, though.
It could be bigger than that as well. I mean, I still remember coming home from middle school in the year 2007, excited to heat up a pizza pocket and inevitably burn my tongue off while simultaneously typing in my cringy RuneScape username and my hilariously guessable password. Why did I log into RuneScape? So I could chat with my friends? What was my real motivation for logging into RuneScape at 11 years old? Did I really care about the gameplay? I think I did a little bit. I mean, I was extremely proud when I acquired my first Rune Scimitar, but was I proud because I acquired that Rune Scimitar, or was I proud because I could show it off to all of my friends? You see, RuneScape and a lot of MMOs actually predated the social media boom by quite a bit. I mean, sure, people were ASLing in AOL chats, but these places were niche and strange and full of danger and odd individuals, and you never knew what creep you might be talking to. MMOs almost served as the first form of social media for many of us who played between the years of like 1995 to 2010. They also acted as an online chat icebreaker without needing to go directly to a chat room with the sole intention of chatting to somebody. You could instead walk up to a player and perhaps try to convince them to type their password backwards. But seriously, I used to talk to my friends at school all day, and then I would come home and talk to them more on RuneScape. I didn't have a cell phone, I didn't have Facebook or any other form of social media. Because not many actually existed at the time. Jesus, man, I'm 27. I sound like a grandpa. But for me personally, video games were actually a major
I can
part of my
relate
social
to that.
life. Sure, it began with MMOs and RuneScape.
That makes him
but as
feel
I got
better.
a bit older, it transitioned to Call of Duty lobbies, where essentially I would basically hop into really long phone calls with all of my friends from school, where people would drop in and out of the Xbox party, and that's how we chatted. This is pretty similar to what we see happening in Discords nowadays, except none of my friends on my Discord are people that I know in real life. Okay, wait on. So what does any of this have to do with the idea that MMORPGs are a genre that caters to boomers? Well, here's the thing. We like to talk down on social media so much because we're slowly or quickly starting to see the massive adverse effects that it's having on society in terms of mental health and constant comparison and the total need of other people's affirmations that we are indeed a cool and successful and social person. We don't need to get into all of that, but at the end of the day, social media was completely revolutionary for society as a whole. Connecting so many people across the world was unheard of prior, except for niche situations, and it truly changed how humans interact with each other forever. And for many of us, our very first experience with that societal shift in a very first-hand manner was actually our first experience on MMORPGs. Part of the allure and mystique and overall entertainment found within MMOs at the time was in part the fact that I could use it as a social media platform and through private messages talk to my best friend about things that were happening in real life at real time. We could plan on what we were going to do at school the next day or even plan to hang out. I remember so many times I'd be sitting on RuneScape chatting with my friend and then 20 minutes later he'd be knocking on my door. Why does this matter, you might ask? Well, now for the current youth, this is completely normalized. Every app and game and device from your mobile phone to your tablet to your TV to your smart fridge has a way to connect to social media and connect with others. Essentially,
imagine connecting to shit on your fridge, man. Why on your fridge? Of all the things, why do it on your fridge? Yeah, it's like just imagine. It's like, oh yeah, let me go check my Facebook. Yeah, let me just open my fridge. You didn't have friends, fair enough. But like, why the fridge of all things? Why the fridge?
Communication over the internet lost what made it so cool and interesting. It lost its novelty. The novelty of talking to our friends online with a video game attached leads us to having a bit of rose-tinted goggles when it comes to MMORPGs. Was it actually the gameplay that had us so hooked? I'm sure that's part of it.
Oh yeah,
the
for
nonstop
sure.
grind, the leveling process, showing off to your friends definitely was interesting, but can it compare to what the younger generation has access to nowadays?
No.
Think about this. Sure, it was cool to go to school the next day and tell your friends about that recent level 60 you acquired in WoW or the 99 you've been working on in RuneScape, but imagine you're in a battle royale with 100 other players in real time in an online shooter game. You're playing with two of your friends, but they've already been downed and you have no time to rescue them. It finally comes down to the last circle, and it's you versus an entire enemy squad, 3 separate players. You manage to knock one of them, but, uh-oh, you're out of ammo. There's a loot box nearby, but all it has is a sniper rifle. You've never been great with a sniper rifle, but you zoom in, and you see one of the players trying to res his friend that you just downed, and you boom, headshot, you got him. There's only one player left. Your 2 friends are watching you. You've never been awesome with sniper rifles, but this is all you have. It's your one shot, your one opportunity to seize everything you ever wanted.
Okay.
The enemy's on the horizon. You zoom in, and despite your lack of skills, your aim was true that day. Boom, headshot. Mom, get the camera. Your friends are watching, and victory splashes across the scene. They start freaking out, and due to shadow play, you even have the whole thing recorded, so you have proof. You're not living that down for the remainder of the school year, and that high-intensity, high-octane gameplay with such an exciting storyline and a chance to show off and literally just prove how good you are.
That's the reality of things today,
Doesn't really exist in MMOs except for some very niche scenarios, which probably require like hundreds of hours to even get to those scenarios in the first place.
Yeah, that's the problem with MMOs. A lot of them just take too long to get to the things that people want to do. They just take way too long. You played MMOs to collect things, fair enough. But, like, that's the problem, right? They just take way too long. There's too much of a barrier to entry. So, the problem is now, it's like, if you really want to prove to someone, like, that something is actually, you know, decent or it actually works and stuff, you kind of gotta do that, like, immediately from the start. But, if it takes too long, well, sadly, attention spans are getting smaller and smaller. That's kind of what, like, hurt a bunch of stuff as well. Like, if ToF had, like, if they released with the Battle Royale mode immediately and lowered the entrance from PvP from level 50, I think it was when it came out. It was either level 30 or level 50. And just had it available at, like, level 5. Level 5, level 10. For people to play immediately. That mode probably wouldn't be dead. Especially when they have the entire thing balanced anyways. Or if you put the features and stuff that people might consider playing a game for too late, and it's too much of a hassle to work up to get to it, most of the people who might be willing to try it will just leave before they get there. It took 2 weeks of daily tickets to farm a certain armor in a game. Yeah, I used to remember back when I would play WoW, it took me months to collect every single mount in the Argent tournament rounds. It took me weeks to get a lot of different factions to Exalted. Like I had a character in WoW where if as soon as I join any guild, they immediately unlock the like even if they just made a new guild, they would immediately unlock a lot of achievements and stuff just by me existing because I had a character with like everything had Exalted at one point. Because like I grinded out every single faction to unlock every single cosmetic I could get my hands on. Because I loved just collecting them all. I would just go around collecting all the mounts, all the pets, all the transmog stuff that I could get, all the tabards and everything, all the little toys and stuff. That's what I would do. That's what I would do the things for. You know, getting your best in slot equipment. That stuff will be irrelevant the next patch cycle. Who cares? Who cares if you got the best in slot drop? That stuff will become irrelevant the next patch cycle when the freaking gear creeps to an absurd amount anyways. Where like, you know, your freaking mythic or your heroic raid gear drop, you know, next patch, you know, the LFR heroes will get the same level of gear that you worked your ass off to get. You know, like who cares? If you're gonna do it, you grind it for the transmog. Or you're gonna do it, you do it for the achievement and the mount at the end. The special exclusive mount drop. Not for the other crap. Who cares about the other crap? Alright, that's how I would, like, that was like the mentality and stuff I would do. It's like, you keep in mind what you're there for. right? Are you there to go grind the gear constantly, only to replace it anyways? Like, very quickly? Or are you there to play the game, have fun with that, and maybe collect some cosmetics because you wanna flex your transmog or whatever? Because that shit was fun. To do that stuff, or if you wanted to collect all the pets and mounts and everything, right? And like in the end, it's like you gotta decide what your goals are. The event drops 250 days of daily tickets spent on one event. Yeah, you know, yeah, people just lazy as hell nowadays. Gaming IRL, hardworking, talented, and skill level got killed by pay to win. The problem is some grinds are just ridiculous, no matter how you look at it. Some grinds are kind of absurd, right? But like, you look at me, it's like, when I look at freaking upgrading a character in Genshin or WoA, like, you guys already know I hate that shit. I hate the entire process. Especially because it's like, you know, if you have to already pay to get the thing anyways, it's just ridiculous. But at the same, like, it's like, you're not really playing the game at that point, you're just grinding for the sake of grinding. Because there's no content. In the past, at least those MMOs, despite sometimes them being like really, really grindy, at least they actually had the content to back it up. At least they actually had the game content. So you had a reason to do them. But then you look at shit nowadays, they don't even have that. So like, the grind is just there because it's to just incentivize paying. So you can skip the ridiculous amount of grinding. Yeah, your brother ran a bot 15 hours a day for weeks. Yeah. Like, the thing is, you look at stuff now versus things in the past, they're not the same anymore. They really aren't. They're not. They're not even close. And, like, it's why, like, I ended up, like, giving up on WoW entirely a couple years back. And I can't really see myself playing it ever again. Because it's not the same as it used to be. It needs to be meaningful, or just not there at all. At the same time, the grind shouldn't like, just be a chore. And those baby numbers, man. There be some people grinding, you know, 30 hours a day. By 30 hours, it's like combined, because they're multi-boxing. Not even 30, they have people that are grinding basically hundreds of hours worth of progress in one day by using tools to multi-box in the past. Because that's what they would do. Yeah, exactly. It's too much. It also is just kind of ridiculous, man. Especially like imagine it's like you go play an RPG, right? You know, you go unlock the character that was like some super crazy boss that probably beat your ass, right? They were high level. And then you go unlock the character, they're like at level 1 with like no stats. Like, what the fuck is this? Not only did it break immersion, but it's just really, really ridiculous. It's just really, really dumb. Right? Like, it just doesn't feel good. At all. Right? It just does not. Like, and then you think at some point, is it even necessary that they have it in the first place? Because they'd probably be way better off if they just didn't have that problem there. Right? It'd probably be way better if that problem just wasn't there. But unfortunately, that's just not how things are.
How can modern MMOs even compete with that? Now, of course, the majority of us playing MMOs these days are not really looking for that kind of high-octane and high-intensity gameplay. But if we traveled back in time to when we were 12 and we logged into EverQuest or World of Warcraft or RuneScape for the very first time, if the Battle Royale genre or other games of the same nature existed, would we really be that interested in MMOs? Anyway, point number...
Not really. Like, cause like now, people just want instant gratification. They want to get everything immediately. Yeah, I can't run more bots and multiple characters because the internet sucks. I mean, some people had better internet at least, but yeah. Things were what they were back then.
Number 2, cultural norms and differences. I don't think many people understand how absolutely insanely popular World of Warcraft was during its time.
Oh, I remember.
World of Warcraft single-handedly brought the MMORPG genre to the mainstream. We saw celebrities playing and advertising the game. We saw episodes of extremely popular TV shows based on the topic of World of Warcraft, and it was not uncommon to go over to a friend's house and their parents would be playing World of Warcraft. WoW became an actual household name. Your teachers knew about it, your doctor knew about it, your parents' marriage counselor knew about it. Leroy Jenkins soon became commonplace terminology.
Yep. But what about the Nixie wipe animation? The 50
However, since those golden
minus.
days, we haven't really seen anything even close to this magnitude of cultural relevance in the MMO scene, especially
it's never gonna
concerning
happen
pop
again.
culture or mainstream media. When
It's
compared
never
to the
gonna
likes of
happen
Ninja
again.
playing Fortnite with Drake or the Among Us craze during the pandemic, I mean, we saw everyone from mainstream artists, famous actors, and even politicians in some of the Among Us lobbies, and to me, it seems like people sometimes forget about the normies. There are a lot of normies, okay?
Yep.
Somebody may literally never play video games, but if Taylor Swift starts fragging out in Overwatch, you can guarantee hordes of her fans are going to suddenly be interested in Overwatch. It could very well catch on with an entirely separate audience that prior had no interest in gaming at all. So unless we see a new cultural boom in terms of MMORPGs, it's pretty unlikely that we're going to attract those less predisposed audiences.
At the same time, though, they can't make them the way they used to be. You're never gonna get them anymore. There's some people mindset now, why grind when I can get max character and weapons with no effort? Here's the other problem, though. Think about it this way. Sure, money will, you know, there's the money cost, right? But here's the thing. How much is your time worth? Like, think of it this way. Let's say your time is worth $20 an hour. Right? Let's say the grind would take you, let's say 30 hours. Right? Or you can drop, I don't know, $50 and be done with the grind immediately. Right? So if your time is worth $20 an hour, right? Think of it this way. $50 is a way better deal than 30 hours of grinding. That's the problem. Like, that's the problem with some of these grinds. They're just really, really stupid. Right? If you're gonna start bringing, like, the time factor. Because the reality is, a lot of them are just not worth doing. They really aren't. And then instead, now what they're doing is they're putting them in there. Right? They're putting them in there. Right? In order to actually get you to realize that. And then just go swipe instead. That's why it exists. That's why it's like that. Right? The Tantra, Ragnarok, WoW, RuneScape, and Cabal. Those internet cafes smell like moldy socks and stinky feet. Ew. Ew. I don't want to imagine the internet cafes, but yeah. But, like, really think about it, right? When you really think about it. Right? How much is your time worth? Because the reality is you can always get more money. But you can't get the time back. Right? The time is something you won't get back. But you can always get more money. And that's why you need a skip button. Exactly. Like, that's the reality, right? Once you realize what your goals truly are, and what it takes to get there, and just the bullshit they put in the way, this is part of why MMOs just, they're not really working anymore. That's why they're not. Because, again, like, these grinds are just stupid. Same time, right? But when you, like, realize that, you start comparing to other things, where you don't have to deal with the grind at all, it's like, what would you rather do and play? Right? That's why when I play a lot of these things, I just look at how my time is being spent. Right? Like, if they want to time gate me by not letting me do everything at once, fine. But don't make me grind like crazy to do, like, when I have to go and do my entries to make progress. Or if you're gonna slow me down, fine. Just make sure that, like, it doesn't actually waste any of my time. Right, like, I'm okay with, like, Snowbreak. I go in, I just sweep So, you know, I click on the thing to sweep all the instances and I'm done in less than a minute. Right? Like, if I include booting up the game and closing it. I could even automate the process so I don't even have to think about it. Right? But then, like, you look at something else. And this is the problem that, like, the WoW and Genshin especially has. Because of the open world factor. Right? You just realize just how much more tedious and everything is. When you consider just how much time you have to spend to load it up, to go and do your stupid crap in there every single day. Right? How much time that's is spent there. And then you consider how much that time is worth over a period of time. Like, it's just not worth it. It's the same thing why I've always said too, that premium currency as a reward is very stupid. Because once you start factoring your time and valuing your time, the actual return on the reward there is very, very abysmal. Alright? Like, it's really bad. Like, let's say you can, you know, speed run and, like, within a month, you'll clear your max tower of adversity, or you finish your spiral of this in an hour. But how much is the reward for your 1 hour of effort, right? Like, what's, like, how much of the currency do they give you in, like, the thing? I think it was, like, is it, like, 600 or 700 or something for completing all of it? Which isn't even enough, which isn't, like, even half of, like, it's not even half a 10 pull, right? 700, let's say you do it twice. Alright, so let's say you got, like, I think it's like 1400 or something a month. Not even a 10 pull. Alright, you know. Let's say you spend an hour, maybe 2 hours to do this, right? To get this. Right? And, like, you look at the cost there. For 1 hour work, if your time is valued at $20, right? For 1 hour, 2 hours would get you the 1980 pack. We're not gonna count any bonuses or whatever. You could get that twice. Right? And you divide it. That's basically the time you spent. And this is like how much you get. Right? We'll put it divided by that. Right? You would have basically gotten your 3 times the amount if you just worked for 2 hours instead of doing that bullshit for 2 hours. Right? You think about that. Right? It's the same thing with logging on to do your dailies. Right? You know, like what? It's like what? Genshin gives you, was it how many Primo Gems a day? Was it like 50 or 60 or something? I think it was what? With each daily quest commission was how much? No, I think it was 60 a day or something, right? You log on for 60 a day. You know, let's say it takes you 10 minutes to go do it. You do that, you know, for 30 days. You get 1800, that's a little bit more than a 10 pull, right? You know, 10 minutes a day, right? So you get 10 times 30, that's 300 minutes. You divide that by 60, that's 5 hours, right? If you worked for 5 hours, right? Like, this is the problem with those two. Think about it. If your 5 hours is worth $20, oh, how much is a $100 pack in Genshin get you? Oh, I don't know, that's 80 without the double top-up bonus. Divide that by 1800 and boom. Almost 5 times more efficient if you just didn't do your dailies and just worked the job instead. Right? Like, that's the problem with those things. When they put stuff that way, it's just really dumb. When you really realize what you're spending your time on. And just how they're, like, it's just not being valued and it's not worth it. Right? Like, it really isn't. So, it is nicer when it's like, if you could just sweep it. Like, if it was a Snowbreak one, right, like, let me just double check exactly, how much do we get a day in Snowbreak again? I think it's like the same amount, but... Right? But yeah, like, here's the thing with Snowbreak. If it takes you a minute and you get the same thing every day, for 1 minute, well now, in a month, you're only spending 100 minutes. Divide that by 60, it's only 1.66 hours, right? But you're getting, you know, 60 times 30, so that's 1800. Now this is a lot more reasonable, but it's not even like the minute is like more of like a worst case scenario, because like you can do like I can speedrun it in like 40 seconds or less. So like even if it was like we did 40 seconds a day times 30 days, right? Divide this by 60, right? Divide this by 60, and like we basically only spend 20 minutes. For 20 minutes, getting the 1800 currency, that is better than the $20 an hour, basically. Because you basically spent 1/3 of an hour and got 1800. Which is better than, you know, like the 1 hour of work, right? 1 hour would have been 1980 of the currency there, right? For the $20. Right, then that's what your 1 hour is worth. But if you log in, do dailies every single day, right, you get 1800 for a total combined across 30 days of 20 minutes. Right, like when it's like that, then like, sure, I'll give it a pass. But again, like it depends on like how much it's worth versus your time. When you start to really put a value on the time factor, like, it completely starts to fall apart. The way they have some of those things up. So, like, and it ends up being in the situation where, yeah, paying to win, quote unquote, is technically better than the alternative. That's the problem with these things. When you start to look at things that way, it's just... yeah. Honestly, I should just make like an actual like regular ass video on that type of topic and stuff. Because I think it would be interesting when like you really look at it.
I think a lot of people currently still playing the genre are just leftovers from that big mainstream boom that we had in the early 2000s.
They're just
who fell in love
leftovers
with the genre and have had difficulty finding the same fulfillment in other types of games.
Yep.
And finally, ease of access. Nowadays, the mobile gaming market makes up 77% of the entire gaming industry.
I thought it'd be higher than that, to be honest.
Which, by the way, is forecasted to generate $173 billion in the year 2023. Why is the mobile market so popular? Because it's literally in your pocket. It's literally at your fingertips.
Yep.
A purchase is as easy as pressing a button. And they have studied human psychology using many of the same techniques as modern-day slot machines to maintain a constant stream of addictive chemicals to your brain that keep you playing even if the gaming experience is objectively lower quality than what you might find on a console or PC.
Exactly.
Do you guys not have phones? Is a statement that becomes more and more valid as time goes on. At the end of the day, in terms of popular MMORPGs that we deem as top quality, which top the market from World of Warcraft to Final Fantasy XIV to old school RuneScape, which does have a mobile port, to be fair. But for the majority of us, we play these games on PC, and to a lesser extent, you're going to find a player base on consoles, especially for Final Fantasy or Elder Scrolls. But then, to an even further extent, you're going to find these games on mobile devices, such as RuneScape or a handful of others. But generally, MMOs don't port very well.
Yeah, they're not good on mobile,
Now, why does this matter? Well, it's all about barrier to entry. You see, the amount of youthful gamers who have phones far outnumbers the amount of youthful gamers who have consoles, and the amount of youthful gamers who have consoles far outnumbers the amount of them who have gaming PCs. This is mostly a cost issue. Parents are willing to invest a few $100 in order for their child to have a smartphone so that they can contact them. However, a little bit less parents are willing to invest $500 to $1,000 in order for their child to enjoy gaming on an Xbox or a PlayStation. And far fewer than that are willing to spend thousands on a PC, plus the time potentially spent researching.
Like, the problem is the way the game was set up. Alright? Like, there's too many other, like, issues with the thing at a base level that it never really would have worked. Right? They need to fix a lot of the things that they have going on. And it's also just the problem with MMOs in general. They just can't really, you know, just work anymore. I don't think they'll ever work anymore. So, like, trying to make one, you're just gonna be dumping money in. And you're just never gonna see it go anywhere. There's just too many problems they have to find a solution to. Same time, the problem too is if you're just trying to make the content here, right? This is like the other problem, right? If let's say your entire game, your entire purpose is just combat oriented, but you don't have a big PvP scene, right? And like PvP isn't the main reason why you're playing the game, right? Well, think about how difficult it is to go design new content, right? Like, think about it. Let's say you're an MMO, right? And you're trying to design the content, right? How long does it take for you to design new enemies, new bosses, new raids, new dungeons, and do it regularly, right? Especially because the players are going to clear the content within a week, maybe less. Like realistically, some of the players will they might even clear within a day. In some cases, when you think about it, right? You have to try to get the people to play for a different reason, right? Because if they realize the grind isn't worth it, and in some cases, in some of these, you can just pay to skip the grind anyways, because the reality is your time is more valuable than doing the grind. You're technically better off swiping than you are grinding it because of the time factor, because of just how terribly they're designed. This is why they keep failing, because it's just not gonna work. And you can't just keep people, you can't make the content faster or at the same pace players are realistically going to clear the content. It's just not going to work, right? It's just impossible. So they're just in a lose-lose situation. If the best thing they can do, that's the problem with a lot of these live service things. They'd probably be better off as just a regular full-on release. But that's assuming they'd bother to actually finish the product and actually release it as a finished product. I think so. I don't know how the hell they're gonna salvage Blue Protocol, because the entire thing needs a huge rework. Here's the thing as well, Blue Protocol's character customization is shit. Do you know how the Blue Protocol customization shit works, right? You have to gacha for all the character cosmetics. Here's the thing though, the cosmetics gacha is absurdly expensive. Additionally, it's RNG the color you get. And if you don't like the color you get in the gacha, you gotta go back and do it some more until you get the color you want. There was a pity to select the color you wanted, but you'd have to realistically swipe $600 plus to get that cosmetic color you want, right? And it has its character customization is inferior to a lot of other options, right? And ToF also exists where at least when you want to customize the stuff there. But yeah, Blue Protocol's character customization is ass. Yes. You need a gacha for the colors, yes. You would have an item, and it would take up 8+ slots in the gacha pool for every item. You had gachas for mounts and stuff as well. It was ridiculous. And the actual pity to get the item you wanted was basically $600 worth of currency. Right? And not the currency you could grind for in game, no. You had to, it's paid currency for a lot of it. So, yeah. That's the thing with the Blue Protocol character customization. So, even if you wanted to play it as a character customization game, I don't really know about that. That said, I heard about the other, what was it? What happened to this game? When's this thing releasing? I heard about this thing. This one's the dress-up game, right? When's this thing coming? I might try it. But when's this thing coming? I don't think they're gonna hit their goal, though, of 30 mil pre-registrations. But, there's that game. Oh, well, welcome Raiders again on YouTube side. But yeah, welcome Hesitated Cobra and Chaos Demonic Soul. But yeah, let's say you had 3 different shoes and you needed the gacha for each shoe color. Yes, you had to. You had to redo until you got the item you wanted. Either that, or you go to the paid pity of like 600 bucks to then get that one item of the color you wanted. And you had to do that for each individual piece, mind you. It was really, really, really bad. And you would have like there were more than 3 different colors for a lot of the things. I'm doing fine. But yeah. Like, that's the thing with the character customization in Blue Protocol. Right? Like, initially you might think, oh, it looks nice. And then you look in, like, then the reality sits in. And then you realize, oh. And then you just don't want to deal with it anymore. Right? If you wanted to just play it for cosmetics. But yeah, like, again, like, that's just the problem with these games, man. That's just the problem with them.
Build a PC and all of the separate parts and components that might be better than others. But these kids nowadays have access to Fortnite and Call of Duty and Apex Legends on their phones, some of them with cross-platform capability. That allows them to game with their friends as easily as just downloading a free app on their smartphone. You see, one thing that made RuneScape so popular in the early 2000s was its ease of access. Basically, any computer that could access Internet Explorer could go to RuneScape.com and start playing the game. Public libraries' computer sections were always filled with kids playing RuneScape, and then my computer lab at my school every lunch hour was completely packed with kids playing RuneScape. On top of that, the majority of family computers could access RuneScape, and almost everybody had a family.
Yeah, it's an L, man. I see.
Computer. I mean, most of them could probably access World of Warcraft. This is a stark contrast to what we see nowadays. A family computer is almost like a relic of the past.
Yeah,
now everyone
most
has their
people
own
don't
personal
have a
tablet
computer
or
anymore.
laptop. However, even a gaming PC with even relatively cheap components is not something you see in every household. And as time goes on, gaming PC...
Meanwhile, here where I live, I have like multiple, but yeah.
These are becoming more and more of a requirement to play many of your most favorite MMOs. Simply said, PC gaming is an exceptionally expensive hobby, and most families don't have that kind of disposable income required to fund it, especially in today's economy. However, it's much more common for a family to have a joint phone plan where every member gets access to a smartphone, and it gets upgraded every 2 to 3 years, and on top of that, can play nowadays actually quite an impressive amount of games. Even though mobile gaming, in my personal opinion, will never compare to the experience that you can have playing a game on a PC or a console, it's the most popular choice amongst most gamers.
Yeah, you never thought you'll see the day, but only because it EOS. Yeah, you won't see it because it EOS. I did play it for a few days before they banned me on the JP server, so I did get to see how everything was. And like, yeah. I was like, I was just curious to see what would happen, how far I could get. But it is what it is. RIP Blue Protocol.
At the end of the day, the MMORPG is a dying genre in the sense that we don't gain as many new players as we lose.
Yep.
However, to say the genre is dead is extremely short-sighted. MMORPGs have single-handedly the most loyal audience of any other genre.
Yeah, that is true.
It takes a lot for an MMO player to quit their current MMO, and usually they don't quit playing video games or they don't quit playing the MMO genre, they just switch to another MMO. And although we might try out other games here and there, hell, I'm a big fan of FPS games, we generally always come back to MMOs because of the itch, and that proverbial dragon that I mentioned at the beginning of the video is always something worth chasing. To us, those rose-tinted glasses that we have donned for the past 13 years regarding our youth and time playing MMOs have at least retained a small amount of tint in our current time. That allows us to continue our passion. Though we may have been maxed every aspect of every game and we find out the metas of content within its day of release, there's something special about playing an MMO and sharing the experience with so many other like-minded individuals. I hope to see the genre grow more and more in the future. We have plenty of things to look forward to and plenty of things to sink our teeth into. The MMORPG may be a boomer genre, and that's okay because we're all getting older now. We're old as hell. My friends got kids. I got friends who are getting divorced. I have friends that are going bald. But no matter what, we always have our MMOs to go back to. Thanks for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this more essay-style video, please let me know. Leave a like, comment, potentially subscribe. If you really enjoyed the content, there is a link to my Patreon down in the description. But, yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next one. Later.
Okay, what else have we got? We got like a lot of other stuff to look at. But like, that's just the problem with them. It's just never gonna work anymore. Right? It's just not gonna work anymore. But we got a lot of videos here. Ooh, okay. There's a lot of videos here. There's this one, why are most gacha games terrible games? Because they put all the crap in there. They forget about being a game.
Gacha games are good despite being gachas. That is a take I've heard, which means that inherently, due to their genre, gacha games are absolute ass. I mean, there's probably a more angelic way to put it, but yeah, they huff shit. Behind all the smoke and mirrors, daily quests, big titty waifus, and godlike music, they be garbage. Just by being a gacha game, it starts with an inherent disadvantage. It's already starting off to be a bad game, which means the gacha game genre is basically viewed as the goblins of game genres. However, some are able to be good games even though they are gachas, even though they are being held down by their genre. That is what the take means, and honestly, I agree. I do think that many gacha games are worse because of the genre, despite the fact that I play a fair bit of them. Okay, maybe more than a fair bit. I might have an addiction. So what draws the line? What makes a game good in spite of being a gacha, and why are most not at that level to even be considered good games?
You guys been sending me videos to look at.
They don't got hot femboys. Long answer is the rest of this video. So let's try to define what makes a gacha game good, how it can separate itself from the endless sort of bullshit that's dropped weekly. To do this, I'm gonna break down good gacha games, but I can't exactly go over all of them as there's a lot. Which truly begs the question of how the hell is there that many? Like bro, straight up, either billions play gacha games or fucking Jeff Bezos is addicted to them. Because ain't no way all these games are making enough from just us gambling addicted weebs. But the only ones I'll cover are those I frequent on Hentai: Arknights, Olympus Company, Punishing Grey Raven, Genshin Impact, and Fate Grand Order. I'm gonna see what the strengths of these games are, to see how they have so far succeeded and how being a gacha game has either helped that or hurt that. So, Arknights, let's apple pie about it. Now what makes Arknights good? The story is wonderfully written. I can't say every event is...
It's not just being a gacha, because the thing is, even if you remove the gacha, it wouldn't fix a lot of these. Keep in mind, it's also the live service component in general also hurts them. Because here's the thing, you remove the gacha from them, they're still going to have the problems in there. Right? Just because you remove the gacha, it's not going to save them. Like, and fix it. Because a lot of the problems aren't even just gacha exclusive, but just a live service problem. That's like the other reality here. It's not just gacha, but like, it's the live service part too.
Peak writing as stuff like Ideal City exists, but Lingering Echoes was one of the most emotional stories I've ever read. Near Light took a bunch of different characters and plot threads like the Kagan and tied it together into a great story, even though Lemon Shine was kind of shafted in it. Lone Trail so widely loved that even
the ones on Hentai, this guy ain't playing easy.
Writing for Baldur's Gate 3 praised it. And we need not talk about chapters 6 to 8, everyone knows that shit is undeniably peak. Meanwhile, its characters are really fleshed out. The villains like Frostnova Patriot, and even though I completely despise this motherfucker's guts, and Dwayne, are examples of really well-written characters. And when it comes to the operators, there's a shit ton of them, but they have character. I mean, some way more than others. Yeah, bro, it's been years, but 60% of Sutra's character is still fucking ice cream. But my sorrow aside, yes, the characters are well written, and the world building, I mean, fuck, they got an entire world map that literally has an entire history to it. Like geopolitical fucking wars and shit. Bro, they made 3 videos like a goddamn nature documentary just breaking down how the world is and what it's like. You got Victoria getting raw dogged by the Sarkaz, Bolivar having a 3-way war, which let me tell you is a lot less sexy than it sounds. Meanwhile, Ursus is praying for Sonic to unite its falling apart nation, Laterano trying to somehow hold together the shit show that is Terra, and then there's Gaul, which, let me just check some notes. Got gangbanged by Victoria, Ursus, and Lethania and completely fell apart. So yes, for the sake of time, let me just simplify it. The world building in Arknights goes crazy. So it's good in story, lore, and characters. What about the gameplay? Well, gameplay will always remain subjective, but I think it's the best out of defensively. For the sake of time, let me just simplify why. The synergy in units, map design, and how the events constantly change the gameplay, like needing to use operators to show the map in near light, connecting the music and lingering echoes, or committing hit and runs in Ideal City. With every event, the gameplay changes. sometimes for the worse, like with the most recent one. However, there's also interesting side stuff like the roguelike, 4 stages mixed into one with a side of tears added on, and the game mode that makes you use operators to consume other operators.
What?
Like Kirby and gain their
What is this?
stats. Don't ask about it. So yes, the gameplay is great at a baseline.
Kirby does not consume for stats though. That's not how Kirby works. It gets their powers, but only a scuffed portion of them.
And keeps getting updated to make it refreshing. All in all, Arknights has amazing writing which keeps the world interesting while the gameplay is constantly updating to keep it unique. This is where it excels at. So, let's vroom on over to Limbus Company now. The main draw on Bimbus is the writing, and how hot the men are. Straight up top tier is the only term I could really use as a descriptor. Something I've never seen before, which has given me a wide array of emotions. I never thought I could feel that certain way until Limbus Company came in with its amazing cast of men.
Okay.
Let's talk about the story now. So Limbus Company takes very important and very human problems and explores them within its story. Like how ToFLive is a story about one's meaning in life. Limbus Company is taking its cast of 13 sinners and showing their development, showing how they've changed within the story or how they are going to change. And to do that, it goes through very relatable topics, like how Canto 4 is a story about getting over depression. It takes these very personal topics and goes through them with the most extreme settings, like fighting a gigantic fucking whale that is bigger than Hoyo versus very obvious favoritism towards Honkai over Genshin. So yes, the setting is great and already has a shit ton of lore for it due to the prior games Project Moon has made. So the plot and world building is leagues above many other stories I've read. Gameplay wise, you can debate it heavily. I swear to God, there's more breakdowns on Limbus Company's gameplay and why it's either ass or good than there is boring, bland video essays that have as much personality as a used condom. That is to say,
What?
I've seen a lot of debate on if Limbus's gameplay is trash or if
Why
it's
the
amazing.
fuck would you
So in
talk
my
about a
opinion, its
used
gameplay is
condom?
really fun, but it does tend to either be easy to
The
sell to
fuck?
auto, or in hard battles, RNG can fuck you like you're an innocent person in a Shindo novel. The beginning of battles is very RNG dependent, and later within the battle, more strategy can take hold with RNG having a more minimal, but noticeable hold on bullshit. And endgame content like Refraction Railway, a
Why
mode in
most
which you need
gacha
to get
games
your
are
account to be
terrible
as low as
games?
possible, naturally feeds into getting lucky for an optimal score. So I'd say the gameplay has a great foundation and lots of potential, but it's yet to fully realize that, as the endgame content doesn't fully play off the strengths of the gameplay, like Mirror Dungeons having a ton of non-focused battles or Refraction Railway being RNG based. So what Limbus Company does well is story and world building. Players are actively fiending for more story updates. It's easily the main reason people play the game. Whilst the gameplay isn't bad, but it ain't anywhere near equal to the story. However, seeing how modes like Mirror Dungeon and Refraction Railway get updated is something I always look forward to. So with that being said, let's bark on over to Punishing Grey Raven now. So Punishing Grey Raven is an action RPG gacha game. The strengths are simple: Vera, the goth mommy, Vera with a ponytail, the mid-drift warrior, and yes, you've guessed it, this beefcake of a man. So the gameplay is pretty hard to describe in a short amount of time. So just imagine the core gameplay is like you injected cocaine into your bloodstream.
I guess that's one way to describe it.
And from there, take all the characters in the game, give them really interesting abilities
Live service is alright, Gacha live service is the problem. Understandable.
to where they all play noticeably different patterns, sprinkle on some of Honkai Impact's gameplay, and then you got Punishing Grey Raven. I go over it more in my review of the game.
Yeah, the game is not a used condom. You object. You feel uncomfortable with that comment. Your Honor, can I have a comment stricken for the record? Okay then.
But long story short, it's fun as hell. The gameplay is incredibly rewarding to master. This shit makes you feel like a Chad. It makes you feel like the character you are playing. Which means yes, if you play it, you can feel like you are a 21-year-old furry. And with that descriptor, I've either made you all hate PGR or love it. There is no in between.
21-year-old furry, what? I'm pretty sure 21 is not 21. But sure.
So when it comes to the story, it's similar to Arknights and how it looks to build the world, but it focuses more on building its core cast of characters in the story as opposed to really fleshing out the world at large. You of course still have some detailing the world, but the driving force of the story is the characters and it wants to explore them as much as possible. I mean shit, they got like fucking 3 or more alter forms of the notable characters in the game. They want you to love these characters and see how they grow, and honestly, they succeed in that. Which is why the strength of it lies in getting new characters to try out in gameplay, as they are basically assured to play in their own unique way, different from the last. past. And when you get a new character, they have changed story-wise. If it's a new alternate form, then you can be assured they acquired some new form of trauma like a fucking gym badge. The main reason to play PGR is to get the new characters and enjoy their gameplay. And from there, you read the new story and come to love the character. That's the easiest way to simplify what makes PGR good. So with that being said, let's horny post on over to Genshin Impact. So Genshin Impact is, I mean, come on dog, you already know what the hell it is. Open world game, flashy animations, bobblehead characters with faces that look like this, that also has a character whose eyes look devoid of life. Like you're staring into the abyss itself, like you're just staring face to face with the patron deity of death and destruction, the bringer of chaos and... What the hell was I talking about? Oh yeah.
That's a lot of them, and they still suck at it.
It ain't gay if it's for Venti. So Genshin Impact is the most known gacha game by far. And it was able to become that popular because of, well, it's really hard to pin down why in particular it got popular. But the greatest strength is by far the open world. Having all these different and interesting locations to explore is really damn fun. Straight up, I've spent hours just talking with friends as I've gone through the world and explored shit. Now, I'ma keep it 100. I know for a damn fact that exploration was due to my desire to get rolls. You may call me a slave to the gacha, but...
That is exactly why people are doing it. You take them out of that, nobody's gonna do it. Remove the primo gems from it, nobody's gonna do it. Right? Imagine if they took it away. Right? Imagine if they just didn't put it there.
Those two fucking primos is funding that will go towards making Hu Tao a god. And to me, that shit is...
2? Only 2? Man, that's 1/80th of a pull. You just gotta do it 79 more times, and then you can do one more pull. They got even worse. I thought they only went as low as 5, but no. That one has only 2? Only 2? God, then they only get worse.
It's worth it. Now, the open world is, for the most part, enjoyable to go through.
Especially when you consider their time spent. It is not worth it.
Say for the most part, as some locations are new methods of torture. And in addition to the open world, you got a big cast of characters to use, with some having amazing writing while still others are kind of just there. Though I'd say, at a bare minimum, the characters in Genshin Impact are enjoyable. They either got good writing or are just fun characters. There isn't any I hate, except for Chi-Chi, but...
There's a bunch that I hate. Yeah. Toph and Ezreal the only ones that stick, pretty much.
But that's cause that asshole stopped me from getting Hu Tao. But I mean, I did get some use out of her. You know, she makes a really good tank. Now when it comes to the story, I'm kind of 50-50. Most things before Sumeru are kind of just run-of-the-mill alright stories. Like, Liyue and Mondstadt work as...
Don't say Inazuma's alright. Inazuma was awful. But so was Sumeru.
Plots, but it's not something I'm really insane about. Whilst Inazuma felt like Hoyo was forced to speedrun the story, but Sumeru is a damn good plot, and from what I heard, apparently Fontaine is even better than that.
Fontaine is ass, Sumeru is ass. Fuck those things. No. I hated Sumeru, man. Sumeru was pure pain.
Though to me, the lore of Genshin has always been better than the story. Like, on one hand, yes, it's nice seeing Venti with the most shit-eating grin on his face. But on the other hand, I kinda really want to see the Archon's Fortnite Battle Royale that shit. But to me, Genshin's strength lies in its characters, exploration, lore, and story. You get a new region, and immediately you got a shit ton of stuff to explore. New lore being dropped about how a bunch of cool-ass shit is happening.
You got this stuff to explore, but it doesn't really feel like you really want to explore it.
5,000 years in the past, that is. But there's a ton of new characters who you've seen late 10 months prior that you get to see interact in the story. The story that then builds upon that region and adds to the world building of the game. That is where Genshin Impact excels at. Now, gameplay is its entirely own thing that I'm not covering in this video unless it becomes an hour long. Yeah, long story short on that front, you know, some people love it, others don't. So Genshin's strengths detailed, let's Owashija on over to Fate Grand Order. Now, when it comes to Fate, this is difficult. As with all the games prior, I was able to say how it succeeded within a couple of different areas, such as having amazing and different gameplay, but for Fate, dog, I'ma keep it 100, the gameplay is ass. And I don't say this from a place of malice, at this point I'm basically a fucking Fate streamer, right? I say this because, yeah, when it comes to the gameplay, I would not play the game solely for it. It really just boils down to, do you think you can kill this wave with this NP? Then do it, loop it for the next 2, and eventually the battle will be over. Sometimes boss fights are genuinely enjoyable, but for the most part it's a very run-of-the-mill turn-based combat system.
Okay.
And hell, it's not really redeemable when it comes to many other aspects. Like, there's not a lot of quality of life.
I don't know anything about the
There isn't
fate
even
stuff,
a
so
goddamn
whatever.
auto in the game. Players deadass had to make a program that can scan what is on your screen and from there properly auto the game for you.
Damn.
And the gacha system is absolute ass, bro. A deadass takes 300 pulls to guarantee a 5-star unit, and it's a 1% chance for them to get rolled. So all in all, I'ma say it, FGO is ass. It fails in many different areas to the point where it's really hard to recommend people to get into it. Hell, my server tried to warn me of it like the plague because them motherfuckers play it daily. So with it failing in many different areas, why is it still one of the most...
The first 2 is the best story, everything afterwards is blind, yeah. We're still fighting the Vtuber and we destroy their leader and their hideouts. I know, it's just dumb, man. At the same time, the first region in Genshin was probably where they actually had something there. Right? Because at least you had the start of a story, at least, around the Devolin thing. It was causing these problems. You went through, you went through all the little temple thingies, whatever. The 4 of them, or what I think it was. The 3 or 4 of them, right? You go cleared out the stuff there, you stop the storm thing, and then you actually go up and you kill the, well, you didn't kill it, but you fight the Valen at the end. Like, at least it felt like you had a complete story arc there. And you actually went through and you actually resolved whatever was there. You didn't fully finish what you were trying to do, but it felt the most complete. And at least, like, the most structured there. Yeah, it wasn't as bloated with crazy-ass lore as the others. But from a game perspective, that's kind of where Genshin was its best. And then after you went into Leeway, everything started to go downhill. That's where everything goes downhill. That's where it all goes downhill.
Most successful gachas. Hell, why is it debatably the most successful gacha? Well, that's because of one reason, the story. And also the IP is just that strong, but yeah, mainly the story. Fate has an incredibly long-running story that has some of the best writing out there. Straight up, chapters in Fate are basically like a fucking novel. Hell, they double the word count of one. Fate has a shit ton of flaws, but it is able to survive because it has one of the best stories out there, which continues to grow with every new update. And then it makes you love all the characters as well. Like, I'm yet to get to Lost Belt 6, but people have told me over and over that when I read it, I will love this smug-ass fairy. At this point, them motherfuckers are seeming like a cult. But, yeah, I also kind of understand it. I was playing through Babylonia and actively trying to hate Erish, and fuck...
Yeah, the character lore is saving them, not the story. And what happens when you don't care about either? Well, rip. Right, what happens when you don't care about either? I mean, that's not the only thing. Being repetitive as hell isn't the only problem. Right? There's a lot of smaller issues that add up. And it's not just being the repetitive part.
Fuck, was that shit difficult to do? The writing made me take back most of the shit talking I was doing, which is hard as hell to do because I shit talk a lot. So the characters and story make this game stay.
Arcane is grind and FOMO-fest. Project Moon Games is RNG, hell. BJR is way too dank. FGO is pure hell in general. Hoyo Games is Hoyo Games and many more. Unlimited Blade Works. Now, you need to have the one from, what's it called again? Why Unlimited Blade Works? What about the other one from what was it, the Cage of Anime? They had instead of Gate of Babylon, they had the Gate of Bouillon. And you just saw, instead of a bunch of blades coming out of the thing, you had a bunch of asses. You can look that up. If I pull it up though, it's gonna get, the YouTube thing's gonna get content ID'd. But like, you can look it up. There is... Right, you know what it is though, right? You know what it is. That shit was funny. Sad that, like, the guy who made the writer of the manga got death threats and shit. He eventually EOS and axed the manga because people were going after him. I don't get it. It's just fiction, and it was pretty funny. You know, I'm kind of curious. Maybe one day I'll try to read it. I'll try to read it, the manga. But yeah, you know, it's just funny. It's such a bizarre premise for a sports thing. But like, it's just the absurdity that made it entertaining. The absurdity. And they really knew how to show off the assets. Right? They knew about how to show off their assets, at least.
Alive, which is the strength of it. And you may have noticed a theme with me going over the strengths of these games. All of them succeeded due to having something they can build on. The story of all these games is a huge strength, some less than others. As I know for a damn fact, a lot of people play Genshin just so they could see Mommy Miku do that little fucking smile in her alt. And for Arknights, I know a lot of people just don't read the story as it's fucking bloated at times. Whilst for FGO, if you ain't reading the story, the fuck else you playing the game for? But with these stories being good, it creates a live service game that has an evolving world which people want to see what will happen next.
But at the same time, you don't need to be a live service game to do that. I mean, Falcom has proved that. And Trails has literally been going on for 20 years now. Right? They've been continuing Trails for 20 years. They've proven that you don't need to be a live service to do it.
For Arknights, people are interested to see how Rhodes is going to deal with the Sarkos who are throwing fucking night raves in Victoria. For Limbus, people wish to see how the Sinners will develop and if Virgilius will stop being a fucking fraud. Whilst PGR players are reading the next chapter in the story to just find out which character's turn it is to get tortured in the story. I mean, whenever you hear someone say the units in PGR have a lot of character, just remember the simple phrase, suffering builds character. Because that shit is way too true for PGR. And the gameplay is also something the live service mode can build on. Like PGR getting more interesting characters, Arknights getting new game modes, Limbus trying to make the Mirror Dungeon Slave Farm actually enjoyable, and they're kinda succeeding. The Fate trying to undo the CBT nature of their combat system with new additions, and it's up to your interpretation to figure out which CBT I'm talking about. And Genshin isn't really looking to change up their gameplay as they don't really make new endgame content. But they keep the gameplay fun by giving players new areas to explore, or making really unique events that stray away from the basic, oh, just kill this group of enemies. Like, it was fun as shit to play Prop Hunt in this game, deadass, it was one of the better experiences I've had with Prop Hunt. Or taking in some code online to then put into the game so I could play a user-uploaded beat map. Genshin's various events are a way to keep the game feeling fresh. So that's the strength of a gacha game, being in live service and having new story beats, new gameplay modes, or more to explore and fuck around with. All of this makes it so the games give players new shit to do or continue what the players love, like giving more world building or character development. The driving force behind a successful gacha game is its live service nature, being able to give players new content that they love. And of course the thing that trumps all these points and actually keeps the games alive, introducing new waifus. I mean, let's be honest, you and me know this shit. These sides are keeping the servers pumping, let's be real. But on that point, I want to talk about one thing. Would these games survive without being a gacha? If, for all of these games, you instead paid for them and subsequently any updates, would you actually play them? I mean, the answer is definitely per person, but let me just run through my thoughts. So, if Genshin was, let's say, $40 on release, and then every new region costs about $10 to $20, would you actually buy it? This is of course ignoring how it would sell on phones as, let's be real, who the fuck is spending above $20 in the App Store so they can play a mobile game? I think if you did that, someone from Google would drive to your house, remember they have your address on file, and then fucking shoot you. As no human would do that shit, spending above $20 to play a mobile game is some skinwalker behavior. They'd shoot you out of concern for the world. So let's just imagine all these games are on console/PC to where buying them and subsequent DLC is considered normal. So in the case of Genshin, I can see myself spending $20 for a region. If that region came with all the Archon quests in it and all the characters that would have been released in that region. Like if you bought Sumeru, you'd get Nilou, Wander, the Cabbage Child, and then you'd try your best to delete Dehi off your account. But I can see myself paying for that. It would be worth it. Granted, some shit like Inazuma, I don't fully know if I would. But spending that amount for Sumeru or Fontaine is definitely worth the price in my opinion. But that doesn't really work for, let's say, Arknights. When it comes to Arknights, I doubt many people would spend $10 on a DLC for one of the events, as in some of them, the amount of gameplay you get is not really worth that price. I mean shit, that means 6 events would cost the same amount as Modern Warfare 3.
Just combine all of them at once, and then have it less.
Okay, never mind. The events are way better. That shit's worth the price. But for
if it came with the characters and the quests in the region, then probably. Yeah, it would. And you would also just not have to deal with the live service component, right? You would remove the live service component, And if you just had it on your device, you ran the thing locally, you could probably then just do whatever you want with it to fix the other problems. Right? Like, people have been playing Skyrim for, like, years. For, like, when did Skyrim come out again? Like, since it first came out. People would buy a broken game and then fix it with mods. And they've been doing that for years. If you could, like, actually do that, you know, I could see people justifying it very easily. Right? But, like, yeah. 11, 11, 11, yeah, like, man, like, it's what, 13 years? Right? 13 years or so? You know? Like, yeah. If they did it like that, then sure. Because then at least, if the thing sucks, I could, like, if I'm just running it locally anyways, because it's what, it's like, fine. If it's too slow, I'll just put a speed hack in and speed it up or whatever. You know, if I don't like the thing there, you could probably modify in your own skip button or whatnot. But that's if it was just, like, released as a regular thing. Sadly, though, that's not what's going on. The thing is, it's even worse for UA because, like, the live service component and stuff like that drags that down even further.
Dark Knights, I can see a subscription-based model working. Paying $3 to $5 a month would be reasonable for the amount of gameplay I would get. And again, that is assuming that all gacha shit is thrown out the window and we just get the units via gameplay or something. That would be a fair, reasonable subscription price. And I mean, shit, one gacha game already does that, Limbus Company. Well, it's not exactly one-to-one, but it's really damn similar. So every new season has a battle pass which you can buy for $11. From there you get a fuck ton of crates that give you shards which you can then use to exchange for units, without having to roll, at all. There is a limited banner system that got introduced recently, but whenever a new limited banner happens, there's like 4 in a year, you can shard all the prior banners as units for free. You can still get those crates for free, but it's 3 times quicker to get them if you get the battle pass. Which means that Limbus is pretty close to being a subscription-based game. If anything, it would be more accurate to say it's a free game that has a premium where if you spend $11, you can get everything in that season by just playing the game and maybe needing to grind a bit. But no or very little gacha is needed. And if you don't get the pass, then you can still get everyone, but you'll need to grind more. The hell of a lot more, honestly. But that's a topic for a different video. Though that model works really well for the game. It is really close to a gacha game that has gotten rid of the gacha in favor for a more DLC styled approach. I think it would be really cool to see more gacha games take this approach to monetization. Make the game free, but if you pay X amount for a season...
I mean, technically speaking, King's Raid did that way back in the day. But then they went EOS because they spent all their money to make a stupid anime that was really, really bad. It cost them so much money. They paid to even try to get a season 2 of their, like, I think it was like 24 episode run because they wanted to go further. And then they went under, and then some other investment thingy bought their IP, and their shit like got rammed into the ground. But like it was like before all the damage happened, it was basically a gacha where you didn't have to gacha because the characters were already like guaranteed. You would just grab them, and instead you would gacha for their items. But there was a way to play the game and just never have to do the gacha at all. If you've ever seen how that thing worked. Yeah, they're basically dead.
Then you can reasonably get most shit in it without needing to gamble. I think that would be great. I also think that shit is never fucking happening. Let's keep it real. Some banners on their own make more money than a season pass would.
They actually, I mean, in some cases, yes. They kinda do. But this is not the correct way to look at it, though. Because, yeah, that is the problem there. Some banners, if you're just selling, like, the bare minimum amount of stuff, they definitely do make way more money. But, yeah. Right? But it also just depends on what you're putting out. Right? And, like, the whole cost of everything. It really just depends.
The model is lucrative. Why else do you see so many companies making gacha games? It's because gambling equals money. You take that away, these games do become better, but they make a lot less. Though yes, having gachas...
Sometimes they make a lot less. Sometimes. Sometimes. It really depends. Because it doesn't always work that way. It doesn't always work that way. It's only a sometimes. It's only a sometimes. Because if you made something on a low budget, and you can sell it at a high enough price, and you get enough sales that way as like a one-time purchase, you can sometimes get way more that way. Alright, and you can generally get your money back faster. But it doesn't always work out that way.
Be free to play, and making it so if someone spends $10 they get all the characters within a season would be great for the people who play the games. But due to getting paid less for that business model, we can see why motherfuckers ain't ever gonna do it, even though it would make the games better. Except for maybe PGR. Because with PGR you're able to get like 95% of the future characters for free. As long as you play the game, it'll give you enough to get them. So that's one where I wouldn't want to pay to then get all the characters, as I can already do that shit for free. But if it was made so a pass can give you all of them at SSS with their signature weapon, then I can see myself getting that, as it will make the combat more fun. But again, even though it would be great, it's not gonna happen as the current gacha model is way more lucrative. Which then brings me to my final point in the title of the video. Gacha games are good despite being gachas. Let's talk about how being a gacha makes these games worse, how it holds them back. And outright, I was gonna say grind is a big one, as a ton of gacha games basically feel like a fucking coal mining simulator, in which you spend hours getting cards for your operators to then eat, apparently. However, I would like to view the flaws present within a gacha game under the idea that all of these games I'm talking about have been turned into a live service without any gacha. So stuff like grind would still exist, as a live service model needs something like that to keep players engaged in playing the game. I mean,
they don't need one, but a lot of them bank on one.
Fuck, look at Destiny. Yeah, the grind in that is way more than any other gacha game. Though
technically, they don't need one. Right? Like, you know, you go play Fortnite. You're not really grinding, you're just going in and playing a battle royale. You go play Apex, same thing. You go play League of Legends. The only thing you're grinding for is trying to, like, win for ranking and whatever. Right? When you play those PvP games, you're not really grinding per se. You're just playing the thing constantly. You kind of just need to figure out how to get players to play the thing for a different reason. And then you don't need to have the grind at all.
So if the games didn't make you grind for rolls, then I can imagine some annoying stuff being easier to ignore. For example, if you didn't need to grind for rolls in Genshin, then it'd be easier for players who don't like Spiral Abyss to just ignore it. So
I mean, Spiral Abyss is just bad for your time anyways.
So making a live service with no rolling can make some aspects of the game more bearable, but overall they'd still be grinding games. But a big flaw is having units locked behind gambling. It gives you less gameplay options, sucks for new players, and is hell for collectors. It feels infinitely better to unlock characters via gameplay. Another problem would be power creep. If players didn't have to spend directly for a unit, developers can fuck around a lot more with characters as kits, instead of having the fear that making a unit ass would hurt the quarterly profit, as making a fun unit would be a great incentive for players to try and get them. But in a gacha game, whenever I ask about a character and the only response I hear is, "Oh, they're fun," and nothing else, your boy knows they are absolutely cheeks. And because of this, not many people give a damn about the unit or care to roll for them. I mean shit, look at Dehya. A beloved character, great design, great story, people were really hyped for her. Then it was revealed just how ass she was, and a ton of people lost interest in her. Because on one hand, she's a beloved character, but on the other, if players aren't going to use her, then not many wish to spend about 180 pulls to guarantee her. So there is monetary incentive behind making a character strong, especially stronger than the last. Another flaw of the genre is the bullshit they use to make players log in daily and constantly play.
Okay, so I was right, it was 60 a day. I forgot what the number was because I just don't even want to look. But like, it's not worth your time. If you start to value your time, this is not worth your time. It is not. it is not worth your time. Right? 60 primo gems a day. If your time is worth, let's say, $20 an hour, right? Think about it. If this takes you like 15 minutes to 30 minutes a day, right? Or even 10 minutes a day, this is not worth your time. Let's say you can speedrun all of this in 10 minutes every day. How much of your time have you, if you turn your time into a dollar amount, how much have you lost? Or how much have you spent? Right? Like, this is the problem when you play these things like that. Right? We can do the math again. You do 10 minutes a day for 30 days. Okay, we spent 300 minutes. Divide that by 60, and now you've spent 5 hours. Right? If your time is $20 an hour, that's $100. Right? Okay, so how much are you getting for your $100? You're getting 60 primo gems times 30. You're only getting 1,800 primo gems. If you went and swiped $100, you'll get 80 primo gems. Right? That's the reality of the situation with these. They're like so bad when they take super long to complete. Right? You get so little once you put everything into perspective. It is really, really bad. It's not enough. It's like, if you're going to barely give people resources like this, change it from dailies to weeklies, and just let people just do it all out all at once. Because this is not worth your time. This really, really, really is not worth your time. That's just the reality. That is just the reality. It is not worth your time at all. If all you care about is getting these primo gems at the end, it is not worth it. It really is not worth it. Because it's not enough. They would have to multiply this by 5 for it to actually be worth your time. If your time was worth $20 an hour. They would have to 4 to 5x these rewards to make it worth your time. Because of just how much time you spent on this. You can't pick a region either still? I thought you could. I don't remember. But I thought you could before. I thought they implemented a thing that let you do that. But like, either way, it's still just not worth your time. That said, if you wanted the fastest one, I'm pretty sure, I think it was it Mondstadt that was still the fastest? Or was it Inazuma that was the fastest? Either way, it's just not worth your time. It's just not.
The game, like daily quest giving roles. I mean, stuff like that exists just to keep players addicted to playing the game. This still does exist in non-gacha games, but it's much easier to ignore some materials than it is to ignore something that can make the game more fun. A big thing though is a disconnect between gameplay and story. You can go through a gacha story, have a character become best buds with you, but to actually use them in the game, you need to walk to the nearest grindstone and sharpen up that credit card, cause bitch, you gonna be swiping that. So some gachas have a good connection between gameplay and narrative, like getting Bedivere as a heroic spirit after Camelot and FGO. But others like Arknights can have a whole event where it talks about a unit going to join Rhodes Island, and to actually get them, you need to create a catalyst in which you play German music with a
Oh yeah, you gotta go swipe.
goat noises over it to hopefully roll that unit. Even though story-wise, they should be available from gameplay. And if we imagine that some of these games are just turned into a full release, pay $60 and get the entire story, no wait for updates needed, then even more flaws can be taken away. Like the grind, stamina systems, pacing, FOMO, spending.
Yeah, you could remove all of that.
Spending $40 for a costume that should be earnable via gameplay. These flaws usually come with live service games, and gachas are no different. However, above all, the main flaw is simply, as a gacha, you need to gamble. That is the biggest problem. I've done a fair bit of reviews, and I usually get comments by people saying there's no way I would ever play a gacha game. They are all ass in my opinion. Which is 100% understandable. It makes perfect sense to not want to gamble. Also makes perfect sense to not want to play a game for whatever reason. It's your time. Use it how you want. If you view it as predatory and would like to ignore it, then feel free to. And that's honestly a big thing right there. It's hard to recommend a game where the primary way to get units is by gambling. I can sit here and say how the stories in each of them are amazing or how the gameplay is some of the best I've seen, but the simple fact of needing to gamble to get characters who make it fun is stupid. These games would be better if they weren't a gacha. If some way was found to fund the game and make it so you only need to actually play the game to get all the characters, then that would be amazing. Gameplay would be varied as all hell, developers wouldn't get told to make overpowered units for the sake of sales, players wouldn't feel the need to log in daily for gameplay incentive, there would be less disconnect between plot and gameplay, and the games would be easier to recommend. Being a gacha does actively hurt it. I mean, all the popular ones are just great games on their own. That's why I went over their strengths. The gameplay in Arknights is one of the best tower defenses out there. Limbus Company's story doesn't have the most chapters to it yet, but has already hit harder than many other stories I've read. Hell, it has a better story than some visual novels I've played. That's how good it is. PGR ain't no Devil May Cry, but at times, fuck, it gets kinda close. It's like 75% DMC, which is the greatest compliment you can give an action game. Genshin's world is enjoyable to go through, and every new region makes the world—
I don't know about enjoyable. I wouldn't say enjoyable.
feel more
I don't know
alive,
about
whilst
that.
Fate continues to have some of the best writing known to man to help distract away from all
Oh,
the
this was
other
8
fucking
months ago,
disasters
damn.
of it. Yeah, point is, these games have factors that make them amazing. At times better than other games they're competing with, like how PGR is one of the better action games I've ever played. But if they were not that good, they wouldn't survive, or wouldn't be anywhere near as popular as they are. Yeah, I mean, fuck, who would want to play a game where you need to gamble in it? Well, unfortunately, a fair bit of people would. But what I'm trying to say is that most popular gachas have a reason behind their success. They have something that redeems it. Many of them need to be better than their full-price competitors. To have a good or successful gacha, you need to make an amazing game. Some aspect has to be godlike. Some games it's an amazing story, others—
I mean, success, calling something successful is debatable there, because the reality is, your goal as a business is to make a profit. Just because you have a large player base and big number coming in, doesn't mean you actually made a profit, though.
it's great gameplay
So it really depends on your conditions and situation.
and some just need fat titties. Yep, long story short, the popular gacha games are great at their core, but are held down by all the bullshit that comes with their genre. If they weren't gachas, then they'd be considerably better games. Imagine Genshin having all regions out on release, and to get the characters you simply had to play their quests or unlock them via the story. To get Ayaka, you have to finish Inazuma. To get Hu Tao, you need to go to Wu Wang Hill and figure out what shit they be smoking up there that's making them see ghosts. To get Zhao, you scientifically devise a way to make people get taller, which then makes them praise you like a god. And to get Chi-Chi, you don't. What if in Arknights you were able to go through all events when you wanted? So instead of reading Mario Knurl and waiting more than a year for the continuation of that story, you can just read it immediately afterwards. We also wouldn't have stories that feel pointless, like how Mansfield Break was kinda just there until we learned more about Columbia. I mean, even with knowing more about Columbia, that shit kinda still feels unimportant. And what if in PGR we got the new unit when we progress to that story? Like getting Vera Garnett when we reach the last spark. It would make the power creep feel more natural as it just leads to the progression of the game. So yes, being a gacha makes games worse. The popular ones are able to excel as at their core they have something that is much better than many of their competitors. But they would be better games without being a gacha, despite them already being great games. And that's why I think gachas are inherently bad games. They start off shit because of the genre, cause deadass, who would play a game where you gamble for gameplay with no redeeming aspects to it? Then they cook somewhere like PGR's gameplay, Limbus' story, Genshin's world, and come to be good games. That's why I agree that gacha games are good despite being gachas. So, that's it for the video. The gacha glazer is finally breaking free of his chains. Nah, I'm just joking, I like talking shit too much to be a glazer. Though make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. If you don't, I'll subject you to playing Tower Fantasy for a year.
Oh, I already do that though. Wait, no, that's been 2 years and a bit. Right. But the guy probably doesn't know shit anyways. So we'll just leave that as that. Yeah, we can obviously see he doesn't. He obviously doesn't. Right? He did it, he tried at the very beginning and then that's it. When it launched 2 years ago. And that's all they know. Okay, cool. Let's see. Next one. We got more stuff to look at. Alright. Well done, trash. Is the thumbnail on this one.
But the game I was playing this week for a bit was Weathering Waves.
Okay.
And holy smokes, like it's a very similar to Genshin Impact. And it's a game that I'm kind of torn up because at the same time it's like the experience itself is fairly pleasant.
Got control of the machine. The machine, you mean the media, yep.
At the same time, it is
We shouldn't stay here.
super fucking boring.
It is really.
Like in terms of gameplay, it is awful.
Yep.
Like there's just parts of the game that are just so bad.
It is.
But at the same time, it's
especially the story stuff.
very pleasant to play. Like
I
I
wouldn't
liked
say
playing
pleasant.
Genshin Impact. I played it quite a bit. But like when you look at the game like from an objective perspective,
Yep.
if you ignore the sort of pleasantness of it, and if you just want to sort of relax and click and maybe watch stuff. I mean, if you just look, this is a tutorial. So you start out, here's like what I start the game at like 0. And then here's some chatting. Let's see, how long does this initial sequence take? It's like 5 minutes. Then you get to walk. And then like attack a few things.
Yeah.
Let's see if I... Joe, here's how you jump. Here's how you jump. And then they just talking constantly about here's what the world's like. And like, here's how you use a heavy attack. Here you go. Click the button. The right and the left button.
Too much. They're putting too much like this.
Really intense clicking right here.
Yeah, really intense.
And I honestly don't think the gameplay isn't too bad, but it's literally just clicking. There is some skill in as you get into the game, but the entire game is sort of revolving around trying to get you into it at first, and then getting you to spend money. I hate the I love the character designs. Like Yang, super cute. I don't like the English voice actor for it.
Super
boring.
the voice actors.
Hey, Deborah, how's it going?
Awful.
Jinjo, here's some more talking. More talking.
Don't forget to check the comments.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
The dude fails the tutorial. Here's how you jump. Slow climb. Yeah, I explained. But he's not wrong. I'm gonna just download that guy. Never do something like this again? Nah. You already contradicted saying the gameplay is awful but seemed pleasant. I mean, you could send me a lot of games. RPG gacha games, sure. Sorry, the game doesn't have mints for you to pick. It does, though. What is he talking about? It does. Usually, but some tutorials are not this. It depends on how they have it there. Given a masterclass in rage baiting, Wuthering Waves, mic reverb, just play God of War, Zen Zone 0, no combat. Yeah, but play Genshin and enjoyed it. You know what? I should just make a review video then. I need to find time, cook a review video, put it out. We can bait people. Because like we already know, I'm not gonna give it a positive review. Did your brain melt from Genshin? To be funny, and the reality is it's like the hook at the end is like, no, I hate Genshin too. they want a Genshin review, I'll give them that too. And then they come in heavy. Yeah, why not get them to hate me? We might as well get the hate watchers. Yeah, right? We should like actually try to farm them. And then like we can lead up to it too. Make videos on NTE on what we'd like to see from TGS. I'd have to like sit down and really like make some notes, make a script, and try to get that put out and edited. And then like just dump them out. Pump out the content regularly like that. It'd be fun to like bait them and bring them across. Alright? Would be fun.
Wow, look, here you fight a big guy. Click on him. Super great effects. I mean, the game is beautiful.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I like the sort of anime type of aesthetics. It has more of a sci-fi kind of vibe, sci-fi fantasy type of vibe to it than Genshin, which is more just pure fantasy.
Let me be your blade.
The voices are just so
Let me
bad.
be your blade. I hate the English voice
Let
acting.
me be
And then
your
like the cute
blade.
characters, cute anime girls all over the place.
It's
Getting
just
more
like,
talking.
what?
And here's more talking. 15 minutes into it, we're still... All I've done so far is click on a few characters and fought some guys where they tell you how to like right click and left click. And then we finally get into a boss style fight.
Yeah.
Speeding up. Speeding up.
He's walking
yes.
nicely towards me.
The freaking, yeah.
And left shift to dodge.
Yeah.
You can lock the camera too.
The camera lock doesn't even work properly.
Let's play God of War. I actually haven't played God of War, but I've never really owned a PlayStation. So here's what you're just... They do have a counter system, which is kind of neat. Where, then a stagger bar where you can like stagger a guy and then do a bunch of damage. But what I noticed for these bosses that they have, and this is really one of the big problems with like Genshin Impact and games like this, is they rely so much on weapon stats and improving your FPS, because they basically have these FPS gates in the game, which relies on you to upgrade your stuff, because everything's about grinding and upgrading, and in order to do that more efficiently, of course, you have to shell out some cash. Get into the gacha system.
Yeah.
Get your gacha weapons to do more damage. So if you don't, well, enjoy fighting stuff for hours on end. Enjoy like a 20-minute fight with these bosses. I don't think a cute character. I love the characters and the style of it. It's like it's well done in that respect, but like 30 minutes in, and I'm still it's still a tutorial.
Oh no, it gets worse.
Talking. Oh, you teach one guy. Here's how to use the echoes. Again, this is more tutorial. And then you get into the town. 40 minutes in, I'm actually in the first town, and then at this point, it's just following. This again, talking. I think that's when you finally... and then the quests themselves are... They have the typical MMO quests where it's like, go to this point, talk to this person. Go to another point, talk to this person. There's so little in terms of actual gameplay. Actually fighting stuff. And when you do fight stuff, it's mostly grinding. Which, I mean, if you're into that, like... I could definitely see this being appealing to people that just want a sort of laid-back experience.
Except it doesn't really end up that way.
And just sort of, you're done for the day. You want to turn your mind off for an hour or two. Well, hell.
Sadly, it doesn't end up actually being that way.
It won't. Maybe it challenges it a little bit every now and then, but not too much. That is until you get to the end game, at which point there's a lot of systems in there to... I get you to shell out cash in order to succeed. Oh, by the way, hey, Bro Rush, good to see you.
Way back for now.
Good to see you. I didn't say hi. Talk. And then finally, an hour in, I finally decide I'm going to do some of course, gambling. That's the other part that I enjoy about the game is gambling.
Oh yeah, gambling.
You got to do some pulls, guys.
Gotta do them pulls.
There's so little in terms of combat. Like here's a puzzle. Here's a dumb puzzle. The puzzles themselves are so rudimentary. Like look at this. Hold on, let me see if I can scrub to the challenge here. All right, he tries that. Oh, here, see. Can I scrub to this? Oh, here we go. Look at this amazing puzzle you have to solve here.
Oh yeah, it's very amazing.
1,000 IQ to solve this.
Don't forget the one where you have to like, move the things
for Zen Zoneless Zero here. It's 100%. It's a free to play game, Blue Rush. Absolutely, free to play, pay to win.
Yeah.
This is the embodiment. This is the sort of Chinese formula of that. Genshin Impact. I'm sure the Zenzo, the Zero. They're all free to play, pleasant looking, cute girls all over the place, gambling for for characters and weapons. Just this is the epitome of game design, a microtransaction game design. Just Skinner box perfection. And this is the sort of gameplay they have in here. How could you solve such? Honestly, what the heck? This is the busy work they have you doing to make you think you're accomplishing something. There's like a systems where you have to grind again. Whoa, look at you'll never be able to solve this. I assume at some point maybe it gets harder.
No, not really. No.
130
puzzle,
IQ
I know,
right?
right?
Here. Let me show you my
very
IQ
difficult
scores
puzzle
right now. I was able to solve this. The walking, there's so much walking in this game. But I think I covered everything I want to. But just from a gameplay perspective, absolutely terrible.
Yeah.
The combat system's kind of interesting, but you know for a fact that it is designed to get you to spend money.
Yep.
And that your success in the game is totally dependent on the fact that you're willing to shell out cash. There might be some people that can kind of get away with free to play, and there's some people that like enjoy doing that. But they're working, 10 times harder and putting in like double the amount of time into the game to actually do it well. And I think even
maybe do it
I don't know
well.
about this, but I know in Genshin Impact, if you wanted to clear the highest level content, you almost had to pull. And
it wasn't worth it. The rate of return is just not worth it too, because just the huge cost versus the rate
in order
of
to make
return.
it easy, you had to pull. You want the cute girls that you want? Well, you better spend some money. And then I finally start gambling for characters.
Yeah.
But that's it, guys. That's it for the video. Weathering Waves. It's pleasant. It's a pleasant game. Fun in its own way. But
I guess he where does he live? Does it say his country at least? I was wondering if he has those issues too. Where's the about section? It does not have his country here. Never mind then. It's like, you go to my channel, like, does it show my country here? Yeah, here you can see that I'm in Canada, because I put it there. Oh, those links there. I forgot I still have a Ko-Fi there. I never used it. But I made one. I don't know. I don't even remember why.
There's like a flatness to it where you can just tell that it is designed to get you. It's just too smooth. There's degeneracy. Like back when I played like Ragnarok Online.
Yeah, they didn't turn
sort of MMO grinding degeneracy that I enjoyed. But this game just it's almost just too calculated.
It is.
In how it does. The games themselves have just become too slick. And they're kind of missing something in it that I just can't quite describe in words. But you just tell it's just too smooth. It's too good at sort of luring you in and making you spend money. There's like just exclamation points all over the freaking UI. I don't know if I can even bring it. I don't know if I could actually scrub enough to open the UI of the game, but just constantly trying to get you to why the hell is Skype? Get the fuck out of here, Skype. I hate Windows. I don't even want you open. Shoot, I don't My computer's not too good, but I mean, you can even see it in the top right here, top left, where there's these exclamation points on the screen that they want you to click on, and if you click on the button, it gives you the reward. It's really, really manipulative, and I think in the end it hurts the game itself. You can just tell the game itself is designed around those systems.
Well,
and
yeah.
then just a nice looking coat of paint is put on top.
What the hell are these people talking about there? Alright, I guess I should make my own version, but like script it to be a lot better than that one. Because, I don't know why they appreciate. Should we look at this one? Reasons why they're appreciative? I'm not.
So,
but we know why, because I don't have their brain right.
oh, I've played a handful of gacha games before and after Genshin. And you guys, at least for the most part.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you guys saw the thing. But remember when I was like talking about like complaining about the systems before the other day? Apparently I've never played a gacha game before. When I complain about like just how awful the systems are in Lula and Genshin, they're like, I've never played one before. Yeah, I definitely have not.
Know how I feel about them. I'm not the biggest fan of them. Their systems and how a lot of them operate are not exactly my cup of tea.
Yeah.
Before Genshin, I was strictly an open-world MMORPG and fighter game guy. Whether it was a dynamic fighting game or a side-scroller fighting game, I always just stuck with those genres.
Alright.
Well, let me be perfectly honest here. Amongst those games were thousands upon thousands upon thousands of very shitty, long-nighted hours of both Destiny 1 and 2, along with Overwatch soon after. And you know what? It would be disingenuous for me to say that I had shitty nights and hours on Destiny, as when Destiny 1 was still popular back in the day, I enjoyed playing that game all the time, 24/7 with my friends, did everything I possibly could in both games. It's Overwatch that I'm glad that I don't play anymore. I met some amazing people in Overwatch, but
unfortunately,
also
I
met
have
some
played a
really
bunch,
shitty people
and
in
I know
Overwatch,
how
which
they
I'm glad
go
that I
and
don't
work,
really speak to anymore,
and
with the
they
exception of some. I
suck,
do miss some
a lot
to
of
be
them.
honest. I thank God every day I
Really,
don't play
really
Overwatch anymore.
suck.
But amongst those games were tiny gachas that I didn't really care too much about. I'd sign into them and do a daily or two and use the free currency it gave new players to get a character I wanted, and then I would just kind of fuck off and leave. I played these gachas mostly one at a time. I didn't really like investing time and effort into the gachas I played, as I had much bigger, much more fun games to focus on.
Yeah.
I think one of them was some top-down mecha fighter arena gacha game with some scantily clad female pilots or whatever. I think it was called like Steel Journey or Steel Saga,
Iron Saga.
something like that. I don't know, but I think that game was ass, and it still is. But it filled my time for the time being, or whatever. But then something happened. Something horrible happened. COVID hit, and the face of the gacha scene changed. While everything ended up getting worse in the world, gacha games got bigger, better, and much higher quality, which will lead into some pretty serious obsessions over certain games, but we'll get into that later. What's up, guys? My name's Ragashu, and on this channel, I'm going to be talking about gachas and potentially news surrounding gachas. If you like what you see and like what you hear, go ahead and like and subscribe. Anyways, let's go ahead and talk about how Wuthering Waves is a gacha I can really come to appreciate, and I look forward to seeing where it'll end up. Over the years, gacha games have evolved immensely. Like, I'm talking, gacha games went from being Bizarro to Superman real quick. Gacha games were never a big entertainment point in my life years ago. And I didn't even know gacha games existed back when I was first starting off in high school and such. They were so out of the way for me that my ass literally couldn't even conceive that these games were real. I was a Dragon Ball player, a
we got a
4 Dead
bunch
player,
more
a Destiny
videos.
player,
Damn, there's
Mortal
a lot
Kombat,
here.
an Overwatch player. I played a variety
Look at the
of
trash
Korean,
ones after.
Japanese, and Chinese
There's a couple of them.
MMORPGs like the dreaded L Sword and the forever confusing to me when I was a little ass kid Eden Eternal, and I gotta say, man, that game was weird as fuck. But anyways, these games were all games that kept me entertained one way or another. And then, out of the blue, COVID hit, like I said. I was already out of high school at this time, thank God, And I was pretty hyped about the idea of all the responsibility being exhumed by a super disease until I realized how serious it was. I mean, there was bodies stacked on bodies in New York City, to the point they couldn't even fit how many people were dying from it in the morgues. And I was like, damn, they hit my city like that hard? Hope I don't catch that shit and not die. So,
Rip.
I didn't die, but I did eventually catch COVID, but none of that shit matters. What matters is a new game I ended up seeing pop up was going to be released in September. A little game called Genshin Impact. Now, at first, I simply thought this was going to be a new free open world game that was going to be live service with maybe a character creator or something. I don't know. The best example of today's time would be, I thought it was going to be like how Tower of Fantasy ended up. Just without the gacha. Because I didn't know it was a gacha to begin with. I opened it up and by God, I was taken aback by all of its colors and beautiful looking characters, and seeing Jean and Mona, I was like, oh God, I think this game is for me. And then it ended up being mid as hell.
Yeah.
But I still played it though, and actually enjoyed myself whenever I was playing with friends, no matter how bad the multiplayer was in the beginning. I played several gacha on and off, as I mentioned before I played Genshin, and this game kind of blew all of them out of the water. I mean, the world was big, at least bigger than any of the other gachas that I played since they weren't open world. The characters were beautiful, and the story and cutscenes were semi-interesting. I have more fond memories than bad ones with my friends on Genshin Impact, though I was addicted to Genshin to the point where it was kinda crippling, and even spent a few $100s to keep trying to get Jean, in which I didn't get her until 3 years later.
Okay.
After a whole bunch of pain and suffering.
Yeah.
And man, the gacha system was questionable at the time.
Yeah,
Still is
very.
to today, to be honest.
It is.
We'll get more into that into the video. I promise you, this conversation leads into Withering Waves, like right now. So a variety of different games we're trying to emulate the success of the ever-expanding and infinitely successful open-world gacha formula that was Genshin Impact. More and more gacha games were starting to come out, higher and higher quality. Now, obviously, all of these new game announcements that were happening and are great and all, but I started to explore to see if there's any other types of gachas that maybe I could have also enjoyed. So I found a variety of games, but Punishing Gray Raven and Ether Gazer caught my eye the most, and kept
They
my
had
attention.
a Logic Tower
I
Fantasy
love
came
sci-fi
after
action,
Genshin.
but the thing that really
I
held me
think
back
because he
from
was
it
thinking
is I'm a
about.
sucker for open world games.
So
and neither
I
of these
think
games-
what happened was he thought the game was going to be a single player. Was going to be single player, but you can customize the character, play through the game. I think that's what he was thinking of. Right? Maybe that's what he meant. I'm thinking maybe that's what he meant. Maybe? I don't know.
For open world. I don't care what anyone says. I enjoy a good open world game, and even if there ends up being nothing to do sometimes, I'll still enjoy the vibes of the world in general. Now, that's not to say that Punishing Gray Raven not being an open world game is what caused me to stop liking it. There were a variety of other problems that I explained in one of my older videos talking about my issues with Punishing Gray Raven, but the world of Punishing Gray Raven was so fascinating. The dark fantasy aspect of all the technology, this man-made super disease, these amazing characters that ended up becoming constructs and fighting in a dreary and dark world was just all things that I ate up immediately. But of course, the more that I played Punishing Gray Raven, as it was my favorite between the two games of PGR and Ether Gazer, I sat there wishing, man, I wish there was an open world version of PGR so that I can actually run about and explore these
that never
horrific
happened.
looking areas, explore
Yeah, he
these
never got that.
dilapidated places, explore these amazingly described scenarios that they do in their visual novel style of storytelling.
Yeah, that doesn't
And
happen.
boom, like my ass had some
That did
goddamn
not
fairy
happen.
godparents. My wish was granted.
No.
Withering Waves got announced and I was
He didn't
ecstatic.
do that.
It had already been years of playing Genshin that had finally broke my obsession with it, for the most part anyway, and was awaiting to dedicate my entire life and savings to Withering Waves. Jokingly, of course. But I mean seriously, I remember I used to be sitting there, like, Kuro Games, grant me an open world version of Punishing Gray Raven and my life is yours, type shit. But when the game finally came out, its reception was mixed. But I won't be talking about other people's experiences.
Okay.
My own experience was absolutely golden. The game
Mine was
worked
pretty bad.
because I had a really good system.
Should have said, because, yeah, because that's the thing. People were wanting, like, some people, they found out about Genshin. They were either waiting for Blue Protocol, right? It's either they were hoping for Blue Protocol and they wanted to play that, right? Because that's what they, like, people knew about beforehand. It's been in development hell for God knows how long now, how long it was, right? That's what they wanted. But then, obviously they never got that, right? But that's kind of what they were wanting to play. Yeah, Wilwood is not the answer, of course. But, you know. Alright. Like, to me, honestly, like, open worlds can be cool, but, like, it depends on how you make use of them. A lot of them just suck, though. They're just not good. I'll take this, that. And then that. Alright. But, like, yeah. I'm, like, I am doing my cat fantasy crap in the background.
There were so many things I enjoyed about Wuthering Waves that I just
For me, no,
that I was just
there was
feeling
nothing.
relieved that the company was treating the game the way it was being treated. One of the
I'm not.
major things I liked was the theme. I love futuristic and cybernetic style themes, especially in a post-apocalyptic setting, even though Wuthering Waves seems post-apocalyptic. Punishing Grey Raven's technology and world was very appealing to me, and I always wanted to traverse it, and I have a chance to do that even if it's by a small margin in Wuthering Waves, especially if they decide to go out of their way to make an extension of the map or just make any map in general that's truly an even more dreary and hopeless post-apocalyptic landscape. Still,
I mean, it doesn't really feel like that, it just feels dead.
It feels like they lost their artistic identity, as I mentioned in one of my older videos, but aside from that, there were many other things that I liked, that I really appreciated. For example, the banners feel relatively convenient to me. Sure, there's still 50-50 for the characters themselves, but at the very least, it will still lead into a guarantee. And the weapon banner, God, the weapon banner is so good.
It is not good! He literally mentioned he played PGR before, and they gave him a literal downgrade. How is it good? What the fuck is up with this clown? You mentioned PGR first, and then you go talk about an actual downgrade. What the fuck is up with this person?
With guaranteed weapons every time?
Sure, he's guaranteed, but hey, it said 80. You know, PGR was 70-30 or something, or is it 80-20? I don't remember. But it was at 30. Alright, you double that, that's only 60, not 80. This is, like, the thing in here is an actual downgrade. The fuck is this guy on?
You get a 5-star from it? It was like a dream for me, to be able to know if I get a character, I don't have to work my ass off or pay money to get their signature weapon.
You still do, man. You still do.
I don't have to go through 2 or 3 different kinds of 50-50s just to get their weapon. No fate points to acquire here.
Genshin was just the worst, man.
It feels very generous and doesn't make me feel...
It's not generous. I've seen way better. Right, if you want generous, you should see freaking Snowbreak from a content creator perspective. If you want to see generous, you should see, like, what Snowbreak gives content creators. That's a different perspective. Yeah, like time I'm never gonna get back.
Make my characters as strong as possible. Hell, even the standard weapon banner selector is the same way, with no penalty of wanting to switch which one you want. It's things like this that can bring a gacha game's longevity to a prosperous and extended time.
Yeah, it's not working out for them though. He doesn't know.
Go further in depth about
they don't
how
know.
good of a thing this is.
They look at Pepega sensor tower numbers and don't understand. They're just looking at iOS money going in. They don't know the actual things behind the money going in. And someone spending $100 on your app store is not the same as someone's $100 is not the same as someone spending $1 100 times, or 100 people spending $1. Because the reality is, you're gonna get way more out of the guy doing it once than the 100 people doing $1. You're gonna get a lot more, significantly more. Like, if you're gonna do the math on it, the guy spending the $100 once versus 100 people spending $1, realistically, you're making like 4 times more money. But both will still report as the same number in revenue, despite that. The reason why it's more, even though 100 times 1 is 100, right, is because transaction fees and stuff that you have to deal with in between that don't get shown. But these people will never understand that. They won't know. They also won't know that or realize that no, they do not get all the money that's spent there. Not even close. That's not how things work. The reason Mihoyo makes money because the same people play out. Yeah, the same time, their shit is also a lot cheaper for them to develop. Like, you look at what they put out on Genshin, man. You know, they're definitely not really putting their money back in there.
The game. Aside from its gacha mechanics, the compensation we received for all the issues that came up was outstanding.
That's not the issue. They're focused again on the compensation and not the things actually getting fixed. If they actually did get fixed. Because the reality is they didn't really get fixed.
From them giving a free 5-star character away, to giving us enough pulls to practically get an event character we want for free for any character that ended up coming out. Some players even holding out on wishing even still, waiting for a character they want. It's all absolutely incredible. Things like this is what really makes me genuinely believe that Kuro Games might eventually be able to bring this game to a point where they can just say, I alone am the honored one in the gacha community.
No.
With more areas, mechanics, and events that they can add. The character designs and models are absolutely outstanding, and it's hard to think of another gacha game that has better models than them. Kuro Games showed us on numerous occasions that they are one of the kings of gacha combat, if not the king of gacha combat when it came to punishing Grey Raven. And when it comes to Withering Waves, the combat did not disappoint.
I don't know, I was pretty disappointed with it.
With basic ground combos, launch into air combos.
I mean, like, yeah, they're super basic, man.
Being able to start off with air combos, swap combos, plunging attacks that you'll be able to...
Again, they were pretty basic. Yeah, you know you're not the problem, but yeah. You do think Mihoyo is extremely, maybe you're part of the problem, yeah. Well, of course. King of Gacha Combat is hella crazy. No.
To put into different kinds of combos, the combat in Withering Waves is more in-depth than I was expecting, even allowing you to just straight up juggle regular human-sized mobs in the overworld. Some characters straight up have transformation states and EX or super versions of their regular skills, with things that can alter it with different stacks that can be built to let loose devastatingly beautiful, powerful, and deadly moves to add on.
The reality is you're just spamming left click. You can say what you want, but in reality, this isn't like some crazy complex fighting game combo shenanigans. You're just spamming the left click button. Or maybe you're holding it down and then you're spamming it. This isn't like anything super crazy where you need to look up a fucking like moveset thing there.
Your combos. I wasn't lying when I said I can really appreciate Withering Waves.
You know, imagine though, like, if these guys, you know, it'd be hilarious. Imagine if you just took all the sequential bosses from ToF, from stage 6 to 14 onwards, and you just put it in their face. It'd be hilarious when they see the freaking chained one, and then they see Ripper, and then they see Puppet Singer. Imagine you give them Puppet Singer, and then after Puppet Singer, you give them that random guy before Nonyon. And then you give them to fight Nanyan. You get them to fight Nanyan, and then like, what's the other crazy one after? The one that just like slow-mos unless you like you trigger Fantasia against it, right? The one that like perma slow-mos you on stage 11. German gone like trying to shatter that thing. Probably you have to like again Fantasia it to do that on stage 12. The twins where the boss will start healing. Unless you like burst it down altogether in the end. And then you give them the freaking stage 14 boss. And it just nukes them. It'd be hilarious if I had to deal with that, man. Now imagine them fighting Nanyan. They love parries, right? They love parries. So I bet they'd love to fight Nanyan, right? They'd love to fight Nanyan, right? Oh yeah, nothing about story or open world. Exactly, I know, that's the funny part. They're not talking about the game. They're not talking about the story. They're not talking about the open world. That is also like something there. Right? They don't talk about it at all. I wonder why, because it's shit. It's shit. That's why. But they're not talking about it.
I won't be taking it for granted. As soon as the time comes for me to wail, I'll feel like it's a well-deserved spend with how amazing and spectacular I think the game is, and how much further it can go. Wuthering Waves has shown me that
I don't think it's like ever gonna actually go further.
that there can indeed be gachas that are really good. And sure, I've played other gacha games that can be considered good, but to be honest, there are way too many slop gacha games out there with too many predatory practices amongst many other things. At least with Wuthering Waves, you know what you're spending on and you know what you're gonna get.
What do you mean you know what you're gonna get? Sure, you're just spending the multiples of 365. Then you'll know what you'll get. But if you don't do that, then you're not gonna get what you want.
You don't have to feel cheated or confused on what you're trying to get money for.
I mean, I really do, but sure.
Asteroids are easy to obtain.
Oh god.
We're able to get more wishes than another game that releases certain new areas. But
oh, you mean if you want to compare that, didn't someone make a thing on ToF rewards? Oh, where was it? You know what's hilarious? There's more pulls in later areas in ToF than there were in 1.0, despite 1.0 putting dark crystals in chests. In supply pods, I mean? Like, yeah. Let's see. Let me see if I can, But yeah, ToF getting like a mermaid character. What do you mean we're getting a mermaid character? We're getting a new version of Meryl next. The next unit we're getting is Meryl. We're not getting a mermaid. You're thinking of a... No. The next unit is Meryl, a new version of Meryl. Do they not have a video of it yet? Oh yeah, the freaking bike riding thing there. Wait, there's a picture of her right there. Oh, here, wait. You mean this? Is this Genshin too? No. Here you go, this? This is just Meryl this is Volt Meryl in a different outfit. Right, that's the next one. Oh, but don't worry, wait. Oh wait, no, I have to go to... Oh, where is it? Here we go. Oh, don't worry, there's more. But wait, there's more. But wait, there's more. There's this. There's this for her. And of course, there'll be a dorm thing for her as well. Don't worry, there's gonna be a Meryl dorm. A12 Frost Meryl. I don't know about A12 Frost Meryl. But hey, the Holy Booba. Yeah, the official art there for Meryl right here. And you can put her on a pool donut. You know, you can get a pool donut mount from the battle pass. Mm-hmm. We already dealt with Nola dorm. But yeah, okay.
Other than that, this is why I genuinely believe that Wuthering Waves is going to be one of the most successful.
How much
gacha
longer
games
is he
of
gonna
all
keep
time.
blazing?
And it's still gonna be
They're not successful yet. They've been losing money.
that way throughout the rest of gacha game history. But
No, it's only for Gold Meryl.
I want you to tell me what you guys think.
Okay, let's go look at the other video then. We're done with the stupid shills. Alright, we don't need thing. You guys sent me more. It's trash. Alright, here we go. Let's go.
Wuthering Waves is trash. Or
Yeah.
is it? Let's talk about it. In this video
It
I will
is.
review my experience with Wuthering Waves. After over 100 hours of gameplay and facing numerous challenges in my challenge run, I believe I have enough experience to provide a comprehensive review of this game. There are aspects I thoroughly enjoyed, but also several that I didn't. Ultimately, I aim to conclude whether Wuthering Waves is a good game and if it is better than Genshin, given their similarities of course. We will compare them. As a disclaimer, this video
You know, I should just put a thing there too. It's like, just to troll them. If I do make my own, I really want to make my own video of this one. Be like, oh sure, let's go compare movement, right? I show them. I hide the UI. I just show them the game title, right? No, I don't show the game title. I show stuff moving about the map, right? And then I show them the top movement, and I'm just flying off. It would be hilarious.
is to be seen as my opinion only. First off, we'll talk about the positives, then the negatives. That being said, let's start with the positives. The highlight of Wuthering Waves for me is undoubtedly the combat. I have to say it's the best I've experienced in any gacha game so far. The combat is fast, fluid and balanced just right. You get that perfect sweet spot where the damage output feels neither too high nor too low. It's very good, at least
For me, it felt too low, and then it just felt way too low.
for me. It's just right, giving you satisfying feedback with every hit. Now in
New top
comparison
map.
to Genshin's
Show them top
combat,
movement.
and let's leave out the elemental reactions for a moment, Genshin's feels a bit slower and not as fluid. Don't get me wrong, Genshin is an older game, so you can excuse their shortcomings that way, but when you put it side by side with Wuthering Waves, the difference is clear. Wuthering Waves just nails that dynamic, high-paced action that keeps you on your toes. Now I've
Imagine they go see the... Isn't the next season of Origin Award, doesn't it have like 3 Xingqians? Oh, imagine them having to deal with 3 Xingqians. Biggest mistake of Kuro making this game copy of Genshin, but you think with all the experience they put in PGR, I know. You'd think, right? As someone who's played PGR, Wuma is just a disappointment. You'd think, but nope. This is not what we got.
played almost all the characters during my challenge in
I never...
Wuthering Waves,
Like-
and I can confidently say that each one is unique. Even the gun gameplay, which you could compare to Genshin's bow mechanics, feels surprisingly good.
What? I'm sorry, what? The gun gameplay is so ass. Especially with the camera and the targeting. This shit's so broken.
Good. Normally I'm not a big fan of ranged combat in Genshin, but here it's executed well enough to be enjoyable.
Like, it's like actually so ass.
It's still not my go-to playstyle, but I can appreciate how well it's been done. To summarize my thoughts about the combat, it feels very well. It's better than Genshin in my opinion. And another thing that Wuthering Waves does better than Genshin is exploration. Exploration in Wuthering Waves is another area where the game truly shines. The world itself is vast and each zone you venture into has its own unique flavor. The puzzles are fun and engaging, at least fun and engaging enough. But more than that, it's just a joy to roam around in the world. It feels very good. The landscapes are diverse and there's a real sense of discovery as you explore. It's not just...
I'd rather you give me Cirrus from Snowbreak and put it in an open world game than play with Wu or Genshin movement. I'd rather have a Cirrus from Snowbreak and use that to move around in these games.
Just about moving from point A to point B. Well, but
I mean, I get like if I make my video, I can like talk about the shitty FOV, the shit camera, because it's like masking things.
why is it better than Genshin's exploration? Wuthering Waves is faster, running doesn't waste stamina,
Imagine needing stamina to run.
which makes traversing the world less tedious. Even gliding is improved thanks to grab.
Gliding is not really improved, man. The freaking deploying the glider is super unresponsive. I remember having to slam my keyboard constantly, the spacebar, to try to get the glider to maybe pop up. Yeah, no, it was not responsive.
Grapple function, which I hope they expand upon even more. Honestly, in comparison, Genshin can feel slower and more tedious, with stamina management something feeling like a chore. So while Genshin's exploration is okay, Wuthering Waves just makes it more dynamic and fun, in my opinion. Now the ecosystem. The ecosystem in Wuthering Waves is a standout feature, surpassing Genshin's relic system.
Echoes are so bad. Echoes could have been an interesting idea, but not the way they went about it, man. Yeah, you're playing a different game. I think you end up playing he's playing a different game than we are, man. That we did.
In my opinion. While I haven't yet reached the end game, where you typically farm echoes all day, I found that the ecosystem is much less tedious compared to Genshin's relic.
I do math, so I did the math on it, so it's like, I already know just how bad it is, but like, no.
System. They've made significant improvements here, and if this trend continues, it bodes well for the game's longevity. One of the things I really enjoyed about the ecosystem is how it integrates it within the combat. Defeating mobs and taking them as echoes adds a new layer of strategy and excitement.
That would have been the case, but then you let the reality set in, where you don't end up actually using what you want. Because you don't need any stamina to run. Gliding in ToF doesn't consume stamina either. The jetpack doesn't consume any stamina in ToF. You also don't need any stamina to run, regardless if you're in and out of combat. But you can also just slingshot yourself across the map, because ToF has momentum. Oh no! So what they ended up doing is they reduced climbing stamina consumption in ToF. For some reason. Even though like you barely even use it in the first place. And then they reduced the cooldown of jetpack to 15 seconds. From 30. But like, yeah.
It's a lot of fun in my opinion. It's like Pokemon, well, collecting Pokemon. Plus,
it's not.
The extra echo attack is a nice touch, bringing a fresh change to the system and making it...
It's only fresh early on until you really let the reality set in.
Feel more dynamic. It's not just about passive stats, it actively incorporates relics into the combat, enhancing the overall experience. Overall, the ecosystem is a huge improvement over Genshin's approach, once again showing how Wuthering Waves takes a familiar concept and elevates it. I think
it does not elevate it, it's the same crap in the end. If anything, it took a step backwards.
I think Wuthering Waves does it a lot. It makes the whole process more engaging and less of a grind, which is a...
It's not less of a grind, it's just as bad of a grind, if not more, like worse.
big win in my book. Now lastly, I must give credit where credit is due. While I'll delve deeper into the story in a bit, and I don't like it, just to tell you that now, I want to mention that Scar's story is, or was, particularly enjoyable. It really stood out as a highlight amidst the broader narrative, and I wanted to make sure I acknowledged that before moving into the negatives, because the story will be a big part of the negatives. With that being said, let's get into the negative aspects of Wuthering Waves. Let's get into the biggest negative point that will be hard to fix, at least for now, the story. In my opinion, the biggest problem for Wuthering Waves is the story. But why is that so? Let's start with the beginning. The story throws you into a world which is fine, but from the moment you begin you are bombarded with names and concepts. Terms like tacit discords are tossed around without much explanation, at least in my opinion. And I might be mistaken, but these concepts aren't really explained well. They just go on and on talking about these intricate details, and as a player you have no idea what's going on. You're just constantly reminded that you're super awesome and possibly centuries old, and everyone wants you to join them, but you have no context for any of it. I don't know, in my opinion it's just annoying. To explain my biggest problem with the story, it's the world building. There's a severe lack of it. You're introduced to a complex world without any proper build-up or explanation, making it hard to get invested in the narrative. This is something that Genshin does much better, providing a more structured and gradual introduction to its world and lore. Now, let's look at Genshin's story beginning. You are tossed into the world in a similar way to Wuthering Waves, but the first objective is clear: find your sibling. It's a simple, relatable goal that immediately gives you direction. Then you walk around a bit and oh look, there's a girl named Venti talking to a dragon. You get the point. The events unfold in a straightforward manner, making it a lot simpler and easier to understand. To summarize, the story of Genshin is a lot better, at least in the beginning, than Wuthering Waves. It provides a clear objective and gradually builds its world, making it more accessible and engaging for new players. So on this point, at least, Genshin takes the lead. Now voice acting. This might come across as a bit harsh, but let's talk about the English voice acting. Honestly, it just didn't hit the mark for me. There are a few exceptions, of course, but overall the voice acting was so distracting and frankly annoying that I had to switch to the Japanese voice midway through the story. I'm not entirely sure why that's the case. I don't think the voice actors themselves are to blame here. They're probably talented professionals, but something about the English...
The script is bad, right? The thing is, you can only perform, you know, as well as the direction and script you're given, right? The script is just awful for the writing on there, and then they probably just have a terrible guy, like a terrible person who doesn't know what they're doing, giving the voice actors direction. Because at the end of the day, when the voice actors are in the booth, right, you know, someone's giving them directions on how they should perform each line. And they just it just feels like they just took whatever. So yeah.
Voice direction just felt off. Maybe it's the way the lines were delivered or the way the characters were portrayed, but it didn't click for me. Dialogue often felt awkward and stilted like with Yang, and it broke the immersion for me multiple times. This could very well be a direction issue. The actors might not have given the right guidance.
I don't fucking know what the main story plot is. Right, I have no clue. Right, I have no clue.
To bring their characters to life in a believable and engaging way. I mean, that's understandable, of course, given that it's a Chinese game and the personalities of each individual character is hard to convey in localization, of course. Now, switching to the Japanese voices made a world of difference, honestly. The performance felt more natural and aligned with the characters' personalities and the overall tone of the game. It's just not about understanding the language, it's about the delivery and the emotion behind the lines as well, which the Japanese voice actors
have 100k IQ. No. I don't think they even knew what they were doing.
In my opinion, nailed. Again, I'm not an expert in voice acting or direction, but as a player, the English voices just weren't enjoyable for me.
Yeah,
it's a significant part of the experience, and when it doesn't work, it can really detract from the overall enjoyment of the game. So while Wuthering Waves excels in many areas, the English voice acting is one aspect that could use some serious improvement. If the direction were better, it might make a huge difference and help players connect more deeply with the story and characters. Technical difficulties. Now, I haven't encountered too many technical difficulties with this game myself. I experienced a bit of stuttering and some network issues, but these didn't affect my gameplay too much. However, some comments made me aware that the technical issues were much worse than I had initially expected. After doing a bit more research, I have to say that these issues are quite severe. We're talking about game crashing bugs, login issues, and a host of other problems. Kuro, the developers, have even acknowledged these issues themselves. Now, every game these days launches with a few bugs. It's nothing new. But for a game as controversial as Wuthering Waves, standing in direct competition with Genshin, this is particularly bad. The first few days after a game's release are crucial. That's when most people want to try it out, and if you can't hook them during this time, it's pretty much game over. Most players won't stick around to see if things get better. They try it, encounter issues, and move on. That's it. They're not going to look into announcement or updates from Kuro. They're just done. For Wuthering Waves, this was a big miss. They had one chance to make a solid first impression, and the technical difficulties severely hampered that. It's a shame because the game has a lot of potential, but these issues can really turn players away before they even get to experience the good parts. It's not just about comparing it to Genshin, though that does add an extra layer of pressure. Any game facing such severe technical problems right at launch is going to struggle to maintain its player base. And when looking at the target audience of Wuthering Waves, first impressions are everything. So while my personal experience with technical difficulties was relatively minor, I have to acknowledge that for many players these issues were a major drawback. It's something that Kuro needs to address quickly and effectively if they want Wuthering Waves to compete with Genshin in the slightest. And yes, I know that they've already rolled out a lot of bug fixes already, but there are still a lot more issues that haven't been fixed yet. Well, we've talked a lot about Wuthering Waves, but what do I ultimately think about it? Is it better than Genshin, worse, or on the same level? Honestly, it's not as straightforward as I thought it would be. For me, Wuthering Waves is better than Genshin. Yes, gameplay and
is good once they stop making money, and it's all going to bring Alpha and Bianca. Nah, I don't think I would care, man. You bring Alpha and Bianca into into Uwa, that's not gonna make me care. It won't make me care if I get those in. Because it's still gonna have the problems I had before. They would just have Bianca and Alpha in it. Right? It's just not gonna make me care, man.
But are the most important aspects for a game for me, and Wuthering Waves excels in these areas. The combat is fast, fluid and engaging, making every encounter feel exciting. I don't care as much about the story, so the lack of world building and a confusing start didn't really bother me too much.
I mean, if this is what happens when they make a game on their own, with that kind of budget, with the kind of budget they had, I don't think I trust them. I don't think I trust Kuro to make a game. I don't think I trust them. PGR, keep in mind, Kuro didn't make PGR on their own. But they made WoA entirely on their own. With investment money, of course. But yeah. Here's the thing. WoA has not been doing well. They're very far from making a profit on their initial expenses for just 1.0. Maybe they'll last a year? Maybe? Maybe they'll last a year and then go EOS or something? I don't know. I don't think they'll be able to, the investors will be able to, keep them afloat as they lose more and more money. They've been bleeding money like crazy. And their most recent banner sales, right? They weren't, good either. The expenses for just 1.0 were insane. And even if you were to divide that out, right? Let's say they spent about 150 million, right? USD for just 1.0 over 3 years. How much money are they effectively spending a year? Right? At least. Right? And keep in mind, early development, before they added stuff like voice acting and a bunch of other expenses and marketing. Right, so let's just say it cost them about 50 million US dollars a year. Right? Right, 50 million a year. Right, let's just say that's how much it costs for them. Right, at least. That was the initial one. this is excluding marketing. They spent about 300 mil, maybe more, on 1.0 release. Yeah, if they end up making, let's say, 13 mil a patch in revenue, which, you know, when you realize that once you factor in all the expenses, they only get to keep about half of that, that's a bit of a yikes, right? Because, you know, if you divide that by 2, and let's say it goes lower and lower each time, so, you know, if they're really making 7 million per patch cycle, for example, right? I guess, you know, we'll bump it up to, like, let's say 12 million for all platforms across, right? And each patch cycle is how many days? How many days is the patch cycle? What, 7 weeks, right? 7 times 7, you know, yeah, let's just say 50 days, right? 365, divide that by 50. So 7.3 patch cycles. Alright. Maybe they can hope to get this much a year. Assuming if they spend $0 on marketing, maybe they'd be able to stay afloat, maybe. But keep in mind, it's probably costing them, you know, if just development was 50 million a year, right? We also have to consider server costs and everything, and marketing. You know, that stuff is gonna add up, right? And especially because the initial patches, like not initial patches, the earlier phases in testing, they didn't have to spend any money on getting stuff translated initially. They didn't have to spend any money on voicing stuff, because they did that stuff all last minute. They obviously didn't have to do marketing during the development phase, right? But then they'll have to do it after the fact, right? And that's assuming they can get the thing to be stable with the most recent banner. But if it gets worse than that, then it's obviously gonna get a lot worse for them over time. But at the same time, they still have to, you know, make a profit on their initial expenses, which I don't see that happening, right? Especially when like their expenses are just gonna keep piling up on top, and that's the problem they're in. They don't make nearly enough money going in than they're spending going out. Their stuff is just too expensive. Right, and like their servers aren't even anything special. ToF is funny because ToF doesn't cost them much. Like the funny situation with ToF is they're spending like $10 million a year, but 1 month in CN is making them 12 million. They're making 12 million revenue a month after you consider all their expenses and stuff. So 1 year is enough for them to operate for 12 in terms of their average income for ToF. But 1 month is enough for 1 year to operate. That's the situation ToF's in, right? They don't spend anything on marketing. They basically don't spend anything, right? They just have a lot of money, and they've basically put themselves in a situation where they basically 12x their profitability. Like their profit margins in terms of expenses versus output, they're making 12 times the amount they need, right? Like technically speaking, they could up the scale in ToF by 10 times, 12 times even, and they'd break even. Lua can't really do that. They're gonna end up having to, like, you know, shrink some of their stuff more and more over time. Yeah, like, the funny thing too is, the 1.4 content, I think it's was it 1.4, whatever the next patch in Lua is, that was initially supposed to be in the original 1.0 release. Because it actually was in the base game, the content that's coming in the next update for Lua in the first CBT. Right, so like they're trying to re-add in the content and rework it, that they use for the initial 1.0. They don't. They save a ton of money. Cause like the thing is, especially with these mobile games and stuff, if you're trying to market, man, they're expensive. Getting the ad spaces and stuff, like actually doing all those things is expensive. It costs them a lot of money. But then like, yeah. Do they actually really want to like put up with and deal with it? Yeah, I don't know. The top is just in a funny situation where they could scale themselves up 10 times over, 12 times over even, and they'd still be fine. They obviously shouldn't be doing that. But at the same time, when you consider just how much money they've made in the spot they're in, it's like, yeah, no wonder they had the money to go make NTE. Because they have the money to go make a AAA budget game if they wanted to. They actually do. Right? Like they actually do. What Jane Doe video? I don't know. Yeah, they're just smart with their money. The thing is, people like, they're fixating too much on Pepega data that they don't understand. Right? At the same time, it's not as if you can't just find investment reports and look at that. Because the investment reports will give you the real numbers. Will they market NTE? I think they will. I think they will with, I think they will try to do something there. Because it seems like they look like they're trying to do it. But yeah. Okay, we'll look at that after.
The issue with the English voice acting can be mitigated by playing with Japanese voices or others, which I already do for many other games. It's a simple switch that made a big difference for me, and it's something many players might find improves their experience. As for the technical issues, I get that these are a big deal, especially for new players looking for a new game to get into. Bugs, crashes, login problems, you know. For someone like me, who was really looking forward to playing Wuthering Waves already, these issues are temporary. I'm confident they'll fix them in due time. Plus, the developers seem really cool. I mean, they acknowledge the problems and even give the players many pulls. And
I mean, this is not a solution. What people actually want is a solution, not this.
the free 5-star, not like another game, you know what I'm talking about, which is awesome in my opinion. And let's not forget, the story can always be improved upon. Games often evolve over time, and there's plenty of room for Wuthering Waves to grow and refine its narrative. So while Wuthering Waves has its flaws, I believe it has the potential to become something great. It already offers a fantastic combat and exploration experience that I personally find superior to Genshin. If they can iron out the technical issues and improve the story, it could very well be the top game in the genre. We don't know. You don't know. I don't know. Who knows? Nobody knows. Okay, this concludes my video. Thanks for watching. Please feel free to tell me your opinions in the comments below. I'm really interested in how you see the game, especially compared to Genshin. And well, if you enjoyed, please feel free to subscribe. Thank you for watching. Bye.
Oh, it's 1.3, never mind. But like, yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, Hoyo, they just spam ads. They spend all their money on ads, not the game. Alright, we got the Hoyo trailer. You guys want me to look at this? I mean, I'm obviously not gonna touch the ZZZ again, but sure, here you go.
So you're the one who lost Boss's goods. Boss sent me to repay you.
Okay.
Have something to say. Be careful now. I don't want to hear anything that might damage.
The goods were stolen. I always change my routes, but that guy knew right where I'd be.
Okay. sounds like something else if you close your eyes, I guess.
So you're saying that he must have known your route in advance?
Okay.
I don't know. Maybe it was a ghost?
A ghost? Is that so? Why don't you tell me more?
It was too fast. Red. Yes, it was red. And it leapt from the shadows. Once it sets its sights on you, there's no escape.
Really? Boss hates liars. Keep this up and he'll have me dispose of you.
No. I'm telling the truth. There's still one last shipment tomorrow. Then you'll know I wasn't the one who took the goods.
So, there's a shipment tomorrow.
I guess. Yeah.
Wait, don't tell me you're...
Hi.
Think our boss got played by you like that, you dirty rat!
We've met before. And you don't recognize me? How insulting. Such terrible eyesight. How about... Just kidding. You still have lots of confessing to do.
I don't get what about that was deadly though. You know, when I see the title of Deadly Interrogation, I think of something else. Right? I think of something else. Was it Nadia torture? Ah, yes. Here we go.
Trio of children. How?
This one.
How could elite soldiers lose to a trio of children?
So, might I ask if either of you are proficient in torture?
Here we go.
It doesn't sit right with me, but I can do it if needed.
Yeah, I got you, boss.
This is what I think of.
The trick to torture, you see, is that you've got to take it really slow. They'll need to think that they'll be able to handle the pain. Make it small and steady, then wear them down bit by bit as you inflict more and more.
Uh-huh.
If they're still not willing to talk after that, then it's time to start cutting off their limbs. Oh, not all at once, of course. It starts with their toes, then their ankles and knees, then you edge up their thighs.
You should see Lapis.
Off with their fingers,
Lapis is the Lapis
wrists,
part.
Elbows, and shoulders. Oh, but if you just keep cutting...
Because this character right here is a doll. Right? Lapis here is a doll.
Away at
you should look at her reactions to as it goes on.
Loss. That's why I stitch everything back on as I slice it
Yeah,
up.
same voice actress, yeah.
So you'll still have your limbs, just they'll be prettier with thread. You'll be like a stuffed toy. Doesn't that sound wonderful? Don't worry, I'm real good at this. I won't let you die. Still, all I'm using is an ordinary needle and thread. You won't be able to move your arms or legs. They'll be sewn to your torso, but no matter how it hurts or how you will it, it'll be like they were never yours at all. You can try your left hand or your right hand. You can try your left leg or right leg. You can try and try and try, but you'll never be able to move them again. By the way, If you just can't get enough of my thread, I'll keep going and stitch your mouth and eyelids closed. You'll still be alive, and you'll still be able to think. You just won't be able to do anything else. That sure would get boring quick though, huh?
Yeah.
I can fix that too. I can attach more string and make you dance around like a big old marionette. Oh, maybe then you could be LP's friend. I'm sure she'd like to get to know some other dolls.
Look closely, pay attention to her. Right, she's talking about, oh, you could be her friend. I'm sure she'd like to get to know some other dolls. And then she's just like, nope. She's just like, nope. She just made the doll terrified.
I'm sure she'd like to get to know some other dolls.
Right, she just goes like, nope.
Still not willing to talk after all that. I'll just unstitch your mouth and...
I'll talk! I'll tell you anything! Just please, stop! I beg you!
Right, that reaction though here.
Willing to talk. He's friend. I'm sure she'd like to get to know some other dolls.
She's just like, nope, nope. You heard dogs instead of dolls. Okay.
If you're still not willing to talk after all that, I'll just unstitch your mouth and...
I'll talk! I'll tell you anything! Just please, stop! I beg you!
Right, I just think of this. This is the first thing that actually comes to mind. I mean, this doll is a playable character. Lapis over here. Lapis is a playable character. She is one of the playable characters, Lapis. But, you know... Lapis' head shake killed me. That was the cherry on top of the speech. That definitely was. You wouldn't have the mental fortitude the soldier had. You'd give it up the middle of the speech. Played in Japanese. Oh wait, do we have a Japanese one? Okay, I think here. Alright, in Japanese now.
こういうのはむしろなあちゃんが得意かな。
Here we go, Japanese voice now.
コツはね、最初は緩やかに苦痛を与えるの。相手にこれなら与えられそうって思わせるんだよ。それから徐々に苦痛を上乗せして、徐々に相手の精神を摩耗させるの。それでも吐かないなら、次は体を切断するかな。これも一気にじゃなくて少しずつね。まずはつま先、次に足首。
Right, it's just calmer and cuter here.
最後に太もも。
But then when you realize what she's saying.
指の一本一本。手首、肘、肩。でもそんなに切断したら血が流れすぎて死んじゃうかも。だからちゃんと縫い合わせてあげるね。ぬいぐるみのように針と糸できれいにつなぎ直してあげる。なあちゃんこういうの得意だから絶対死なないようにするよ。そこは心配しないで。でもちゃんとした手術じゃないから縫い合わせても動かせないかも。つながっているのに動かせない。痛いのに動かせない。
This definitely is a scene.
右手も左足も右足もどんなに頑張っても動かせない。お揃いにしたいならまぶたも口も縫っちゃおうか。そうしたら意識だけがそこに残って何をしても無駄になるの。でも大丈夫。体に糸をたくさんつないでなあちゃんが動かしてあげる。 お人形さんのようにね。あ、そしたらラーちゃんのお友達にできるかな。それでも儚い人には次はもっと楽しく。
They made her sound so much cuter, but the reality is like when you let it sit in what they're saying. Right, when you let it sit in what they're like, what exactly they're saying. Right, it's like when you understand what she's saying. That contrast, man. Right, that's what I'm like. That's like this is like the first thing I think of. I'm like, oh, torture. So then like this thing. Right, because the other one is just kind of, yeah. Alright, where's the other one? Gacha content creation is trash. Let's go give it a look. Alright. I mean, he's not wrong.
I feel like the gacha content creation scene is absolutely terrible, especially right now. What I'm fucking seeing, man, is just people having Dragon Ball Z fights about whether or not Wuthering Waves is a Genshin killer, whether or not Wuthering Waves is better than Genshin, and blah blah blah. I thought we already established, like approximately, I don't know, 2 million years ago, that no gacha game will ever kill Genshin.
Yep. It is.
So YouTube recommended me this channel, and I'm very interested in hearing its thoughts. If you don't know this content creator, apparently he has had some beef with Hex Juice and is someone you don't want to mess with, or he will commission fart art of you. Content creation in gacha space has things that can be improved, and I would love to hear more about what people are talking about.
Yeah, sure. He just wants to look at the booba. Right, that's what people want to look at, really.
If you slightly defend Wuthering Waves or say something about it is better than Genshin Impact, you got motherfuckers coming up to you on some shit like, holy malarkey, he's a fucking Kuro Games meat writer, what a Kuro Games shill. He probably has Kuro Games making some Wuthering Waves in his anal rectum instead. It's just so fucking annoying and competitive, bro, because at the end of the day, we're all just here to pull the next character with the fattest tits. That's all it is, man.
Yeah.
That is generally a good take. I don't think it really went too in depth into what type of content is like the garbage one, but I will say that currently in the space, there is really only 2 types of content, that being either guide video, there's only so much you can talk about in guides, and farm drama, right? And I think that...
Damn. Yeah, they really like the farm gate, though. They're putting gate here. Mr. Cake.
Where I have a problem. It's the only video that gets recommended to me. I do believe communities should discuss between themselves.
Right, Mihoyo is like Apple. No matter what they take out, they're going to make money, even if it's bad or good. Yeah, pretty much.
And there should be constructive criticism, but I don't think that happens in the space, right? I think really what happens in the space is just, oh, you know like Paimon, fuck you dog shit homophobic motherfucker. I think Paimon is okay because she's good for marketing. Exactly, right? She's cute. I hate how she speaks for me. Yeah, I mean, overall, I don't think she is bad. You can not like her, right? But it is a marketing strategy from the company, and it's also worked for them. Gacha games are just games made for getting in, pull for the next one that will have either bigger muscles and a bigger dick to swing, or bigger and fatter tits. That's just the reality of gacha games, and that's what we're all here for at the end of the day.
Because to be honest, gacha games are a really stagnant game genre when you think about it. Anytime there's a gacha aspect of a game, that game is going to be stunted in some way, shape, or form. Because at the end of the day, you can have an overall game like Genshin Impact.
And this, he does touch on the problem that I had, right? I do believe content creation in gacha is very unoriginal. I don't see much creativity being put on the videos people are making, and I'm guilty of this. Sometimes they're like, oh, this video got a couple of views, and getting views makes me feel good. And you're like, fuck it, I'll make like a video that everybody's making just to see if I can get some views, right? But I also think there are so many other examples outside of the community of how creativity gets you further than other content creators, provided you do it for long enough. I generally think that if quality and improving your content over each video is your constant, views will just always exponentially go up. So I do think this scene needs a little bit more creativity, and I would love to be part of it.
The thing is, the problem is you can't really do much. Like, what realistically are you going to do? Right, you go farm drama, or you go do your freaking mint picking or whatever. Or you make your guide video, but your guide will only be relevant for so long. Right, like, they don't really have much room to really do anything. It's not as if, like, they're actually a perfect sandbox.
that is not the guy that just posts the same shit everybody is. You can just copy paste shit and get away with it. I would say the gacha is still such a niche where that can still be positive, but in other spaces you would not get any views. And people can't understand and take criticism to the fact that a billion-dollar game company can't fix their game finally after 5 years. That is being proved by Wuthering Waves. Lone and
no, because they didn't fix the game either. Yeah, thanks to Paracreep and better games, yeah. The thing is, people expect too much from mobile games, and they're just here to take our money. Here's the thing. When you consider how much money they put in and what comes out, like, how much they put in, or they claim to put in, or whatever, you realize that it's just extremely disappointing. Right? Like, a lot of them just end up being extremely disappointing for what just ends up being there.
And behold, freaking Genshin Impact, the day Wuthering Waves came out, they faked like live stream where they
because they didn't fix anything.
They did what players were asking for so long. And it just so happened that after 4 years, they decided to do that on the 22nd of fucking May, the same day their biggest competition arrives on the market. That was just crazy. Granted, I'm talking shit from the developers because it's so stupid that so much time had
but it works for them, yeah.
Change, but they decided not to do it until this happened. Thank goodness they're finally getting a little bit of respect for being so loyal to this goddamn company.
With all of y'all right now, if you actually play gacha games, especially multiple gacha games at a time, you're fucking retarded. We're all retarded because you keep continuously falling into the exact same predatory trap of these companies make you feel like you need to spend money to get these characters because, oh, they're hot, they're pretty, or they're gonna eventually power creep.
Yeah, FOMO is crazy.
Like $1,000 to get. Wuthering Waves and Elden Ring are basically the same fucking game genre. They're both open world action RPGs, but obviously Elden Ring is far more of an RPG than Wuthering Waves because that's actually the main focus of the game. So you can do a lot more creative
The main focus of Elden Ring is to actually be a game,
things and set a lot more unique challenges for yourself and play the game in so many other different and interactive ways. But I mean, holy shit, there are literally moments in gacha games where they release new content and the new content is just a new fucking character to try to get.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's their only content. You don't pull the character, now you have no content. That's just the reality.
Gacha game
characters are never fucking content. Anybody who thinks that, you're probably one of the problems of why.
Yeah, and that's what they actually put out. That's all they do. The characters to them are the content. Not exactly, but yeah. It's the community that pushes you into it. Yeah, no, the focus of Elden Ring is to get the Mimic Tears and Bleed Weapon. Okay.
Game developers don't listen to the community. For his point that he was saying, oh, in Elden Ring, you can make so many fun challenges and so much cool shit because it's an RPG first. Of course, that's an obvious take. Because the game costs $60. And then if you compare your bang for your buck for a free-to-play game like Wuthering Waves, I think you can have the same amount of replayability that you can.
But you don't. The reality is you don't.
And on Elden Ring. I honestly feel gacha games are just as good, or sorry, not just as good. Obviously,
the WoA is not. No.
Elden Ring is a 10 times better game than Wuthering Waves. I'm not saying the opposite, right? But somebody that can play the game for what it is and wants to have a challenge and a good time can definitely do so to the same extent that you could do that in Elden Ring, assuming you don't want to spend the $60.
You can't really do that though. In Elden Ring, you can go beat the whole game naked if you wanted to. You can't do that in WoW. That's impossible.
I don't think that's a crazy take.
If you've been playing Fortnite this past week or so, we literally went from throwing lightning bolts at people and fucking decimating people with waterbending and killing people with chains to literally blowing people the fuck up with fully weaponized cars and buses. Like,
what the fuck? You can do all that shit in Fortnite now?
Oh, that's cool.
Toga in fucking Fortnite. When the fuck did this happen?
I just can't imagine myself being like the rest of these gacha content creators who are milking literally nothing for views. I just can't do it. I just hate blatantly shallow content. I'm being honest. I would rather put a high quality effort into a troll or shitpost video than ever legitimately sit down and engage in this Genshin versus WoW nonsense. And you got very who actually find a way to be creative with the gacha games they play like Mr. Feed, but those motherfuckers are few and far between. So yeah, like I'm not gonna lie with y'all, bro. Like really and truly, if I had the skills, I would be the most evil NSFW animator of all time. Like I would make some of the most raunchiest, most disgusting porn and hentai of some of these characters with absolutely no regrets. I would be worse than VC Neko. Like I would make porn of certain characters just to make the community mad on purpose, and I would take immense pride in that shit. I don't even care. But yeah, man, honestly, that's just my opinion on why, you know, gacha content creation is usually terrible and even worse right now. And why you probably shouldn't be a gacha content creator if you can do literally anything else.
I do believe more people, especially the new content creators that are coming up, we should really try to do new innovative shit. For the past couple years, I've seen all this and I have not seen it evolve. At the end of the day, viewers are giving you their time. You got to think about your viewer, respect for their time, and how can you up the bar to make their lives more.
But to be fair, these games don't respect their time either. Like, in the defense of that, it's not as if the games respect the viewers' time. Because they clearly don't. They don't. They don't.
Entertained? That's how I feel. Follow me on Twitch.
Alright, what's next? Where's the next one? Okay, we got a bunch to look at. There's a teaser for TGS 2024 here. Why gacha content creators are garbage. Okay. Did we see this one already?
Okay, this is gonna be more of like a rant video than a more researched video
this is the full
because
video.
I've just been feeling this certain way about the gacha content creation.
Oh wait, I got a like on something? What's this? Yeah. Like, what you want, you've eventually ended at a point where I realized that either way... Oh wait, no, they just liked what I posted. Okay, people just gave it likes or whatever. For a minor thing. Okay, I can't even like see the whole thing properly.
Scene for a very long time, and I just want to get my opinions and emotions out and shit. Typically, I like to do some research on a topic for my videos, but I'm gonna just go into this one raw, no condom, no lube, nothing, just straight feelings, bro. Just keeping it real, man. I feel like...
Well, here's the thing, right? Reality is, if your goal is to go get the thing in there, you're not gonna hit your goal if you don't swipe. That's the reality. For a lot of them. Right, here's the thing, right? If your goal is to go get the character, right? The reality is, the odds are not in your favor. Right? The reality is there. Like, it's just not. That's just the reality. So, you know. But the thing is, thinking you have to do it just so you can go do a specific piece of content, so you can maybe get the tiny piece of currency back, is just dumb. I will, like, never understand why people, like, don't realize that, but, you know. But, yeah. Honestly, I should just make a video on that topic alone. Why this stuff is just not worth it. Like, it's just bad content. Like, just in general. It'd be funny where, like how many people get pissed off. Where, like, I go insult their Tower of Adversity and whatever. As well, because there are people that go crazy over that shit for some reason. But like, you do the math on it, you look at the time spent. It's like, you talk about valuing your time, and then you let reality sit in, and it's just, no.
The gacha content creation scene is absolutely terrible, especially right now. And the reason why I say that is because obviously Wuthering Waves just recently released to the community and everybody's making their little clickbait farms off the game right now. Making their little $20 off ad revenue or some shit. Just the usual bullshit whenever a new gacha game comes out. And the reason why this annoys me so much is because almost every content creator and even damn near the whole gacha community itself is just embroiled in this stupid ass pointless unnecessary conflict between Genshin.
I don't use any of those dating apps. I haven't dated anyone.
It's almost like people just can't help but to enjoy a game, or rather.
But like, yeah, I do hold my phone left-handed, but I mean, if I'm talking about like interacting with some menus on my phone, but that's just like swiping to the next page of apps or whatever, or the next freaking screen there. But no. I've never used any of those dating apps or whatever.
To enjoy both games for what they are and for what reason.
ZZZ Jane Doe came out. You either get her or fail 50-50. Do a story event and you're done. Okay. I'm not left-handed, but I made a lot of people think I'm left-handed. I am not left-handed. A lot of people think I am. But I'm not left-handed. I've made a lot of people think I'm left-handed in the past, though. But I'm not. The only thing, like, I have a, like, if it's only for writing, then I'll, I have to do with my right hand. But outside of that, it's, like, all over the place. There's some things I'll only just do with my left, more over my right. Alright, like, for me, it's just, like, it's mostly mixed. Some cases I do use my left hand more, but it just depends on what I'm doing. Like, the way I like to look at it is, like, I would say right hand more for precision, left hand for speed. It is kind of how I function. Like, for me, it's like I can kind of do most things with both. It's just that, let's just say left hand faster, right hand more precise. It is just kind of how I do things. Right. Like, it really just depends. Most of the time, though, I'll try to do things faster, but yeah. Playing EK with left or write a complaint note on right hand. Sure. Sure. Right, sure. Scroll through something you're looking at with your right hand, and then do something else with the left hand. There you go. I don't know.
Respective pros and cons they have as their own games, rather than comparing them every microsecond and attacking anybody who even slightly favors one game over the other. This shit happens with like every single gacha game that comes out nowadays. Okay. Every time a new gacha is about to release, especially if it's open world, okay, especially if it's open world, people always have to compare it to Genshin and hype it up beyond what it can actually deliver. It's a repeated cycle that just annoys the absolute fuck out of me, man. Like, just within the community. I can already see this shit happening with Azure Familia, Zealous Zone Zero, Project Mugen, just any other gacha game that's going to be released in the future.
Mugen isn't not Mugen. ZZZ isn't even open world.
The content creation side of these.
You know, a lot of artists paints with both hands. They'll use one hand to massive areas and the other finer detailed, yeah.
Issues, it's always like the most frustrating and repetitive shit I've ever seen in my fucking life. I have never seen content creation in a gaming community as repetitive as the gacha gaming community.
Because the problem with these games is not really any room to do anything. That's just the reality. There isn't really room to do anything else other than farm drama or just make a guide and do more of the same. Unfortunately, there's no room for that. If the game had PvP and a big PvP scene, well, then you'll have stuff there at least. Or if it would, like, it had the potential to be a sandbox and actually lean into, like, all the things in there, then sure. You can have a content creation scene there. Heck, the reason why, like, you go look at, like, Pokemon stuff, like Pokemon videos for, like, people playing the games, the reason why people are able to make so much out of them is because once you start putting specific rule sets in place on how to play the game game itself can open up in various different ways, right? But you can't really do that with these gacha games, especially with, like, over time. Not only just the character gets power crept, but, like, you'll have content creep as well. Like, that's just the reality. It's a mix of both. It's both. Because the reality is the mobile players are still enabling this. Like, in the end of the day, the mobile players are enabling this, and the companies are taking advantage of it too. But at the same time, they're not really making, you know, the product there. Here's the thing, right? You take the players away, the companies will have to do something instead. So the reality is, yeah, the companies are at fault too. But they're not the only ones at fault. You've seen Mario Kart Killer and Smash Bros. Killer. The community actually wants more games like that. Sadly, exactly. Here's the reality, though. Right? Here's the thing. For like this is why the gacha community. You know what? The gacha community is right in not wanting more. Reality is, do you want Genshin Impact again? Do you want Genshin Impact again? Actually stop and think about it. Do you actually want more of that? Like, actually, do you want more? Do you want more? Because they are. Both of them are the problem. But yeah, think about it. Do you want more? Do you actually want more? And there you have your answer. You want to see the whole building burn down. Because no, you don't want more. That's the reality. You don't actually want more. That's the difference. I wonder why you don't want more. I wonder why.
Importantly, I have never seen content that has ever been so utterly useless and non-beneficial to the community like the content in the gacha community. It's so fucking ass, bro. Because you've got everybody just farming the current conflict. You got some people making up some simple ass questions or hypotheticals and making like fucking 20-minute videos out of the bitch. You got people just repeating the exact same thing in their video that some fucking dude like 2 hours ago just said in his video. Like, it's just so repetitive and uncreative. And it's like, you know what? You'd probably...
It's a live service. No way you want more to leech that off. Exactly. Yeah, Mario Kart and Smash Bros. Are good games. Exactly. Additionally, with Mario Kart and Smash Bros., they're PvP games. So you have content there. Right? In Mario Kart, you know, you're trying to win. You know, you want to prove that you're the best at playing Mario Kart and racing. Right? In which case, some cases you'll be like, I want to focus on speedrunning and trying to find exploits or the best shortcuts or whatever on this specific track. Or you just want to be generalist and just race and, like, you know, play online and, like, beat people overall. And Smash Bros. Is kind of the same thing, right? You pick your character, you focus hard on that. You want to prove, like, you're the best at using this character or that character or playing this way or this other way. Right? And you have the variable there, or like the main focus is, again, you're doing it against someone else. And you'll try all sorts of things, right? And you can be sweaty or you can be not. That's the thing with Smash Bros. Actually. The way Smash Bros. Is designed, the reason why it's the most popular fighting game is because there is a hardcore mode to play it, but then there's also a super fun casual mode. When you turn on items, you let all the fun stage gimmicks come into play, right? And you play that way, right? If you play that way, the experience of playing the Smash Bros. That way, like in the casual way, it can be a lot more fun for some people than doing it the hardcore way where everything is all more fair and balanced and everything. But yeah, but in all honesty, we all know what we're getting into. The thing is, we've also seen that they could technically be more than that. Like technically speaking, mobile games, they could just be a regular game that just happens to be on your phone. They could have been. But reality, that's not what we're getting. Unfortunately. Yeah, what missing is like the choice for the player to do on what they want to do. Exactly. Sadly, these games don't give you that choice. ToF is the closest to giving you the choice. Even then, it's not perfect at that. It has a lot of issues there too. What's funny though is, if you wanted like a fair environment, ToF has the best environment for PvP, but nobody wants to play it. Literally every other mobile PvP game is far, far worse than ToF PvP by a landslide. But nobody wants to play ToF PvP. Right? The reason why they're far, far worse is because they're not skill-based, right? On how good you are at the game. It's all about how much money you dump in to get everything maxed out and just clear the thing and beat the other player. Well, as the ToF one, they give everyone the same gear. Everyone is given the same tools, and you just have to prove you're better than the other person at using those same tools. So, when you consider that aspect, right, it lacked publicity, it had a rough start, and additionally, it had the MMO problem. Right? The problem with MMOs, they put all the content that people want to play the game for, far too late. If you wanted to play a PvP game, and you had to get to level 50 in a game, which could take you a couple days Or like it could take you, several hours. Versus just downloading Fortnite, downloading Apex, downloading League of Legends, downloading Mobile Legends on your phone, or whatever other MOBA game, downloading that Pokemon MOBA, what was it called? Pokemon Unite, or whatever on your phone, right? Or Call of Duty Mobile. If you just wanted to play a PvP game, why would you play an MMO? Why? When you could just play a different game, get into the game immediately, right? You don't have to do all this crazy setup to just maybe start playing the game. That is the problem, right? If they didn't put all those features super late in, they could have maybe had a scene for people to play the game for that. Maybe, but they don't. They never got that, right? It could have been interesting. But then they'd also have to try to fix the balancing thing there on that side more as well. But yeah. If you think about it on a fundamental level, out of every single mobile game out there that isn't, where the only thing you can spend is on cosmetics, right? ToF is the only one where the PvP is fair. Right? It's the only one where the PvP can be fair. The other ones are not fair. It's whoever has the bigger wallet always wins. They made Nikkei a whole good game with Stellar Blade. You think Mihoyo will ever do that? No. I don't think so. I honestly don't think so. I honestly don't think Mihoyo will ever actually do anything. They're gonna have to have a massive shift in focus and everything there. Yeah, you know what? ToF Battle Royale is really cool and interesting. Because the entire kits are on the weapons you pick up, it could have been a lot of fun and really unique, but they never updated that mode. And that mode was added far too late into the game cycle, and people couldn't play it from the beginning. If they had that mode available on day one, and people could play it immediately, right, without having to progress in there, I could see a ton of people playing it for that mode itself. Because it is a fully unique experience. The experience you get playing ToF Battle Royale, right, the break from Destiny, you're not gonna get it from any other game. And it is fun when you can actually play against other players. Too bad there is no other players. Right? The other thing that also hurt ToF PvP, not being available 24 hours a day. Being locked to specific times of day also hurts a PvP scene, because now you're forcing everyone to play at a specific time of day. And if they're not available, well, now they can't play. Yeah, the Snowbreak gunplay is pretty decent, yeah. Sadly, we're not gonna get that. The other thing too, though, the problem. Here's the problem, though, with if Snowbreak breaks a battle royale. Unless they give everyone the same stats and the same playing field, it won't matter. Right? Because the problem is, if you don't give everyone the same playing field in a battle royale, reality is whoever swiped the hardest will win. So you end up in a situation where you already know the outcome before you start playing. And that's the problem there. Right? They would have to be really careful with it. But yeah, it would be interesting to see. Battle Royale modes can be fun. No, actually, I think they should keep the abilities. They just have to balance the abilities and just make it so everyone gets. So the thing is, with ToF PvP, all weapons are set to max. As in, you get everything. You just need to have the unit, and you have it maxed out in PvP. Everyone has identical stats. Right? So, in ToF PvP, you got to play with the full character kit. You got to actually try everything out to its fullest. and make use of it. And having the actual kit in there is what makes it interesting. So the problem is, if you just had the gunplay, then what's the difference of playing Snowbreak as a PvP than if it's just the gunplay versus any other shooter? What would be your incentive? What would be your difference? Right? It definitely needs to update the Battle Royale with new map and weapons and promote it, for sure. ToF Battle Royale was really cool and unique for what it is. It's just a shame what it ended up being. It is just a shame. Like, I would honestly play a lot of ToF Battle Royale if I had a reason to. You know what? We can probably put that up because, like, I do want to make a list of stuff I'd like to see in NTE. I want to like make up like a proper video on that because like it'd be really interesting. I really hope though they just bring the ToF balance or not mode as well over because the reality is the ToF balance mode, it solves a problem that a lot of these games had. And they probably didn't even realize they solved the problem by accident. Because, like, it is such a good feature. By removing the grind from the game and just letting people play it. Yeah, the problem with co-op and Snowbreak is it's not challenging. Honestly, like, there are so many ways you can make fun co-op. I would love to see, like, a survival co-op mode in these. You're just in there, you have all their cool stuff, and you just try to survive. Oh, I haven't seen that. We'll go look at that after then. But yeah, I definitely we're definitely gonna make a list. We definitely have to make a list on things. Because I do want to make like a proper video on everything. I don't know.
Probably tell me some type of shit like
COD Zombies and Snowbreak would fit so well too. Right, you have the people that changed or whatever you want to call them, right? That got infected with the whatever it's called, with the Titagen, right? The transformed people from the Titagen. They can be already like they already are your like some of the enemies, the zombified crystallized people there are already like some of your big enemies in Snowbreak. So like you know they could do something with that, especially when they have such like when they've made such massive maps before that you could go around and do things in, right? Especially because like a lot of like the story maps and stuff, it's all just one big map that's cut apart that they use in there. So like imagine if they fully utilized them and just put it in there and you have to survive. You go in there with your friends and you can go bring your friends back, whatever, when they get knocked down. And your goal is just to sit there, you not really sit there, but like move around, grab the upgrades, and just try to survive. But yeah, make the gunning cool too. Exactly. Because like, the Paradoxical Labyrinth has a lot of really cool buffs and augments that can do character weapons and stuff as well. Right? Like, some of the abilities are genuinely really cool that you have in Paradoxical Labyrinth. I can just imagine how interesting they would be if you could apply them in, like, a more chaotic environment. Where your goal is to just try to survive as long as possible with other players. And then what they could do, right, is put a leaderboard at the end. Right? You have, like, a leaderboard of like a list of players and teams, right? And then you just give people rewards based on their ranking on how long they survive. Right? I think a lot of people would play it just to do that. Like it sounds like it'd be a really fun and cool idea. But that's not what happens. But it would be really cool. Cause imagine right? You just stack up all your abilities and buffs that you would get. You have like your super crazy whacked out build, right? And you're just trying to survive with others. And you have to coordinate with the other people in your team to try to work together to survive. It'd be fun. At least I think it would be.
Tao, bro, dog, hey, dog. You just look at the problematic side of the community, okay? You're just looking at the side of the community who's just there to create drama and talk about drama all day. The thing is, though, is that that's all I'm fucking seeing, man, is just people having Dragon Ball Z fights about whether or not Wuthering Waves is a Genshin killer or whether or not Wuthering Waves is better than Genshin and blah, blah, blah. I thought we already established, like approximately, I don't know, 2 million years ago, that no gacha game will ever kill Genshin because Genshin has been gigantic for all of these years. And
they probably do, honestly. They could just recycle their content. They could recycle their content and just put it out. They would just need to recycle it. I think they could just recycle what they have. I'm doing fine, right? They would just need to recycle their content. They could easily recycle a lot of stuff and make a really cool and fun game mode. They would have to like do a little bit more tweaking, but I don't think it would take them that much more. Especially with how many maps they can have. Like they could do like seasonal rotations of different maps to do the survival stuff in. That would be really, really cool. But I don't know if there's like any way where I can like make a suggestion and just send it to them. Like easily. Oh, I guess there's a bug and suggestion thing, but yeah. Oh, I guess there's like a way to do it. I'll probably make like a regular ass video. I'll make it like a script thing and like I'll just send it in their like their creator hub channel to see if that goes anywhere. Because honestly, I think it genuinely could be a really fun and crazy cool idea. But it's all up to the Chinese bros to suggest that. Yeah. It is, unfortunately. Because, like, I got these cool ideas that they can try to do. Because the reality is, you know, a lot of people would rather just spend their time just playing the game and not just doing chores all day. And there's some things you could just recycle content you already have and actually make something genuinely fun and cool for people. Yeah, it's just added too late. They missed the opportunity. Right? Original War could be a lot more interesting if they tweaked it a bit more, though. Honestly, imagine if Original War had a balanced mode. Balanced mode, Original War. Balanced mode raids would be fun, too. Yeah. That's why I'm going to, like, really bring that up, though. I want to make, like, an actual proper video on that and stuff I'd want to see. Because, like, ToF balanced mode solved the problem that all these gacha games have with their multiplayer content. It solves like all the problems in terms of like just letting the players get into the action and just play the game. Because in the end, the RPG systems actually make the games worse. They actually make the games worse, not better, in most situations, unfortunately. But like making it so like they're not as important, and instead people can just play it for what it is, that just increases what they can do. World server raids again. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what would happen, but I imagine people are gonna still complain about the problem with the world server raids was the time they took place. Like, as cool as they took place at awkward times for some people, and you had to be able to log into the zone and do it at a very specific time of the day. And if you weren't available or you missed the boss, well, you were just out of luck there. So, like, there was that issue to it, and, like, just too many people flooding it. Unfortunately, like, you just realistically wouldn't have that great of an experience because of that. The smaller scale raid stuff, though, right? The smaller scale raids work fine. I think if you just made it so they just had one world boss per area, right? Like, you had those big world server raids, but instead, the boss's health bar was shared between every single channel. If they were able to synchronize that, and just made it so the loot chest would stay active after the boss died, you then would solve that problem with the lag issues. Because you could still shard off players off, but everyone could go and play it. And then you just make an instance mode for players to contribute as well as an option. And like if they participated, they automatically get the loot. I think that could probably be a better solution. Or like they make an item that would go in your inventory and then like you can go open it with the key instead. I think that would be a good solution to the problem. Like it could work. Because then like you could still have a bunch of people crowding a channel if they wanted to, but then you can just let people play the game shorted off as well. And they won't have to lag out. If you just synchronized everything across. I don't know if they'd be able to do it, but that might be the solution to their problem. That might be a solution. And they would just have to hold it more frequently throughout the day. They're always busy with random shit for upcoming version and no maintenance for old modes. Yeah, that's why they're scrapping a lot of stuff. I know. Which is unfortunate because they have a lot of cool and interesting ideas. They just never got to fully realize them. Right, endless modes though could be a way to keep people playing. And just see how far they get. And like experiment. Right, but unfortunately, they haven't gone anywhere with that. Unfortunately. Like, there's a lot of potential there, though. There is a lot of potential.
They will always have a sizable player base no matter what that would generate them revenue. Now, you see, me saying some shit like that, I already know that brain dead motherfuckers are gonna come into my comment section.
Because, like, here's the thing, you make these endless modes. You make them really cool and interesting for people to interact with. Once you make the modes, you only have to maintain them a little bit, and some of the maintenance that you would need to do for some of these is just recycling content you already made for other aspects, so you get more out of your content by just recycling what you already have, and by making them endless and just giving, like, people a reason and incentive to do the things like that. You can get them playing for much, much longer. But yeah. That could be, like, cool to see. Right. Unfortunately, though, we don't have that.
I say some shit like I'm a Genshin shill, even though I've criticized the game throughout basically all of my videos. But that's just how toxic the community is right now for no reason, right? If
they
you
definitely need to create
Genshin,
a
say
maintenance
something
scheme of
about
sorts.
this band that Wuthering Waves, you got motherfuckers coming up to you on some shit like, my god, dude, oh, he's a Hoiver speedwriter. He's a Genshin dick writer. He's being paid off by Hoivers. And then if you slightly defend Wuthering Waves or say something about it is better than Genshin Impact, you got motherfuckers coming up to you on some shit like,
I mean, if I make my own video, I get to go in the thing where, like, I'm neither of you guys. I attack them both and give them both the same shit. Because they're both ass. The worst part is the stupid conflicts many people ignore. The newest Genshin killer is they'll pick a side. I don't want a Genshin killer. Because I don't want to play Genshin Impact again. That's the reality. People compare Genshin with Wuthering Waves. I don't know about calling them good games, but like they're both games that share a lot of surface level similarities. It's not just surface level. It's not just surface level. It's not just surface level. It goes way deeper than just being surface level. People really thought making content about a game you play 15 minutes a day for a job was a good idea. I mean, yeah, that is true. Because these things just suck for that. They do. That's just the reality.
holy malarkey, he's a fucking Kuro Games meat writer. What a Kuro Games shill. He probably has Kuro Games making some Wuthering Waves in his anal rectum instead. It's just so fucking annoying and repetitive, bro, because at the end of the day, we're all just here to pull the next character with the fattest tits. That's all it is, man.
Yeah.
We're all just playing a predatory gacha game at the end of the day. And this is the reason why I usually don't recommend people to be a gacha content creator as a career, because it's just not nearly as rewarding and beneficial as being a content creator in a more stable and successful gaming community. There's a sizable portion of the gacha content creation space where it's just motherfuckers creating problems and conflicts because they literally
thanks for the
have
resub as
nothing else
well.
better
Ooh,
to
a
do,
year
and they
now.
don't know how to do anything actually creative
Damn, a
and
full
or
year now.
beneficial for the community they're making content for. And to be fair, sometimes I
happy
can't necessarily
anniversary.
blame them for that, right? Because to be
Very
honest,
happy
gacha
anniversary,
games are a
Kusanagi.
really stagnant game genre when you think about it. Anytime there's a gacha aspect of a game, that game is going to be stunted in some way, shape, or form. Because at the end of the day, you can have an open world game like Genshin Iwuwa, you can have turn-based gameplay like in Honkai Star Rail, you can have an entire crafted story and lore about the game. But at the end of the day, it's all about you having to either grind the game to get in-game currency and get the newest toy on the market, or you give up and spend money to get the newest toy on the market. That is the goal of every single gacha game, no matter what. They're all predatory and permanently stunted in creativity because they are gacha games. Everything else is just extra shit.
I wouldn't say stunted in creativity, but they're definitely stunted on your way of accessing certain aspects and parts of the game. I wouldn't say creativity. The only reason why they're stunted in creativity is because the guys making a lot of the ones that they think of, they don't have the creativity. Straight up, they're lacking that. But no.
Mimigumi _ cheers
Actually
Dex
interested
10.
in the game.
Happy anniversary Kusanagi 2B.
Oh yeah, thanks for the cheer as well.
And give you the ability to farm the
they
in-game
just
currency
exactly.
rather than buying it. That's why they use so much fucking budget to make character demos look pretty. It's to make your stupid ass as a consumer want that character and just play the game for hours or spend money to get said character. Like, I'm gonna keep it so 100% real with all of y'all right now. If you actually play gacha games, especially multiple gacha games at a time, you're fucking retarded. We're all retarded because you keep continuously falling into the exact same predatory trap of these companies make you feel like you need to spend money to get these characters because, oh, they're hot, they're pretty, or they're gonna eventually power creep the last character you spent like $1,000 to get. Wuthering Waves and Elden Ring are basically the same fucking game genre. They're both open world action RPGs, but obviously Elden Ring is far more of an RPG than Wuthering Waves because that's actually the main focus of the game. So you can do a lot more creative things and set a lot more unique challenges for yourself and play the game in so many other different and interactive ways. But since Wuthering Waves is a gacha game on top of being an RPG, you're not gonna get that same interactiveness and creativity as Elden Ring because they also want you to focus on getting these new characters to play with. I mean, holy shit, there are literally moments in gacha games where they release new content and the new content is just a new fucking character to try to get. Gacha games will always be stunted in how recreative they can be as a game genre, and that will
not necessarily. They can do more, but the reality is these games will look at what's the bare minimum they have to do and do less than that. It's not that they can't do more, because they clearly can. It's just that most of them don't bother. That's it. What's funny too is it's like when some of them are actually at least trying to do something, you'll have a bunch of clowns and dumbasses that attack them for some weird reason when they're at least trying. Like, hey, you know what? Sure, you may not care for or like the interactive scenes that they put in something like Snowbreak, but at least they're actually trying to do something. Right? At least they're actually trying to do something. Meanwhile, they're just gonna keep calling it the Coomer game or whatever. Say what you want, they're at least doing something. Right? Some content missed in ToF Oasis Club sometime. The whole Cooley arcade. Exactly! There's a lot of cool stuff they could have made use of. There's a lot. They just didn't maintain them. That's the problem. They came a bit too late and they didn't maintain them. I really hope NTE puts all those aspects that all that stuff that ToF had already on the side in the base game and maintain them. They better put them in there. Make the focus less on grinding stupid crap and more on just playing the game. Because I want to see them just really prove all these things wrong and just put out an actual game. Right? Like, just actually put out the game. That's what I want to see. Because the reality is, like, they've already proven that they can make it so the game doesn't need you to grind for stats and stuff. Heck, they can completely remove that from the equation. They can. Right? But, yeah. That's what we're hoping for, man. That's what we're hoping for. Because, like, yeah, I don't want to play Genshin again. I don't want to play WoW again. I really don't. They're terrible games. Like, if you're evaluating them from a game perspective, they're terrible. Because, like, they don't have it. They don't have the actual game aspect. They don't bother trying to put that in there. All you do is you spend your time mint-picking for freaking Primo Gems or Asteroids in the open world. That's all the world is for. You take that away, what are you left doing it for? You take it away. Like, you take it away. No, it's not the bare minimum. Like, the thing is, they're not even doing the bare minimum. They do less than the bare minimum. They're doing less than the bare minimum. They're doing less than the bare minimum.
Reflect in how recreative the content is that is made by the people who make content on gacha games. This
right, they do less than the bare minimum. They look at what's the bare minimum they have to do and do less. They don't even, here's the thing. Honestly, why do they even need a gear system at all? What if they just didn't have one? Because the reality is, if you pack the game with enough game modes and content for people to play outside of it, they won't have a need or a reason to deal with it. Like, at all. They can make the game, like, completely around not having to do it at all. That would be a lot more interesting, because then you would open the door for people to really make content around it. And actually be able to play the game as a game. Make the perfect sandbox. If they can make the perfect sandbox and remove all the barriers to entry, now you can actually get people to play it for what it is. And if you make it as a perfect sandbox, you give people so many different ways to play and interact with it. So that now you can actually make content that isn't just farming drama as well. Like, the content side, you'd be able to actually make content about playing the games in so many different ways or doing all sorts of things because you have a sandbox instead of just making guides or drama videos. Right? Because, like, at the end of the day, that's all you can do with, like, the way the other games are structured right now. You can only make guides and drama videos because there's not really much else you can do. Right? Or just, like, you could just remove the gear system entirely and just not have it. Like, they could just make it so it's just not there. Like, remove the grind in that aspect and make it so your goal is something else. Right? You go play GTA 5. Right? Are you grinding for gear in GTA 5? Like, when you play GTA 5, are you freaking farming, you know, domains? You're farming tacit fields or whatever. You're farming join ops to go farm gear. And then trying to upgrade them with Titan and ToF or whatever. And trying, like, are you doing that in, like, when you go play GTA, for example? Are you doing that when you go play, like, Minecraft or something? Right? Like, there's no need if you have content for people to do outside of that. Right? Like imagine. Yeah, you only farm money. That's it. Just make it so people only farm money in NTE. That's it. Like, that's the solution. Right? People are comparing it and saying, oh, we're gonna get anime GTA. Then give them that. If they're gonna farm for something, just make it money. Reality is as well, if you have, like, a society and civilization and stuff, like, built up to that point, right? Reality is, you know, if you, let's say you were, I don't know, you're in the military, for example. You're like a military commander or something, right? You have to get a bunch of weapons and stuff. You're like trying to like make orders or whatever for your army, right? Are you going to go grinding? Are you gonna go grinding around picking mints and farming enemies in a stupid circle? With like a resin or whatever wave plate or whatever bullshit limit? Or are you just gonna take the money you have, like your budget, and just pay someone, right? Pay another company to manufacture your weapons and stuff that you need for you, right? The same thing with clothing, right? Like that will be your equipment, right? You know, like, how about this one? How many of you guys can go make your own clothes? How many of you guys know how to sew? How many of you guys can, know how to, like, cut cloth and stuff? Use a loom, or, do some leather working and produce, like, let's say, a pair of shoes and stuff like that. How many of you guys know how to do that? Okay, I'm not talking about, no. Okay, I get it. You're into cosplay. You're a cosplayer. Fine. But for a normal person, we're talking about a normal person, not a cosplayer, where you have to do it for your hobby for the most part. Right? Or like, right? Like, if we're talking about a normal person, like, I can sew, but I don't know how to make clothes. I can't make clothes and stuff. Like, I know how to sew just to, like, patch things up or fix things up a little bit. But, like, making outfits and stuff like that? No. Well, yeah, you studied fashion design. Yeah, of course. Like, unless you specialized it, you obviously wouldn't know what to do. But instead, what do you do instead? It's not like you go outside naked. What do? You go buy clothes. Right? You use your money, and you go buy what you need. Same time. Right? How many of you guys, are gonna go farming for, like, food materials? Or are you just gonna go to the grocery store or order them online and have them delivered to you? Right? Like, how many of you guys want to start a farm? How many of you guys want to raise some chickens, raise some cattle, raise some pigs, raise some goats, or whatever else, and put food, and put food on the table? Or are you just gonna go and use your money to go buy the food? Right? It's like, let the people who are experts or professionals in that do that work. You just give them the money, and you get the item you need. There's, like, no need to make the players do that Pepega grind BS. Just make it all about the money. Right, you have all-around fashion-fitting diploma? Of course, Right, you live in a civilization, take advantage of it. Right, that's why you don't spend your time in GTA picking mints all day. Right, you're not playing GTA to go mint picking. You'd rather play an actual fun game like old times. Right, so, like, they don't need it. It's completely unnecessary. Like, you can just completely remove it. That's why I really, really like the balance mode that they added in ToF. Because you actually got to play it. It does need some tuning and more balancing, but it solved the problem that all these other things have, because they just let you go in and play the game. Like, that's just the reality. Right? Like, that's just the reality there. Hi, real Delita. Right? That's just the reality. They don't need it. They don't need to put this stuff. It's completely unnecessary. It is completely unnecessary. They can make it work without it. I get the idea of wanting to put, like, an RPG system in there, just so you can show player progression. But there's a way to do it without it becoming a chore and getting in the way of the game. But I don't think anyone's gonna try to replicate what Falcom does with the average Trails game, where they just put all these multipliers in based on how well you play the game, so you can completely skip grinding altogether just by getting good at the game. I'd like to see it if they want to do that approach, but I don't see them actually doing it. I don't see them actually doing it. Unfortunately. Right, like, I really don't see them actually doing it, but it could be a nice and interesting gameplay dynamic, because then you just reward people actually playing the game, and you let them actually play the game, instead of working a job to maybe play the game. Because, like, here's the thing, the way a lot of them are structured, it's more efficient to play the game by not playing the game, and just go working a job and then swiping that credit card. It's, like, more efficient. It's way, way more efficient. Like, dailies alone in something like Genshin Impact, it's 5 times more efficient to just work a job for 1 hour than it is to do dailies for every day for a month. And it, the reality is the amount of time you would spend, 10 to 15 minutes a day, right? If you were to value your time in 1 month, if you were to spend instead that combined total time just working a job at minimum wage, you could just buy the $100 pack instead. That's the reality. Like, that is the harsh reality of just what goes on when you really put things into perspective. So, like, they really don't need to do this. Like, they really don't. They could come up with a different way or different reason for you to do things. If they want to go hard on cosmetics, that'd be even better. Because then, you know, you might actually just get more people to just play for fashion. And that's honestly a lot more interesting anyways. Oh wow, you just sent me schematics for clothes, I think? I don't know what I'm looking at, but it looks like, I'm just gonna guess. These are schematics for clothing? That you just sent me my DMs? But yeah. Right, like, they could definitely do more. But they don't. They definitely have the potential to, like, just be like, oh, we just made an actual game. It just happens to have this on the side. Not of, no, you have to deal with it. You're a legitimate fashion designer. Okay then, there you go. Right, there you go. You can make a loom and turn it into a full cloth. Damn. Damn. But like, yeah, like, that's what I'm just gonna end up, like, trying to do, I think. I'll make that into, like, a proper, like, regular video. Like, I have all these ideas to just make a regular talking head video, but I don't think it'll do it justice to just cut a part of a stream, because I can't fully put all the graphics and stuff to match what I'm trying to say. But it involves using either a bug or a sheep or plants. Fair enough, right? Using spiders for the silk, I guess. A sheep for the wool or plants, yeah. I mean, it is what it is.
Is it like Minecraft where you basically got— Bro, I'm sorry, I just had to cut right here real quick because, like, what the fuck is that, man? What is really up with these frame rate drops, dude? This shit can murder a fucking whale if given a chance. Like, what's happening with this?
Yeah, it's not good.
Game, man, I'm trying my hardest, bro. I swear to God I am. This isn't like Minecraft where you basically got like an infinite amount of mod packs that totally rebuilds the entire fucking game to—
Even without mods, vanilla Minecraft is just a sandbox. You have infinite amount of possibilities in just regular base Minecraft. You can remove all the mods in Minecraft and you will still have an infinite amount of content. Because you have different ways to play the game and different reasons to play it for. Even without mods, because it's a sandbox. Right? You can choose to play it one way, or you can choose to play it a completely different way. That's why the Minecraft content community has such a wide variety of things. The hardest to make a lint, it takes 7 to 12 years to make a full loom, and to turn into a bulletproof vest. It is what it is, man. But damn.
Create an entirely new experience, so you can just create as much content on modded Minecraft as you want. Like, I spent 100 days at your mom's anus in modded Minecraft hard.
100 days in her anus. The fuck? The fuck? What the hell? Oh wait, no. This is just fake bait. There's this freaking kek code in there. Yeah, cloths are using are either from cotton cocoons or Algoria/sheep, yeah. I mean, there's all sorts of things you can do.
Core or some type of shit like that. Even games like Fortnite, right? Okay, look, if you've been playing Fortnite this past week or so, we literally went from throwing lightning bolts at people and fucking decimating people with water bending and killing people with chains to literally blowing people the fuck up with fully weaponized cars and buses, like on some Mad Max type shit. I don't even understand what is happening in this background footage, but it's fun, it's new, and it's creative. These are the type of games you want to be making content on, like everybody else around you, because these games are actually fun and they will bring you actual content to play, even if that content may not necessarily be for everyone. The worst part about being a gacha content creator too is that you're more at a loss than regular gacha players, because
you can say what you want, man. That does look, this did look really cool.
You want to be making content on, like everybody else around you. My heart is when fucking decimating people with water bending and killing people with chains to literally
say what you want. This does look really fun and cool,
like on some Mad Max type shit.
Say
I don't
what you
even
want.
understand what is happening in this background footage, but it's fun, it's new, and it's creative. These are the type of games you want to be making content on.
Like, hey, this is at least pretty cool. You can't deny this.
Everybody else around you, because these games are actually fun and they will bring you actual content to play, even if that content may not necessarily be for everyone. The worst part about being a gacha content creator too is that you're more at a loss than regular gacha players, because you're basically forced to pull for nearly every single character that releases, even if you don't want the character, because you not pulling for a new character in a gacha game as a content creator will make you potentially lose out on content that you could have made about said character.
Yeah, that's the other problem too. You're forced into it. You have to get the characters so you can make content on them, so you can make the guide and everything. It sucks. Like, it's just, no.
Just more cons than pros when it comes to this shit. That's why I honestly don't take this career path that seriously. I'm just posting bullshit or some shit that makes me laugh or shit that I think will make you guys laugh, because I just can't imagine myself being like the rest of these gacha content creators who are milking literally nothing for views. I just can't do it.
Yeah, you really can't keep doing this for like a long ass time. Like, look at freaking Maggie's channel. How is she doing now? How is she doing now ever since she moved over? Right, she's just making these guide videos, and how are they doing? They're doing no better than when she just made ToF content. They're doing about the same as her old ToF content. She may get more subscribers now for, like, the different audience, but, like, she lost her older audience to get this new one, and, like, reality is, you know, you can only make so much with these guide videos, and they're only worthwhile for so long. Like the life cycle for these, the lifespan of these guide videos is really, really short. It's really, really short. Like, the moment the next patch drops or whatever, your freaking video becomes worthless. Right? Like, if you want to talk about, like, Zeke now, like, what the hell is a Zeke video from a year ago gonna do? Right? She made 2 videos on Zeke. It combined is the 58k views. Right? She got for the Zeke video. How useful is that Zeke video today? Right? You can go and pull Zeke and ToF right now, if you wanted to. But how useful is this video today? Not very useful, I'd imagine. Like, that's the problem with a lot of these. The life cycle and lifespan of these videos is way too short. Realistically, you're not gonna get much out of them. Sure, you'll have, like, look how much Zehi did. You look at how much this is. 7.8k views, man. You look at, like, some of the like, the last video she did on ToF got more views. Like, it's already declining. Freaking plotty. Like, the thing is with ToF, it's even worse because it's hyper focused on who your video is even relevant to. It's like a much, much smaller group of people. Meanwhile, anyone can go pull any character in WoWa, right? And, like, you can maybe make use of them. In ToF, you go pull a flame character, but your account is for Frost. What the fuck are you gonna do with the flame character? Right? Like, imagine you go pull Giyu and Toph, but you only have frost stuff. What the fuck is Giyu gonna do? I wish it was Giyu, not Giyu. Because at least then Giyu would have been a very overpowered fish. With a broken ability. But that's a different story. Now imagine if this is what Giyu was. the goldfish. The fire goldfish. The fire goldfish of death. With the ability Beads of Ruin. That freaking lowers, that just shreds everything's defense. Well, it's a different unique multiplier. This thing is absurd. That's why it's not like, it's like, it has the stats of like, what would be a regular Pokemon, but it's not allowed to play with freaking regular Pokemon in singles competitive. Because this ability is too strong. Chiyu can't save Flame. Yeah, unfortunately, imagine if you had Chiyu and Toph. You just multiply everyone's defenses by 0.75. Which is like multiplying your damage output by 4/3. Like, that's just the math on that. Multiplying the stuff by 0.75. That's the same as multiplying your damage by 4/3. Because this 135 special attack is like actually 135 times 4, right? Divide that by 3. It's basically base 180 special attack, which is just absurd. And it has like okay speed of being 100. Oh wait, we can even see max stats here. Like, we go here. Maybe. Oh no, that's only speed. Like, we got, like, you know. Yeah, Chiyu over Giyu. Exactly. Right, don't blame me for pulling up Pokemon. Better than Dull. Hey man, you know Volt needs? You know Volt needs? They need this. They need whatever this thing is, man. This thing's absurd. The fuck are they thinking what the fuck was the Pokemon Company Game Freak smoking when they came up with this? This thing is so absurd. Like, just a Pega, like, switching move will actually just kill things. Because, like, 135 special attack, right? But it has the ability Hadron Engine. When you're in, like, it's like when you switch in, you set up electric terrain, and then you multiply your special attack stat by 1.33 times, right? So like you multiply it by by 4/3, right? So you have 135 special attack. You multiply it by 4, divided by 3, 4/3. Then you multiply it by 1.5 when you use an electric type move, right? And then you multiply it by another 1.3 because of electric terrain that you set up. Like, that 135 in practice is basically 351. With all those multipliers. And then, oh wait, no. Even better. It gets this move here, Electro Drift. It gets an extra 1.33, 1/3 multiplier when you hit against a super effective Pokemon. So if you're dealing super effective damage, you already double that. And then you get another multiplier of 4/3. So if it's just regular super effective, you're doing this much thing there. Right, you actually get to kill resists with a freaking switching move because of how absurd this thing is. If you go give it like a Volt Switch, you could actually kill shit with this. Instead of it just being a regular pivot move. Just because of all this freaking things. You don't say. You don't say it's definitely banned. This thing is absurd. This shit is absurd. Right, this is a boxer legendary after all. Of course it's absurd. But in terms of the absurd boxer legendaries, this takes it to a whole new level. Oh yeah, and this thing is also really fast. 135 base speed. This thing is absurd. Right, it's just absurd. If you're not immune to it. If you're not immune to it, man. you're not gonna have a good time. Right? I mean, like, it's electric and dragon are its stabs there. This is power creep for a Pokemon, I know. But you should see the freaking Delibird, Mecha Delibird, man. We go bring up freaking Iron Bundle, man. Look at freaking Mega Delibird. This thing's even faster. This thing's even faster than that. 136 speed instead of 135. Like, its attacking set isn't as crazy, but like, really good moves there. You got Freeze Dry, Hydro Pump, Ice Beam. You know, Water, Ice, good coverage there. Like, you kind of just hit everything with this. And it's just really fast. It's also really tanky for some reason. In current regulation, it's banned. Yeah, I wonder why. Well, no, they banned all the legendaries in the current regulation. Every legendary is banned, but like... Right, like, this is banned in singles. Freaking Iron Bundle. This freaking mechanical Delibird. And, like, you know... It's definitely a tank Pokemon. Like, imagine, though, this would be funny, man. Imagine you're like, you go back in time and you tell people that you tell people, your friends in the past, back when Pokemon Gold and Silver come out, that in the future, there'll be a version of Delibird and a future of Mischievous, right, that are just so absurd. Like, that they're destroying legendaries left and right because they're, like, super fast and everything. All legendary and Paradox, yeah, I know. Like, imagine, like, you tell them that. They're gonna be like, what the fuck are you smoking? If you tell them that freaking Delibird will be banned from regular play. For being too strong. Right, this is just mechanical Delibird. Right, this is freaking mechanical Delibird. And this thing's absurd. Pokemon power creep for ya.
Just hates blatantly shallow content. I'm being honest. I would rather put a high quality effort into a troll or shitpost video than ever legitimately sit down and engage in this Genshin versus Wuwa nonsense. That's actually what I'm currently doing behind the scenes, but I just felt like making this rant video real quick. I will say this, however, if you do plan on being a gacha content creator in any capacity, the best possible career choice you could make is being an animator. And I understand that's way easier said than done, but just all around, if you animated gacha content, you'll probably be in the best.
To be honest, I kind of wish I did. Like, here's the thing, man. If you see what, like, gets put out in my recommendation feed, not these ones specifically. No, these are not the ones that I'm really interested in. Like the ones where people are just making like these absurd videos. I just really like watching them. Let me see if I can find an example. He probably has something on his channel.
Go ahead and randomize her.
Because like he's one of the videos like this thing, man. Like when they're doing like these weird hacks in there. Look at this. Choose your starter, but you only know one resistance, and like they're trying to like do this one right here. This one's really cool. Like you combine 3 randomized Pokemon, and then you like everyone is doing that. They make a full team, and then they battle each other. Because like the nuances and you can have in this, it just becomes super entertaining to watch. Like I like watching these. Like I watch a lot of these on my own time. Like I actually just watch a lot of these. If you're wondering why, I have a lot of Pokemon in my feed. Because I really like watching those. They're fun. Like give Pokemon like they just have like there's just a cool vibe in there to just watch them. Because some of them are just really crazy with what they end up doing. Yeah, it's like I don't actively play the games, but the content. Like even as an outsider that's not actively playing, because of just how crazy they can get with that, it's just fun to watch. It can be. Right. The problem though is like you need to do it with other people. You need to get a group of one. Yeah, those choose your starter videos, they're a lot of fun. I like watching them. I watch a lot of them. And like that's why I get a ton of them in my recommendations from time to time. Because I just watch them. They're great. Right, like while you're doing something else, you put it on the background, occasionally you'll glance over just to see the crazy shit they come up with. Yeah, they can be fun to watch because you can actually just do that. Like, they're not putting you on these ankle weights and stuff. You can actually make some cool stuff out of it. Like, if we're gonna talk about, like, if you want to make content out of a turn-based game, Pokemon is the best turn-based game for that. Like, the reality is, like, as a turn-based game, there's so much you can do with Pokemon compared to anything else. Like, just the regular thing there. Like, it may look very simple at first because the games are easy. But this, like, the actual depth of Pokemon is insane. You watch a lot. You're currently watching a lot of, yes, there you go. Like, I end up watching a lot because it just goes crazy. You'd think for, like, such a simple game for kids that, like, it doesn't go much further than that. But then you look at the competitive scene. And then you look at what people are doing with ROM hacks, mods, and challenges. You just see just how absurd the things can go. It's really crazy. Yeah, playing the game is a different story. But once you start changing how you play the game, the whole aspect and dynamic is vastly different. It's kind of why I was like curious when Scarlet and Violet had that feature, right? It's why when Scarlet and Violet added the auto battle feature thing in the overworld, I'm like, you know what? This might actually be viable to try and do for a challenge one. And I played and completed all of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet on stream before, including the DLC, without using a single offensive move. Right? Including battles like Terrapagos, which, it's almost impossible to do the Terrapagos fight without using a single offensive move. But I did do it. It was interesting, the challenge one. I don't think anyone else has ever tried to attempt it. But it is possible to beat all of Pokemon Scarlet and Violet without a single attacking move. It is possible. It is. It's just gonna be very painful and slow. But it is possible. And just so you know, Endeavor is technically an attacking move. So you can't use Endeavor strats. It is possible. I did do it like a while back. Alright, but like, it was cool and it was fun for that. But man, it was painful. But like, that's only like an experience you can get by playing Pokemon. You can change the rules and the thing just gets a whole lot crazier. Freaking hacked Pokemon are just the craziest. Because of just how wild you can get. But like, you can't do that with these games. You can't. Because they just don't give you the opportunity to go and try and do something with it.
Spot in this community. There's like 5 categories of content creators in the gacha community, okay? You got the motherfuckers who actually play the gacha game and they like to have this chill vibe about their content, so they're basically just regular ass people, but they do get tired of the game from time to time.
Yeah.
You got the motherfuckers who hate the gacha games they play, but only do so because the company paid them to endorse it and
yeah, it sounds about right.
Pretend they like it. You got the motherfuckers who make guides telling your dumbass how to build a character, but you gotta be smart and fast for that shit, otherwise you ain't gonna make it.
Yep, you're just not gonna make it. It's not viable. You also can't do it for a longer period and really get those views because they're only gonna be relevant for so long.
You got the motherfuckers who animate shit, those are the motherfuckers you wanna be. And then, you got the motherfuckers who just be in conflict.
Oh, the drama ones, yeah.
And drama 24/7. Sometimes not necessarily because they actually care about the conflict or drama, but they just act like they do and over-dramatize everything because they're unfortunately stuck with a community that feasts on drama like how I feast on Yelon's nipples. Oh, and then you got a very small percentage of motherfuckers who actually find a way to be creative with the gacha games they play, like Mr. Feed, but those motherfuckers are few and far between, so yeah. You wanna know what also kills me about these people who continuously shit on Genshin Impact in favor of Wuthering Waves? It's the fact that they be talking all this shit about Genshin, but then proceeds to still have Genshin installed on their devices.
And here's the other thing too. They go talk shit about Genshin to go play Genshin again with a different coat of paint. That's just the reality. You talk all this shit about Genshin, and then you just go play Genshin again with a different name and coat of paint. Right? Like, they do all that just to do the same thing again. Just to do the same thing again.
And even play it from time to time. And then on top of that, still continue to watch the special programs. Bro.
Yeah, like I don't. But I don't know why people still watch those things, man. Like, unless you're, like, reacting to them for views, why are you watching them if you don't want to, like, actually, you know, watch them? Like, what? Why you hate watching a stupid freaking ad? If it's an ad, too. Like, imagine being like, yes, I hate ads so much, I'm gonna go watch an ad that I'm going to hate. Because I hate ads. Like, what is this logic? Right, like, I also just, like, for me personally, like, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I don't like watching a lot of those live streams, because the reality is, they're gonna be full of so much bloat and fluff, and barely any content in the end. I'd rather just wait for it all to be over, and then look at the news and information after the fact, so I don't have to waste my time. Because if I'm not doing, like, a reaction on stream to it, I would rather just see the news later if I care, than see it, like, in the present. Right? Like, I don't watch Nintendo Directs. I don't watch all those other things. I found out about the Trails in the Sky remake in the Nintendo Direct because someone on Discord tagged me with it and gave me a timestamp to it. So I'm like, okay, you got my attention, let me see what's in here. Right, that's like the only time I looked at a Nintendo Direct this year. Right, like again, like in the previous years again, like, oh, if someone sent information on something that maybe will get my attention, I'll just skip to that point. I'm not gonna look at the whole thing. I'm not gonna go waste an hour or whatever every time they post one to go watch the whole thing on my own time. I'm not. Like, personally, I'm not. They suck. But you still watch JP livestream just because the Mafia bald man still exists there. Yeah, like, if you're gonna watch it for, like, that reason or something. If that's why you're there, then sure. But yeah, it's like, I know, it's like they hate the ads so much and also this video is sponsored, I know. Like, it's just really weird with these people, right? Like, it's just really weird. They haven't really just stepped back and really just looked at what the hell they're doing. Right? Like, I don't know what the hell goes on in those presentations because I don't care. I don't really care. Yeah, you just have it on the side, I don't even want it on the side. Here's the thing, if I'm gonna put something on the side, I'm gonna put something on the side that I want to listen to. Whether it be music, or like a live stream or something, like for someone I want to watch, maybe? Like glance over occasionally? Or one of those freaking Pokemon videos. You know, like if I'm gonna put something on the side, it's gonna be one of those. Right? Or like the freaking news video where there's like, earlier when I was working on something else, I saw a video where the like Room Gamers Nexus where they're like, how 4 guys ruined a company or something. Because of the EK water block drama. Which is just insane. But like, I'm never gonna like go into like buying stuff for custom loop water cooling. But hey, it was cool, interesting content to listen to. Why are we watching the next Nintendo Direct, man? Like, I'm not really gonna realistically care about what they show off for the most part. Most of it, like 90% of it, I'm not gonna give a fuck. At least 90% of it. Like, that's just the reality. Right? Like, that's the thing too, with like when you have these super broad showcases. You're just gonna see a lot of stuff you're just never going to care for. For most of it. And then maybe you'll see that 1 or 2 things that you might like, but like you spend, let's say, like, you know, 1 hour you're only to look at like 30 seconds. Right? Like again, like that's why I also don't, you know what even is PlayStation gonna have at their next event? I thought Sony confirmed that they're not gonna have any games. Or something. I thought Sony already made an announcement they're not making any games. Like, they're just not. Like, didn't they make an announcement on that or something? That, like, their console is dead, and they're, like, not making any games for it for a while? The Pro? I'm like, why? Why would I care about just some random spec bump on a newer model PlayStation that I'm never going to buy or use? Because I would have no reason to buy or use one. The Smash Bros. New characters and waiting Breath of the Wild news. And that's gone. No more. And new Mario Karts. And then now that's done, you don't care. Exactly. But for me, like, I wouldn't even bother doing that. Because I know that, like, a few minutes after the presentation is over, there's just going to be links and news articles to tell me what I missed. So I don't have to do it. So, like, I just don't watch them. I know my brother likes to watch them, like, religiously. I don't know. Because I just don't see the point. Like, I just do not. I'd rather just not watch them and just look at the news later. But that's just me personally. I'm like not gonna look at the video of the Nintendo Museum, because honestly, I don't really care that they have a museum, to be honest. Like, I just don't care. Right? Like, I honestly don't care. Like, they have a cool and long history, but for me personally, I don't really care. Like, now if they went and preserved the stuff that they've made, and will let people try out and look and experience their history, that's a different story. But just looking at the display there with, like, not being able to do much, I'm not gonna care. Right? Like, yeah, again, that's why you see me, like, doing these comparisons and the math on there. That's why I said, like, it's not worth it to go log into something like Genshin or whatever, or WoWa, or a lot of these things where it takes too long to go do your dailies. Because the reality is, once you add up the time and consider how much time you spent and how much your time is worth, it's not worth it at all. It is not worth it. It is not. Right? Like 60 primo gems a day for 30 days for 10 to 15 minutes of work. In a month, that's at least 5 to 6 hours, maybe longer, for 1800 primo gems. How much is 5 hours of work worth to you? You know, like, realistically, you could get the $100 pack for 5 hours of work. Probably. 5-6 hours? You could literally get 5 times the amount if you just worked a job for the equivalent amount of time. It is not worth it. If that's all you're doing it for, it is not worth it. Right? When you start to value your time and do these comparisons, like, it just all goes out the window. It's an interactive museum, but, like, it's probably just very surface level. Right? Like, it's probably just super surface level, and you have to physically be there in person. It also doesn't, you know, outweigh them, like, literally trying to go and delete their history. Like, their actual real-life history. So,
I'm a person who should theoretically care more about Genshin than these people, and I still don't wake my ass up at the crack of dawn to ever watch any of these live streams. But these people still make sure to do it though, even though they apparently hate Genshin so much.
Yep, you guys have sent me videos of that too, of like people hate watching them. Like, I'm not gonna bother. Like, they go make it, I don't know what the fuck happens, I'm not gonna watch it. I'd rather look at the news and information after the fact. Like, I'd rather just do that.
Cause I'm telling you this right now, bro. If you ever catch me watching a Genshin Hoiver special program livestream, the moment I see those 3 reward codes and the announcement of the upcoming banners, the next few words that's gonna come out of my mouth is
Sayonara, nigga!
Like, for me, it's like, why would you even do that? Just someone else is going to share all that information after the fact. So just don't even watch it. You'll just read all the news later. Right? Like, I wouldn't even go that far. I would just have someone else give me this stuff. Yeah, and you barely watch the live stream. Exactly, because they suck. That's the reality. They suck. They're shit. Right? That's just the reality.
taking my ass right back to bed with the utmost hate.
You collect primos, watch some racetrack trailers. There you go. You don't even need to watch the stream then. Right? You don't. You just do the other thing. Exactly. There you go. That's the smart way to spend your time. That's how you should do it.
And you ain't gonna catch me in that live stream for another attosecond because I am not gonna watch these people conversate like literal NPCs for 30 to 40 more minutes. You gotta be out of your fucking mind. I wonder if the community has figured out the mythical strat of just playing Genshin and Wuthering Waves at the same time. Like, do these people not realize that you could play both games instead of just one? Or what's that? You're on mobile and you need to delete one of the games to free up storage? Hey, that's not my problem. That sounds like a skill issue, man. Get your money up, not your funny up. Maybe you should spend money on some fucking storage rather than a new toy in your gacha game. Anyways, if you have the talent or ability to animate content in this community, just do it, bro. Because then you ain't gotta get yourself into all these useless controversies and dramas. You ain't gotta get paid off by a company to enjoy a game. In fact, you ain't even gotta play the game, bro. You just gotta animate the characters from the game doing shit. It's just that simple. And you're always gonna profit from it if you get noticed because people naturally love animation. Like, I'm not gonna lie with y'all, bro. Like really and truly, if I had the skills, I would be the most evil NSFW animator of all time. Like, I would make some of the most raunchiest, most disgusting porn and hentai of some of these characters with absolutely no regrets. I would be worse than VC Neko. Like, I would make porn of certain characters just to make the community.
Alright, you're gonna get into MMD. Alright. No, make an MMD. No. Make an MMD of Paradise. Make a Paradise MMD. You know, Stardoor 15. Make an MMD of Stardoor 15. Make one of that. He wants to talk about making these crazy shit. Make one of Stardoor 15 Paradise. Now that's an MMD they should be making. Right, if he wants to make a fucked up MMD.
Mad on purpose, and I would take immense pride in that shit. I don't even care. But yeah, man, honestly, that's just my opinion on why, you know, gacha content creation is usually terrible and even worse right now, and why you probably shouldn't be a gacha.
That's probably more constructive, I know.
Anything else. Goodbye.
I know. You know, maybe I think that would be a fun idea. If I can find time, maybe I'll try to make me voice acting Stardoor 15 in English as an April Fool's video. I think that could be funny. I'd have to figure out how I would have it set up though. Right, like actually. Alright, let's look at Gacha Gamer Drama. Was it just Gacha Gamer, the YouTube channel, this one?
So,
wait, no, wrong one. I don't think it's this one. Which one? It's like the one who made the freaking meme videos. Do I have the link still? Can I just get the link? That'd be easier. Give me the link. Easier to look through. Gacha Enjoyer. Alright, cool. Here we go. Yeah, fuck it, here you go, he can have it. Caught stealing again, oh.
Of the universe.
Oh my god, that is literally well yang.
What?
Oh shit.
Holy shit, it's Weld.
Who's Weld? I still don't know who Weld is.
What the fuck? His dad is Weld?
I don't know who Weld is.
Makes sense. How Kuro's dad is Hoyo. They look up to Hoyo for everything. All of their inspiration. Completely makes sense.
Yeah.
Of the universe.
Is that fucking Welt?
I don't know who Welt is.
I can't be the only one that thinks that looks like Welt with a bit of a stubble going on.
I just look at it as a guy with glasses.
It's kind of funny, like the similarities in their hairstyle, the glasses.
I just see a guy with like a grown-ass man with stubble and glasses. That's it. That's all I see. That's all I see from this picture. I don't know who the fuck Welt is. Like, you've probably seen, like, so many other animes, read so many other mangas before, and you've seen someone that looks like this. Right? I've seen so many other characters that look like this, because it's just a dude with glasses and stubble on their face. Right? I don't know, man. Watch Kuro make a turn-based and ZZZ clone. And they say it's inspiration. I mean, like, at this point, like, What? Least delusional gacha player. Whoa, they're caught stealing from Daddy Hoyo again. Alright then. The first thing that comes to mind is Aizen from Bleach. There you go, right?
References to going to the limit of the universe, like the whole Astral Express.
But it, man, what? Boy's father is Welt?
Oh, is that Welt?
like, to me, I don't know who the hell that is.
What the fuck?
Apology video? Okay.
That's literally Grandpa Welt, bro. What the fuck? What the fuck is Welt doing here, bro?
Okay. Oh, yeah. I think we should remove the audio, though, the music. Just for safety of copyright. I'm not gonna have the music play, but yeah. Yeah, we got top stuff in there. Yeah, the head of it. Okay then. Now prepare.
Pussy head.
Pussy, tight pussy, clean pussy, vagina.
God damn it! Now we can't unsee that, man. Now I can't unsee that. Now I can't unsee that. God damn it. Please share so I can reach 10%. Let's go, sisters. Even for goddamn so I watch anime too. I know. Imagine. Imagine. Right? Imagine. Ah, yes. I'm just gonna mute that because it might be copyrighted. And then, yeah, we saw this before. It's like... it stinks. They're just sucking them off. The bait, and then boom. Bait, and then boom. Well then. They definitely made something. Apology accepted. Didn't expect this shit post. Yeah, base Dota player. There we go. Right, like, that's just how things are, man. Right, that's just how things are. Concord shuts down, people dance on his grave, yeah, because Concord is Concord. Alright, but like, yeah. Well, it is what it is. Right, Stick's got no content because he has to milk the wheel because Top Dead Wheel isn't sustainable. Yeah, how many times are you gonna keep saying it? Even though it's like not gonna go anywhere. Since you were a child, your brain was not enough. MMOs are dying. Blue Protocol flop. Yeah, like the problem is like they're just never gonna work. What they were able to do for their time will never work anymore. And it's not gonna work in 2024. And like it's never going to work again. The circumstances that made MMOs great and popular at the time is never gonna come back. Not if they keep making the same type of thing. Right? Same time, they gotta figure out a way to get people to play that isn't just grinding. Because realistically, they're never going to make content fast enough for players So they need to find a way to actually make them play the game for longer and have them just actually play the game instead of just doing chores and grinding all day. But that's their problem they need to figure out. Because everything else they're doing is just not gonna work. I mean, what do I think about Concord dying? I mean, like, it's not surprising. They didn't make anything special. They just made another generic hero shooter. And nobody wanted to play it, and they had ugly-ass character designs. Like, the game was just very generic, and the characters were ugly, so who the fuck wanted to play that? The characters are ugly, and the game is something they've already played before. It is just more of the same, but worse because at least, you know, like the other games had better-looking characters. What do you mean they're cute? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, this character here is cute. And yeah, sure, the character you see in this thumbnail is cute, the one on the left. I'm not talking about the thumbnail in the middle, because yeah, you know, Licorice Recoil had some cute anime characters there. Right? You can have characters cute, there's cute characters in the Throws in the Sky thumbnail here. Right? You got Estella and Tita over there in that picture. Alright, but you know, if we're gonna look at what has the cute characters here, I mean, we have it here and we have it here. This would be more of the hot side, not cute, right? So, and this is just that and that. Right, we got Chisato and Takina, right? They need a Widowmaker. Sure. And here we have the Grand Master of Ouroboros. Sorry if that spoiled something for you, but the box art for Trails into Reverie, or Hajimari, it's literally just the Grand Master of Ouroboros on the box art. That's literally what the Grand Master looks like. Apparently there's a mod in RuneScape where you get the gear and everything just by grinding. No trading market. And that doesn't matter. The grinding is itself part of the problem. Not everyone is going to be into grinding for very long. And you can only keep people grinding for so long. Maybe. I'll probably just watch it after, like, it's on streaming services. Instead of going out to watch it. I'd rather watch it at home on, like, a streaming service than going to a movie theater. And watching it, and, you know. Like, especially for a kid's movie. Can you imagine going to a theater where you have kids primarily watching it? Think about it. The kids are gonna be noisy and all this stuff. Like, just why watch it there when you can watch it at home later? Right? I still have yet to see the Mario movie. Alright, you have a good day or night, Tayo. We'll probably be ending soon as well. Right, it's already like 6 AM. We've been live for 6.5 hours. We're not gonna look at the 1 hour long video though, Concord. We know it flopped. Yeah, we still got like more freaking videos here that we have to react to. We can save. Minecraft movie trailer? I won't, because it's gonna have licensed music. I can't like just play the Minecraft movie because licensed audio, and it's gonna get hit by copyright. A lot of these movie trailers have licensed music, so like, you watch it, you have to mute it. Like, read the comments, eh? I mean, like, I got nothing in the game for the freaking Minecraft movie. Like, realistically, I don't, like, what the fuck? Why would you make a movie on Minecraft? What the hell are you gonna do with a Minecraft movie? Right, the game is supposed to be a sandbox game. Realistically, what the fuck are you going to do? Oh, looks like the freaking bike. Here we go, Meryl on the bike, guys. Because they can. Because why not? Just cook an actual bike to ride like this. But they have, look at this, man. They have jumping technology on the bike. Woowa could never. Woowa could never, man. They have even jumping technology. Imagine. You can jump on the bike. Imagine. I'd still have to be careful. Because I might have the video itself copyrighted. Tower of Fantasy becoming Tower of Reality. Yeah, add skateboards and kites too. That'd be fun. Right. Everyone dies in this game, but it has the best designs and environments. That twin tail hair physique. Yeah, make a character that fights with a plane. Thank you. Man, imagine fighting with a plane. That'd be fun. Attack helicopter character. What do you mean fix snow break? What happened? Why would I need to fix my snow break? What happened? What happened? Why would I need to fix my snow break? What happened? I'm confused on that. Wait, why does it need fixing? What do you mean this smells like EOS? Yeah, it's EOSing so hard that they're actually trying all sorts of things. The point is they're there for fun. People have Noah is faster than the bike. I know this bike is for people who don't have Noah, but it's better for normal rides since no stamina. It's here just for fun. It's more so just for fun and you can interact with it. Like, that's the whole point. It's not there to be better than the other stuff. It's just there because they can, and why not? Like, it's there for fun. That's all it's there for. People keep forgetting that. I have not seen the Nier anime. I haven't played the other endings of Nier Automata either. I haven't found the time to do that. But yeah. Cool stuff here though. Right, hi Shy Game Boy. Welcome. But yeah, this is funny though, like Gabe made a guide like super late. Well, that's cool, at least he made a guide there. At least someone made something. It may be late, but at least it's something. And it's going fine. Right? Oh yeah, we were just doing like a react stuff. Oh, I'm gonna just do quickly. Did the dailies reset now in the cat game? I think dailies just reset in cat game. Let me double check. It's like 6 AM now. I'm gonna quickly do this. My dailies in the cat game before we end things off though, because we've been here for 6.5 hours. The game is not fun, great. No, not fun, great. Don't play it, and they always come back to punch it. It's just really weird with these people, man. Right. Oh well, it is what it is. They can do what they want. Oh, let me pull the cat game. Where is it? But I have like way too many sources in my OBS. that sometimes I can't find what the hell I'm looking for. Why is it all the way over there? Whatever. Let me just do my thing in here real quick. Daily reset. Yeah, you missed all the fun. I might not stream tonight. It depends on how tired I am, like, later today. If I do, it might end up just being a short one as well. His editor took too long, fair enough. It is what it is. I guess that sometimes happens. We have a 10 pull here. What do we get? Oh, gold! Alright, what do we get? Yeah, these don't matter. Who's this? Oh. Okay. So basically nothing. So that was like no pity anyways. Let me just quick accept. Oh, no one did that thing yet. Oh, orders. What orders do we have? Reject these. I might do this one. Reject this. Okay, we do this one. Reject both of these. And then reject both of these. So this one, we do the one on the left. I need king salmon. Alright, let's go get our king salmon. Guy complained about that one, still runs Nemesis LAN. I don't know what the guy's trying to do. Yeah, that's their problem. Oh, grats. Grats. Alright, grats on your double SSR. At some point though, I wonder if these people will have to realize that, like, what their goals truly are in these games. Like, if they'll ever just come to terms and just realize what the hell they're doing and what they're trying to do. Because they're too fixated on the wrong things, they lose sight of why they're even there in the first place. That said, I doubt that'll ever actually happen. Unfortunately. They forget why they're doing it in the first place and why they're there. Anja and Erina. I see. We got a hake, whatever that is. Oh yeah, I just want to knock out all the things we need to get done here quickly. Because I won't have time for it later. Alright, let's get them all done. Sadly, PvP mode isn't open right now. You gotta get all the fish. All of the fish. Alright, let's keep going. Come on. Hurry up and give me all the fish we need. Come on. There's a little bit more. I don't know. I don't pay attention to a lot of those things. I don't know what the hell's going on with that guy. I don't pay attention. And I don't really care. But if he got skinny, that's good for him. That's good for him if he did. Alright, that's good for him if he did. Yeah, his whole thing was eating. Which, I don't know how the hell you would... I don't know how the hell those people do what they're doing there, man. I don't know how the hell they do it. It's just insane. Okay, we got enough king salmon. Alright, let's go deploy all these guys. You know what? Oh, we need to get some of that. Figure that one out. These ones are no good. Oh yeah, you took a trip, a weird trip on YouTube finding all the clickbait videos to see how bad they are, some of them are worse. Yeah, of course. That's YouTube for you. Right, that's just how it is. Let's see. I win this. No way I don't win this. Oh shit, I have the wrong matchup, I think. Oh wait, I still win this anyways. Get in the final, so I had an easy win. Yeah, I win this one. No way I don't win this. I might be able to win this one. I put that on the top. Yeah, I think I can win this one. Maybe. Yeah. And then I win the bottom. And then I can't go further. Master Duel. Oh, easy battles. Alright, this one should be really easy. Easy win. This one. Alright, this one should be easy win. I'll take this battle. Alright, this one's another easy win. Alright. Oh, I'm out of training coins. That's unfortunate, because that would have been another easy win. That next one would have been another easy win. Oh well. Alright, shop. Oh yeah, we can reset this soon. There we go, now we can get all this stuff here again. Now I can get all these enhancement mats and work my way through this again. Cool. Oh yeah, the other day I managed to unlock this character, by the way, the light element character from the PvP shop. She has like a shield buffing thing, and she has a trait that's for PvP only that boosts defensive abilities in PvP. If you were curious on that version of Echo, she's only for the PvP mode. Only for the PvP mode, light element. Then I'll do this one. I need that though. Alright, we need to do all these things. I can't do arena battle right now, because arena's closed. Is that enough of that fish I needed? Alright, we go take those. Alright, we go claim that. Next one. I don't want either of these. Yeah, we do this one. Okay, this one we need some of these. Hopefully that's all the fish we need from there. Okay, that's barely enough of that fish that I needed. And then we need this one. I need some of this. And then we just need to wait for these to give me new orders. Right, we need to wait for new orders there. Challenge mode, oh yeah, daily challenge mode runs. Alright, we can go claim both of these then. Yeah, let's get the daily challenge mode runs out of the way. Right, this is the Yunpei one, right? Yeah, this is... We get 2, 4, 6 Yunpei shards today. I got 6 Yunpei shards today. Alright, cool. We'll have a 10 full here. Alright, can I get vanilla? Come on. I need vanilla. I'm missing vanilla. I have chocolate, but I don't have vanilla yet. And I get nothing. Oh, of course I get nothing. Oh, that's what I get there. Let me open that. Let's go enhance some equipment then. Well, obviously, we don't need crit damage here. We can give you crit damage resistance though. Right, because she would rather be bulky with her stats. We'll go interest. Oh yeah, I never got the support set there. I need to eventually work on getting her support set up properly. I'll figure out what I'll do with that stuff later. Alright, what else do we need to do? Oh yeah, the clan stuff. Oh, we can fight it? Alright, so how much damage I can do to this thing? The recommended power doesn't need to be as high. Three, 4. Remove you. Where is Anja? Yeah, we can use that for healing. We don't need any healing. Yeah, we'll take that. And run this. Alright, here's what we have here. Oh, it's light element. Interesting. Oh yeah, light element resists everything. Except for darken itself. Oh, this thing's like not doing any damage. Oh, 4. Oh, right, this one's the dice roll thingy. You gotta do dice rolls for damage here. Alright, let's see. Oh. Okay, here we go. That, that, and then that. Another 4. Okay, we got 4 there, and then let's get that. Another 4. Cool. We can do that, that, and then that. Another 4. Alright, let's get that out of the way. That out of the way. Wait. Alright, cool. Grab that. You can grab that.
私は皆さんの願いを背負っている。
調査官、早く終わらせて花火を打ち上げに行こうよ。
舞踏会を
Put that down there.
こんなにだらけていたらお客様に失礼だと怒られてしまいますね。踊りましょう。大きな花回して回して。
Grab that.
こんなにだらけていたらお客様に失礼だと怒られてしまいますね。私は
Yeah, I want that one.
成果がない。さあ、踊りましょう。ほら、また新しいお客さんが来てくれましたわ。
Right, we took out a lot of its health. Alright. Is that us? We got first rank here? To be honest, the second rank prize is honestly a bit better. Just cause like the clan points are a lot more useful earlier on. You know, like that's the funny part. You look at the rewards here. In the S grade here, S rank rewards in my division. In my clan's division, we got first place. But honestly, the second place reward is a bit more valuable in the current state. Just cause clan points, this is a huge amount. Unless it gives us all of these. I don't think so though. I think we only get this one, we don't get the other prizes. The second prize is a bit more useful. Because of all these clan points. Like, earlier on, like, the clan points are a lot more useful. You want energy shot? Okay. Like, earlier on, it's just more valuable. Right, it's just more valuable.
また新しいお客さんが来てくれましたわ。
Alright, let's go deposit this here. Alright, get the clan points. And then I go here and then just dump it. Because like the clan points can get you a lot of the strategy points. Which then you can go and dump for more permanent buffs. Yeah, I'll just go put that there. It's like over time, this shit adds up, having these permanent boosts. It adds up over time. Like having all of these things up. this stuff just adds up. Like having just the stage would be cheaper. And then there's all of this stuff. And the orders here are still shit. Same with these ones. And these ones are still shit. God damn it. Let's go start this one up. We'll start you up. I guess they're all like that. Cool. Go in the lounge. Auto rest them. Alright, guess we're not gonna use those ones. Oh, we just have Levi over here. He wants a sorrowful donut. Alright, he can have one. Alright, what else do we need to get done? How long until... Oh, that's in an hour. Never mind. Man, I'm like so close to getting like the next set of rewards here in Master Duel. Because I really need these enhancement materials. Okay. Only some people are on, so I can't get all of those things. That's in 3 minutes. Okay. Let's see, anything I want to try to boost up now? Sure, I'll get more attack. I have even more attack now across the board. I'm still missing 2 of the standard SSRs. I'm still missing 2 of them. Oh well. It is what it is. I'm still missing 2 of them. I need to do the collector book. Let me get that done. Well, now I'm like halfway done the collector book event thing. Alright, cool. And even, what's another mission here? Invasion, equipment stage, pathos, okay. Clan chat. I'll put that there. Easy. Got that part of the event done. Or the clan chat once a day. And the other friends did not come online yet to accept from. So I can't do that yet. So I can't get the stamina there. Okay. God damn it. These are still scuffed. Why aren't they at least 10 or 11? Same with these ones. God damn it. Why are these very Pepego? I'm not gonna submit those ones. They're too Pepega. They're way too Pepega. I'm not strong enough to progress further here yet. Alright. Alright, then you have a good day. Right, you have a good day. What's this? Why fuck a bullfrog? What? Oh, that's right. It's from that short I had a while back. I remember that. When I was looking at the freaking Pepega translations. Right. I almost forgot about that. I'm like, where did that come from? Like, oh, right. Now it's like, now I remember. I did make that a video. Alright, we'll get the invasion done. I don't need to do these, but... Alright, no reason not to. Alright, let's get the invasions done. Come on. Oh, Gate's not live right now? Oh, he's gonna go live soon, I guess. We can raid out to Gate after. We'll just wait for him to go live and finish our dailies here. Well, it gave me the one with the... No, it did not. Yo, yesterday when I did these, I got one that rolled 9 instead of just the other thing in there. I have like so many of those shards though that I don't need. Yeah, I guess I'll do another invasion. Yeah, why not? Like, I don't need all these cubes. Like, it's like, realistically, I don't have the stamina to, like, make use of them. But hey, I'll hoard them now. Eventually, I'll get to a point where I can use them. One day. Just not today. Just not today.
モーションエネルギー補充完了。調査官下がってください。モーションエネルギー補充バトリング。あちらのお客様を清掃の時間見届けてあげる。
Alright, next wave. And then I'll be out of stamina again.
一緒に頑張りましょう。
Oh, this is like useless wave.
始めよう。嵐がずっと待ちわびているわ。一緒に頑張りましょう。
Oh, next turn this is over. By the end of this turn it's over. At least we can just have this thing auto.
一緒に頑張りましょう。
There we go, Dedge. Easy.
清掃完了。再度オートクレーブする必要がありますか？
Oh damn it, these are still Pepega. Why isn't it giving me the good shit to deliver? Why the fuck is it giving me all these crappy delivery orders, man? I need the good delivery orders, not the crappy ones. This freaking RNG, man. It's giving me all the bad delivery orders. They're not worth doing. Oh well. It is what it is.
くすぐったいですよ、店長様。だね、ショコラも仕返しします。
Alright, now we got another one there. I guess I can do an equipment stage. Oh wait, no, never mind, I don't have the stamina for it. I don't have the stamina for an equipment. Now I have the stamina for equipment stage. Okay, cool. And I get crap. Of course. And then from here, I'm just gonna grab the recombiners. Alright. I think we're gonna end this soon. Let's see, is he alive? That's in French. Is there like anyone in English in top category alive? Not really. Oh, gate's gonna start soon, right? What does it look like here? When's gate starting? Apparently his PC is dying. Alright, we'll wait for Gate to go live and then I'll raid him. We'll raid him before he goes, well, when he goes live. Like, just immediately. When does this thing start? Is this video gonna show this? Oh, of course, his video is like that too. When is he starting? When, like, what time is Gate starting exactly? I know he has, like, the thing before he starts the preview. When's he starting? Because that's when we'll raid out to him. We'll raid out to him. Oh, I think he started? Okay, though. Right. I think, though, this is just where we'll end the stream for the night. Right. As usual, though, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully, I can see you guys again next time. Right. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah, see you guys. See ya. Go right out now.
Finally good everywhere else. I really have, like, I need to finish this thing. I just need 100